Clyde. This could easily be the ice block. He Dragon Express Waz. He's trying to stall as long as possible, but oh, instant Master Spell. Meh is hard carrying in game number 1 and takes Alec out.
Are they going to be able to recover this so far behind? Absolutely, Trill had full control here, and Venruki with stasis from Sidu. Maybe one more big heal is left. Are they going to be able to stay alive with it? He's on 10%, and no, Trill and Absurd will close it out. What a comeback!
Vortex pulls in, and it's going to die in the opener on the back of Kareki's blade. He is completely owned.
I think this is it.
No
They're
way.
doing the impossible. They take down Matt. I cannot believe it. This is unprecedented. CG and Esports remain in the upper bracket. No defensive, he has no mobility. Simnisi, no, he gets sapped on the drink. That's going to close the game. There's no breakers. They're overwhelming. Hawaii close it out.
Kidney
Here we
shot
go.
from Z5. Oh, just looking for the counter kill. Both these rogues. Good ball. We're going to get a cross kill.
No way.
It's
1%.
Are you kidding me? 1% health. Waz gets behind the pillar. This game is absolutely unbelievable.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Cup number 2 of Dragonflight. Welcome back. We are starting off in the European region. My name is Aya. We're going to have some amazing games once again. We're here with Zico, Renruki, and Supatees. Sid, you excited for today?
I mean, I'm more than excited. This weekend is leveled up even more than last weekend with some big heavy hitters already knocked out of the competition. There were teams that grabbed a lot of points last weekend, and now they're not even in the top 8, which just means it's bubbling, it's starting to boil, and it's starting to go over the brim at this point. So all of these teams have a really good opportunity to pass the agents, which you can see were knocked down by Dragonsland Roulette and knocked out of the tournament in the lower bracket after that. So they're the top point earners. Everybody has a good shot here. I would say the names that are jumping off the page right now are Poggers. They're the ones that need to make a deep run with this after their performance last week, where I feel like our expectations for them was first place pretty much every cup. When you look at the names on that roster, with Raikou, Chanimal, Waz, and NetX, like you're thinking this is the all-star team that's going to win every cup, but they had not a phenomenal performance last week. Now they're coming into this one. I think that their composition is going to be a little bit better off as well, so this could be a deep run for them.
Yeah, most definitely could. Admiral Esports, of course, that is the new name for CGN Esports. That's Swapsy, Blizzo, Clyde, and Jamie. So for sure be keeping an eye out for that one, because Poggers had kind of an interesting weekend last time around. So we'll see how it is for Cup number 2. But I mean, the lower bracket, you kind of already touched on it, Sid, but those are some really, really tough teams as well, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. We got, right off the bat, the one that sticks out is, of course, Team HUHU, former finalists in Cup number 1, now down there fighting for their lives against GRAFTAL. Now, GRAFTAL is an interesting team as well, because they did play in that last Cup, but they didn't make that top 8. And they play, a lot of Arcane Mage, a lot of Windwalker comps as well. We saw them in that last qualifier trying out that Windwalker with the Arcane Mage. But in this cup, they actually have been playing Windwalker Sub-Rogue. So it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to bring out. I'm a big fan of Yes Dave on that Mage, of course. He's been holding it down, goes all the way back to Legion. He was one of the kings of that Arcane Mage. So it's going to be interesting to actually see him make his debut here in the AWC. And then, of course, we got Team HUHU, which did come second last time around, playing that Demon Hunter, Alley Shaman, Resto Druid, and also tagging in Infernion sometimes on that demo lock for some lock Alley Druid. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what they decide to bring out there in the opener. And here, of course, we got all of the rosters for this cup.
Absolutely. And speaking of, they are all trying to get, of course, to that top 3 to make it into that grand finals, Ven. And I feel like this kind of changes the tone of the pressure that is set on these players to make it. I mean, there's not as many spots right now. Do you feel like this steps up the level of competition?
I think there's no doubt about it. I mean, the competition is highest than maybe we've ever seen. And like you mentioned, they have limited opportunities, right? We've already gone through cup number 1. This is the second cup, and there's only 2 more after this to earn those points, make it into the top 3, and kind of be comfortable with your position in the grand finals. If you don't, then you're shooting for that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th position, and then you have to go through a really brutal gauntlet. I mean, if you're the 8th team, you need to win 4 series in a row against some of the best teams in your region, back to back to back. It is not going to be easy, but we can take a look here at the point standings for Europe. We can see the agents right now at 132 points, and like we said, they are not here this week, so they're going to potentially lose their lead here, which is not really the spot you want to be in, but yeah, it's just difficult when the competition is so fierce.
Yeah, most definitely. Kind of flipped on its head. So I think we're going to have a very different result, of course, than we did last weekend here in the EU Cup. But really, I mean, definitely don't get your hopes down if you're watching from home. We're still going to have some amazing games because, I mean, we did have that patch come through, obviously, Subatees, but I don't really feel like it's going to change much the actual excitement of the games themselves.
I mean, it probably enhances it. We're likely to see more classes, some different comps. I think Discipline Priest in particular was a really big winner on this patch. One of their new talents is giving them 2 charges of pain suppression. So usually a Discipline Priest runs out of steam really quickly, doesn't have a lot of cooldowns to trade, and then it's out of mana crying in the corner. Now it's got a lot more cooldowns, it's got a lot more throughput, it's got a lot better mana regeneration. So I'm curious to see if any teams do decide to utilize a Discipline Priest. I know in the open bracket in North America, there was a team against Sea-Doo in the upper bracket that used it, took them to a game 5, was probably one of the closest series. They almost got knocked to the lower bracket by them with that class. So I'm very interested to see if anybody does utilize new specializations moving from week 1 to week 2 as a result of the patch.
Mm-hmm. And in your mind then, Ben, with the new patch, are there any surprises that you've seen kind of play out maybe in the live ladder or solo shuffle of just like what you're seeing do well?
Right now, I think a lot of teams are focusing on the Assassination Rogue. We saw it last weekend a lot in North America, as well in the finals in Europe. It was kind of tagged in and ended up winning in the region. So the Assassination Rogue, I think, is something that a lot of teams are going to be focusing on. Warriors, I think, in this balance patch are a little bit better. Maybe we see some Frost Mages, but I don't know how different it really is going to be. The Elemental Shaman is still very strong. You have the Demonology Warlock. Demon Hunters are still very good. So in terms of like teams actually wildly switching up their compositions, I don't know if we're going to see that. The only one that I would think that is like a big change is MYWAY. So Tony Farrell has actually been practicing that rogue, like I said. So instead of playing the Pharaoh Druid with the Hunter, he's going to be playing the rogue with the Hunter more than likely a lot in this tournament.
All right, well, looking forward to that one. That's going to be later on today. But of course, as we can see on our screen, Zico, we've got Team HUHU versus GRAFTAL. What do you want to see from these two teams?
Ooh, I think GRAFTAL is going to be bringing out a surprise for sure. From Team HUHU, I think because GRAFTAL runs that Arcane Mage more often than not, I probably want to see Infernion actually tagged in. I feel like if GRAFTAL decides to go with some rogue shenanigans, like Rogue Windwalker that they played, or maybe, Rogue Mage even, I feel like the Demon Hunter can be a bit of a liability. Like Demon Hunters, they do a lot of damage. They have, a good toolkit to survive as well. But the problem is that they die in stuns. So against Rogues, Demon Hunters usually, they don't have a great time. So I feel like I don't want to see Existence there tagged in on his Demon Hunter. Potentially on his Warrior, but even then it's a little sketchy. I would much rather just see him on the bench and see Infernion tagged in immediately for that Lock Druid alley. And then from GRAFTAL, I mean, I'm a little bit biased, of course, but I want to see Yes Dave on the Mage. I don't care about the rest. Give me some Windwalker Mage, give me some Rogue Arcane, whatever it is. It's been a while since we saw a lot of these Arcane Mages. We saw a few of them in Cup number 1 with Cubsy and Raikou, but I want to see more, man. So bring on the Yes Dave.
Okay, well, you might just get your wish. Nope, just kidding. You're going to have to wait a little bit longer, Zico, but it's game number 1, Team HUHU versus GRAFTAL elimination round.
As an interesting one, we have take notes on the Assassination Rogue. So we're playing Assassination Rogue Windwalker Monk Discipline Priest. Now, this is going to be a very explosive composition. When that Serenity up with Zwen, with the Death Mark, it's going to be horrifying, but this is a big problem. I mean, the Demonology Warlock excels in matchups like this against the Discipline Priest where you don't really have any roots. You are going to be able to put out a lot of pressure. So I think this is going to be a really explosive match either way.
Yeah, and another interesting thing is that Vanos actually be playing the Preservation Evoker. Now, the matchup against the Disc Priest, there's a lot of people, they don't really know if the Disc Priest counters or the Evoker, but right now Frankie taking a lot of damage here. He pre-walls this kidney, but he might just die in it. The Communion coming in there, and the Emerald Communion did get a change here. You can use it in basically every CC in the game. When you're silenced, he just used it there in the Garrote silence. So Vanos definitely making use of that, holding on to his trinket. He doesn't want to get swapped to there by that Windwalker Rogue. Potentially later on, that Death Mark is available for take notes. So he definitely still packs a mean punch. And honestly, it did look very scary there. Frank had to use a lot, but I don't think they have too much more. No, they go for another setup here. There's a smoke bomb as well. Beautiful setup coming in here once again from the Windwalker Rogue. Frankie, though, manages to actually walk that one off as well here. And now some counter pressure. The Fire Alley is out. Big damage here onto Ricale. Ricale will trade out the Diffuse Magic, teleport back to his healer behind that pillar. And Take Notes also getting gripped here back to safety. So the Windwalker Rogue going to look for that next hit and run kind of punch here. Every single one of these kidneys could be absolute devastation, but Infernion, he needs to be kind of the goalkeeper here. He needs to make sure that they stay alive, but no, they will not be able to. They actually had a lot of buttons left here, but the pressure was just too much. They still had Void Shift, Pain Suppression, a lot of cooldowns left there on the Disc Priest. Didn't really expect them to get that kill so early, but Infernion manages to kind of play the goalie there, trinkets out, and get that pressure out together with Frankie.
I think that was a large Earth Shock. We will see it in the replay, but yeah, an unexpected amount of damage coming in onto Take Notes. You can see right now the Windwalker as well as the Rogue trying to get some pressure here, but Frankie's just been doing such a good job on that Elemental Shaman. It can be really difficult when you're the one being targeted and kind of trained down, but these expert Elemental Shamans, they handle it really well with some of the tools that they have available. And here you can see Take Notes gets it gripped back to the pillar. And I think it's just shortly after this where Frankie moves in and manages to land a huge hit. So have the stun onto Frankie, and it's just a few moments after. Take Notes loses a huge amount of his health. We can see right now. So yeah, Living Flame coming in from Vanos, an Earth Shock from Frankie, and that's going to be lights out for Take Notes. So that's the scary thing when you're playing against a team like HUHU, and this composition especially. They can put out a really large amount of damage in a short period of time, and Vanos especially. I don't know if you noticed it, but he's playing really aggressive in this matchup, getting up tons of Living Flames and Disintegrates, really assisting his team with the damage.
Yeah, Vanos is definitely performing on that Evoker. And that's the scary thing, right, about the elements. They just have such a surprising amount of damage. It's really hard to read it, You have, the Primordial Wave, you have, the Ascendance, things like that you can kind of track. But then there's also, the random Ascendance procs. And then there's also, the Earth Shock. It's a big difference if that Earth Shock crits, can hit, 120k, 130k. And if it doesn't crit, it's a really big difference on that. So also, when things like the Sky Fury gets dropped down, if they sneak it behind a pillar, you don't notice it. After it's been down for a second or two, it can give the Shaman enough time to actually get one of those really big hitters out. So that's a big reason why it's so popular here in Europe. Frankie making it look good there on the Eli Shaman, and Inferno as well. His job in this matchup is to disrupt the Ghost. Every single time the Windwalker Rogue pushes in, he needs to be there with the stuns from his path. He needs to be there with the Shadow Furies, with the Fears, the Coils, everything that he has to try to prevent them from actually using too much. And I feel like defensive rotation is the most important thing here for Team HUHU. And I think they did a great job there. And now we are going to see a quick lock-in on Hook Point. And this time with the Sub-Rogue, this is what they kind of played in the qualifier here, Van, on the side of GRAFTAL.
Yeah, I don't know how much I like this matchup. It seems like it's rough. This is I think the third time we're going to be seeing this matchup, kind of like where we bring in the Demonology Warlock against the Elemental Shaman. It seems really strong into these disc comps. You really are put on a timer, and these have so much disruption for the type of setups that they're doing. I really like the fact that Team HUHU has brought Vanos on the Preservation Invoker as well. I think it gives them some extra mobility with the Rescue Me, as well as kind of a lot of emergency cooldowns and damage and stuff like that. And I also feel like they're probably less susceptible to being swapped to than if they had like a Restoration Druid, for example. So I think it just gives GRAFTAL a lot less options in the match, and it's rough. I kind of wonder who they're going to go after here. I don't know. I guess Sub-Rogue over the Assassination Rogue, the one benefit is you're not going to have kind of that hard counter of the Preservation Evoker. You can basically cauterize you off your death mark and prevent a lot of that burst damage. So maybe that's kind of the line of play that GRAFTAL's going for. It should be a little bit less consistent damage from them, but at least their offense isn't going to be countered so easily.
Yeah, they're going to have massive burst on the side of GRAFTAL, and I really think it's going to be playing around the Ellie Shaman and the healer, getting maybe a sap into a blind on the healer, going on the Ellie Shaman, and then after the Ellie Shaman is on stun DR, swapping to the healer and trying to get more cooldowns that way. If they can get the trinket on the blind, they can swap to the healer afterwards, maybe get the communion out of the way, and then after that maybe look for a kill in the shadowy duel, things like that. The scary thing about GRAFTAL's comp is that you essentially have two classes that can just one-shot you and blow you out of the water, but the good news is for Team HUHU, very experienced team, and it always happens during those stuns. So if you're trying to shut down the rogue and the windwalker during those stuns, that's when you're going to have a good time. So we'll see if Team HUHU can kind of execute that defense, or if GRAFTAL can actually get that burst off. Another nice thing as well for the Preservation Evoker is, of course, that Nullifying Shroud, which right now I think actually is getting sapped off here for Vanos. So not having a great opener right there, but does manage to avoid the sap, and immediately here there are firing on all cylinders with that Serenity coming out, big damage coming out, and there's the stun on the stun, exactly what we were talking about there. Take notes, going for that stun swap on the healer, and Infernion shutting it down with his own stun, and they get the Hex as well. And now GRAFTAL already forced to run, not forcing out a single trinket there aside from Infernion, but Infernion is kind of the tank in this matchup.
I mean, that was a lot too. That was the Serenity, that was the Shadow Blade. So at this point, GRAFTAL has committed a lot of their offense, and unfortunately, they're not able to find the damage. Big swap here on Vanos, though. This kitty shot could be devastating. They force out the Emerald Communion. Not the trinket, but at least the Communion. That is one of Vanos' major ways to keep himself alive in stuns. Back to the pillar we go, and it's going to be these hit-and-run strategies coming in from GRAFTAL. It's all up to Team HUHU, Fernion, Frankie to make sure they have enough disruption. And they do. They've been doing a great job so far with their peels, but they need to continue that. Another big setup here on to Vanos. What can they force out if they get the trinket? It could be a disaster, but looks like Vanos might be able to hold on. Another stun incoming. Really dangerous moment, but that Lightning Lasso doing work there for Frankie. Vanos stays alive, doesn't have to make the trade, and that's a very good start here for Team HUHU.
Yeah, they still hold on to those Ellie Shaman and that healer trinket, and that really is your main bread and butter here if you are Team HUHU. As long as you have those, they don't really have a win condition on the side of GRAFTAL. Now, take notes, forced to use the Vanish, going once again after Vanos here. Let's see if they can find any CC. This is the moment, and he actually tries to immune the kidney there with the breath, but there's the full sheep shot coming in. Vanos in a lot of trouble here. Big damage coming out from the Fist of Fury. There's the Shadow Fury. There's the Fear. They're shutting it down immediately here. They did force out the trinket, though, and they also forced out that last charge of Obsidian Scale. No, he still has one more charge, so still has that in his back pocket. They're trying to actually smoke from Infernion there. He just teleports out, doesn't even give them that unending resolve. Frankie also holding on to his shield wall right there, so both of them still very tanky, but there is an opening. But take notes, in a lot of trouble here. Goes for the Cloak of Shadows Vanish. There's a Void Shift, Pain Suppression as well, and now they're going for that healer swap once again. Vanos getting blinded here for the setup, but they're already shutting it down. Look at that Fear coming out from Infernion, and Frankie on one side, Infernion on one side, just not giving them any openings right now, Van.
Yeah, Vanos preemptively uses Obsidian Scales. He knows he's in so much trouble. We got Shadow Blades. We got Shadowy Duel. Here it is. A massive one-shot opportunity for Take Notes. Can he take him down? Kitty shot. Do they have the cheap shot? They do. They set that up perfectly. Take Notes plays it cool, plays it calm. I think at that point, Vanos did a pretty good job, preemptively using his cooldowns, his Obsidian Scales. He tried to buy some time. Maybe they could get a cross kill here. Let's see. It's getting a little bit low. There's not too many cooldowns, not much mana left, but I think Frankie should fall here shortly, and he does. That was such a great setup there by Take Notes. These kind of rinse-repeat setups on the Evoker really worked out for them.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were talking about in the pregame. You try to get those swaps back and forth between the LA Shaman, between the healer, and if you can get that trinket and then get that big shadowy duel one shot, that's essentially your main win condition here. And we can see exactly how they do it. So here, very scary moment here for Take Notes. He gets Lightning Lasso, he drops dangerously low, the Pain Suppression comes out, Vanish as well, and at this point the priest just says, you know what, I'm just going to swap him as well, allow the rogue to be completely offensive. So they blind Vanos here for the setup, and they fear Take Notes to deny that sap. And the reason why Take Notes is going for that blind is to allow his team to actually get there and collapse on the healer. Vanos reading now, okay, I'm in big trouble. They just try to blind me into a setup. He pops the Obsidian Scales, trying to kind of read the situation. And then here comes the Cloak of Shadows. There's the kidney. Here comes the damage. And just a little bit extra pump coming in there from Ricale as well. and they managed to take him down there. Huge damage coming in there from the sub-rogue, and this is kind of what they've been riding on the side of GRAFTAL. You know, that sub Windwalker really has been doing a lot of work for them, and that's the scary thing. You know, you essentially have two classes that can more or less one-shot you. The Windwalker one-shot definitely got reduced a little bit, but still very, very scary when that Serenity is up, when that Zwen is also up. And of course for the sub-rogue as well, when you have Shadowy Blades or Shadow Blades and you have Shadowy Duel, you just do that secret technique with Cold Blood, that big one-shot that they have, and this is the result. You know, if you ever have to use your trinket, it's scary. It's definitely scary, but this was on the smallest map possible. This is a map where the sub-rogue actually can connect to his target a little bit easier. Something tells me we're going to the Sands of Tulvir, we're going to Ashamain, you know, something like this. And probably won't see that same success in terms of actually going after that healer.
Yeah, we'll have to see a little bit more of an opportunity. Honestly, I feel like Vanos, he played that so preemptive. Like, he knew exactly what was going to happen with the way he uses Obsidian Scales and the way he was ranging. But I think right at the moment it mattered most, he kind of dropped the ball a little bit and stayed where he shouldn't have. He could have been played very far away and made that setup a little bit more difficult. Even if Matt wasn't able to connect his damage, because he got a lot of damage off on that Discipline Priest. Right now, Discipline Priest, if you can actually free cast, they can do comparable damage to an actual DPS. So you have to shut that down. You have to play at range. You have to try to line of sight, because if they can cast, they will kill you. But yeah, like you predicted, we're going to Tolvaron Arena. Team HUHU opting to play a much larger map, and it's going to be a lot more difficult for GRAFTAL to get these kind of hit and run setups that they're looking for.
Yeah, and this is the biggest you know, map in the pool, but also the biggest game here for GRAFTAL. I feel like if GRAFTAL can win on Tolvir, then all of a sudden a series like this that very well could be kind of coming down to the maps could go in favor of GRAFTAL. So this is what we call the swing match, and for GRAFTAL, they're gonna need to try to win this one. However, it's gonna be extremely difficult. I mean, you saw it even on Hook Point. It was very tough for the Windwalker to actually connect in that kidney shot and actually get his damage off together with the rogue, because you know, you play Windwalker yourself, Van, your entire game, Hex, Fear, Stun,
Lasso,
Coil, you know, Lasso, yeah,
you're knocked away,
you're just not
Unleash
moving.
Shield, Static Field Totem. Yeah, I've been in that nightmare, trust me. And it's very difficult actually for Ricali, and honestly, especially when you're playing against such top tier opponents like Frankie and Infernion. Their disruption in this match is huge. Nice double leg sweep, and they get anything rolling. Infernion is going to trinket out, and it looks like he will be able to peel the situation. Demonic Tyrant going to be channeled out here, but it does get gouged. Another big setup here onto Vanos, but preemptive Obsidian Scales. There's no way that they can get. There's no way, right? Yeah, he's not going to go down through that. It's a lot of damage reduction, and Infernion continues to make the peels, to make the trades, but at least GRAFTAL was able to get a few cooldowns there. The trinket from Infernion, not going to be the biggest deal, but still better than nothing.
Oh, here comes another setup. Full blind onto Vanos. If they can force Vanos trinket here, it's going to be disaster. Frankie knows it. He's trying to kite. He pops the Astral Shift. They got Zwen the Tiger after him as well. And they're actually looking to swap now to Vanos here out of that sap. Emerald Communion coming out. But Frankie is actually out of range. So Frankie could get swapped to in a smoke bomb. But no, Vanos will be flying over there, making sure that Frankie is nice and healthy. And they're rotating their defensives very, very well here. You do not want to trinket that blind against the sub-rogue, because we saw what happened when Vanos didn't have that trinket. Now he still has that trinket available. He still has one charge of his Obsidian Scale, and he has all of this room to move around on. Very important though to make sure that you know, his wizards can stay aggressive, and Vanos actually plays that range game beautifully, because if they connect like this, it could be his trinket immediately here, trying to shut it down. Nice stun by Infernion into a Shadow Fury on both of them, into the Fear, and now Infernion trying to call in his Tyrant here as well. Here is the Tyrant coming in. He's got the Imps out as well. There's the portal. Here comes the damage from Infernion, and they know it. It is time to get out of there if you are on the side of GRAFTAL. You do not want to be in Infernion's line of sight right now. Take notes. And he is getting feared up. They're making it very hard for him to return to the pillar. Defensive smoke bomb, but the priest grips the smoke bomb right there. So a little bit of a waste on that smoke bomb. Would have rather just seen that offensively maybe onto Frank, especially on a map like this. But now here comes another setup. Infernion in an incap into a fear. They don't get the restun. There's a gap there for that renewing blaze to come out there for Vanos, and Vanos is going to be able to survive. But that was his last charge of Obsidian Scale. He pops the rewind as well, so Vanos completely fine. And now Team HUHU needs to get aggressive, because the next time they stun Vanos, most likely will be his trinket.
Oh my goodness gracious, Frankie, he's playing Traveling Storms and the Unleashed Shield. So anytime Rakali's able to connect, he's getting knocked away twice. Rakali getting incredibly low and might get dropped. He ports away at 1% health behind the pillar, and Matt will be able to keep him alive. Take notes on the run as well. Offense in full swing here for Team HUHU as they look to make a push. There's a blind onto Frankie. He does have his trinket, but opting not to trade it. Vanos realizing the situation. He is very far away, but he's caught into a kidney shot. A large amount of burst damage incoming. And they keep Vanos alive. It looks like they do have the peels. It doesn't look like Rakali will be able to reconnect, but these constant knocks from Frankie. With Traveling Storms, he can use his Thunderstorm on his teammate to knock them away. He can also use the Unleashed Shield to knock them away. He's also playing Static Field Totem, so just pure disruption on the side of Frankie, and it is a nightmare for these melee.
Really, really good stalling coming out now from Vanos. He had to use Trinket there, but now he pops the Nullifying Shroud, which means that they need to purge that. They need to stun him and get that off. Vanos also has another charge of Obsidian skill, which he probably will use, but I don't know if they have time because Matzios actually getting a crowd control right there at the last second. Can't access his Void Shift in time, and the Rogue does fall as a result. Really well played there by Infernion there at the end, getting that CC onto the Priest in that fear just to buy them that extra global when the Rogue is so low. And I feel like, GRAFTAL, this is a tough matchup for them on this map, I would say. But if I can be a little bit critical, there is a point there where I feel like they make a big mistake. And I think going for... you can see it actually right here. After this, so take notes. This is a really, really nice static field totem. Very annoying. Rakali comes up to try to back him up, and then here, look at take notes. He's in stealth. He's perfect. He's perfectly safe here. There's no reason to open. And the Windwalker, he goes for that kind of solo push here, just trying to get some pressure. And the Rogue actually does open here. So as soon as he's out of stealth here, he's not going to have a way to get to Vanos, and the Rogue is trying to get those charges off from Vanos, but it's 3 of them, and he needs to basically use so many globals to actually get there. And then Inferno comes in with the fear into the DR fear there on that trinket, and they don't access the Void Shift in time as a result of it. So I feel like if the Rogue just stays in stealth there and the Windwalker maybe pulls back, they can maybe even wait out those charges there. Because that's what they're trying to get rid of. Either the Priest in this case has to try to push and purge them, which is not a great option, or they can just wait because they don't actually have that much that's like forcing them to push in here. The Priest gets hexed up, gets feared up, Tyrant comes out, they stun, take notes, they just do so much damage here, and then they fear Matzios into a fear on his trinket instantly, into a triple DR fear. He gets a little bit unlucky there with the fear pathing as well, taking him out of that Void Shift range where he can't actually trinket Void Shift. So he has to trinket and then try to run back a couple of yards, and it's enough time for Inferno to get that last fear in as well. So I feel like if they stayed in stealth there, they would have had one more opportunity. But still, there was more cooldowns probably that Vanos would have preemptively used. Right, he still had the Obsidian scales as well. So it's a tough matchup for sure. And I think they did a good job getting as many setups as they did. But at the end there, I think the Rogue had to stay in stealth.
Yeah, just kind of rushed it a little bit, but I've been in that situation before, right? Like you had just won by one-shotting Vanos. You had basically everything lined up. He's probably sitting there. His comms are, just get them off, and I'll kill him. But unfortunately, they need a little bit more time. There's a good stall by Vanos, and now, as kind of predicted, we are going to be going to a smaller map, the Dalaran Sewers, so it's going to be a lot more difficult for Vanos to kind of play at range and kind of give himself less time on this smaller map to preempt a lot of these incoming attacks from GRAFTAL. So hopefully for GRAFTAL, their offense is going to be a bit stronger on this map. They can connect to their targets. I actually didn't mind when they went after Frankie. I do feel like they have other options besides only going after Vanos. And I think one of the keys to this matchup for them might actually be kind of throwing them a curveball, right? Like going for that blind sap on Vanos that he really doesn't want to trinket, while, opting for, Serenity and Discipline Priest damage on the Shaman to try to take him down. So I think there is more than one path to victory. And I'd like to see them kind of mix it up here on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely an option. Going for that, blind sap into Resap, into Shadowy Duel, and just have the rogue kind of CC the healer and try to have the Windwalker and the Priest send Frankie. And I feel like Smoke Bomb in general is not getting that much usage, but they are trying to set up here actually onto Frankie, but Ricali getting feared immediately here. Infernion trinkets out, playing that instant Howl of Terror. Infernion, it's been getting a lot of value. Here comes the Tyrant, big damage onto Take Notes here. He does have the, oh, he gets stunned up, he's on 1% HP, accesses the Vanish, but does not use the Cloak of Shadows. Extremely greedy. It's going to cost him his trinket and Matsio's trinket as well, but he wants that Cloak of Shadows for when they get offensive. But now I don't know if they even have a chance to get offensive. Ricali taking a lot of damage here as well, and here comes the setup. Emerald Communion gets forced out. I don't think they can get too much more. They could blind Vanos and go after Frank, and that's exactly what they're going to do. And this might be that moment here that you're talking about, Van. They need to get that sap, but Infernion shuts it down with the stun there. Beautifully done by Infernion. Now going for the Fierce here onto Matsios as well, forcing everybody on the side of Graftal to just cover here at the pillar, and more damage coming in here from Frankie. He's on stun DR, so he can be aggressive right now. Vanos just in the back line. I know the stun DR comes off, then Vanos actually leaps into that smoke bomb. Nice Howl of Terror coming out there from Infernion as well, but now Vanos has exposed himself as a target. Pre-Obsidian Scale though coming out, and that should be okay for Vanos. Now a stun onto Ricali, huge damage. There's the Void Shift, and there's the trinket from Ricali as well. Nacho still in a fear. They could swap to him. There's the Lightning Lasso. They kick it, and they might take him down. That Fire Elemental almost sending him with the Meteor. Huge damage coming in here from the side of Team HUHU. They might just close it out here. It's match point for GRAFTAL. They could get eliminated if they lose this game here. They still have every single defensive on the side of Team HUHU. Things are looking good.
Definitely Vano. So they're going for it, but Ricali gets dropped. Massive amounts of damage. And that, like, about 15 seconds prior to that, we will definitely see it in the replay. If you're the melee cleave, you do not want to be in the position where all the casters are on top of you. Like, that's the position you're supposed to be winning, right? But when you have a Demonology Warlock, an Elemental Shaman, and a Preservation Evoker, all three of them playing on top of you, looking for a triple kill, I feel like Team HUHU, they play this one so well from start to finish, forcing out the early trinkets from a bit of a greedy play coming in from the enemy team. I feel like this is just all down. This is a really, really one-sided match.
Yeah, definitely felt a little bit one-sided there for them, and can see it here on the damage as well. Tekno's just not able to get too much off, but you know, Sub Rogue is not really a scoreboard class either. Definitely a lot more about getting those, you know, hit and run one shots that we did see, and then here we can see the final couple of moments in that game. Matsios here almost getting sent right there by that Fire Ellie Meteor. That thing does so much damage. And then this is the moment kind of Van is talking about, actually a replay of the replay right there. But this is the moment that Van is talking about where all the wizards are on top of you, just zerging your whole team down. The big Blade Storm is coming out here from Infernion. So much AoE damage. Look at that triple Shadow Fury. The Fears are coming in. The Dream Breath comes out from Vanos, repositioning. He goes for the Nullifying Shroud, and they try to send him. And as soon as they do, well, you are in open field right now, and you got no cooldowns left. And it really is, I feel like a good offense here from Team HUHU is what kind of enabled this match to go the way it did, especially in that start. They got the Priest Trinket and the Rogue Trinket Vanish before they even, you know, did a single setup, more or less. So Infernion definitely blasting off in this one. The Howl of Terror, I really like that. More and more Warlocks have been playing that instant Howl of Terror in these matchups, and it's getting a lot of value here. You know, there's no Tremor Totem, there's nothing really that can kind of annoy you and disrupt it. So you get a lot of value if you hit those 2-man, 3-man Howl of Terrors, and you have access to those stuns from your pet as well, shutting down every single setup with that. And then here, you know, they kind of also have to get offensive here on the side of GRAFTAL, because staying at the pillar is a losing battle, and that Nullifying Shroud, it lasts for 30 seconds. Really, really tough to deal with when the Evoker positions as good as Vanos has been positioning as well. So you want to go before that goes off. So I don't blame them for going for that last setup, but they're just too far behind in the matchup. And Team HUHU will continue to advance in that lower bracket. You know, unfortunately for GRAFTAL, they will be eliminated here in 8th. And Team HUHU is the runner-up from last weekend. The Agents already eliminated here, you know, before we got to broadcast. So Team HUHU climbing up the ranks right now. This is a, you know, if you're the Agents right now, you want this team to do badly. So the fact that Team HUHU won here is not good for the Agents.
It could be good in a way. Like, it's interesting. Sometimes you want to cheer for the other teams that are doing well because they soak up all the points so nobody can catch you. So there's that line of thinking as well. But yeah, really, really impressive performance by Team HUHU either way. I was going to say, one of the things I like about playing Frost Mage, is kind of a side note, is you have so much anti-pillar, right? Like someone's hiding at a pillar, and you're playing a Wizard comp, you have Frozen Orb, you have Blizzard, you have Ring of Fire. It's really good. And I feel like Demonology Warlock is very similar in that way, right? So it's one of the problems when you're playing a hit and run composition, like we just saw from GRAFTAL. There's just so much anti-pillar with all the demons that can chase you, the blade storms that they're going to be able to put out. It really puts you on a timer, puts a lot of pressure on you to get those consistent goes. But unfortunately for GRAFTAL, they will be eliminated. Our next matchup of the day is going to be MYWAY versus BAEN. And that's an exciting one for me because I feel like we have not seen, I mean, Tony's brand is literally Tony Farrell, right? Like, and he might not actually play the Farrell this week.
Yeah, Tony Farrell gonna be Tony Shiv right now. I think that's what he called it. I think he said on Twitter, "Shiv is coming for you guys" or something. So Tony definitely a funny character. But yeah, they have been playing a lot of DM Hunter Thug Cleave. So we did see a little bit of Thug Cleave, you know, from the Fiends, which currently are chilling in that upper bracket, waiting to fight off against Dragonlance Roulette a little bit later. But it's going to be interesting to see BAEN versus MYWAY. BAEN is a rogue mage team primarily, and MYWAY has been playing two different compositions here actually, with the Shadow Priest rogue, which they didn't do so well with, but maybe they've been, you know, polishing it a little bit more. And of course that BM Hunter Asa rogue. So it's going to be interesting to see. Definitely a lot of skill on that roster, and they definitely eliminated some good teams to get here as well. You see the Agents lost to Dragonlance Roulette, and MYWAY beat the Agents, which are, you know, the team that won last week, to actually qualify for that lower bracket position. So the competition here in Europe has been definitely firing up, and we're already at cup number 2. There's only 4 cups. You want top 3, so it's really, we're already getting to, you know, like the danger time. It's going very quickly here in the AWC this season. So you definitely don't want to be in that 4th to 8th position, because then you will have to be in that gauntlet tournament. And if you are in that 4th to 8th position, you want to at least be as close to that 4th position as possible, because then, you know, you only have to win 1 game if you're that 4th team. Whereas if you're the 8th seed, you have to win every single one of those seeds. So MYWAY, they need to rack up some points. They had a decent performance last week, but they need to make it really count here. BAEN newcomers, can they bring in the upset here? We will find out in that next game.
We'll find out in that next game. We have an explosive series coming up right after a very short break. Welcome back, everyone, to our second series of the day. This is Cup 2 in Europe. I'm Venuki, joined with Supatees. We just had a really kind of quick series, seeing one of these Wizard comps really dominate. I think this one might be a little bit different. MYWAY traditionally playing that jungle cleave. I think they might actually mix it up with the thug cleave this time, and that seems like a really scary composition.
Yep, I can imagine Tony on social media talking about what class he's going to be playing today already. So I'm imagining that they would start with that, but it would be kind of bold, simply just because BAEN, their team, is likely to run a rogue mage of their own. So do you want to step into that domain and try and mirror them, or do you want to utilize Tony on rogue as like a counter pick to some of the other comps that might be difficult for them? There's a lot to debate here. Luxia, of course, on MYWAY is likely going to be running a preservation evoker if they're anticipating an assassination rogue that's a really strong healer with the ability to remove the bleed effects. So they could start with either like a hunter rogue dragon against a rogue mage dragon, or we could see their feral hunter dragon, or maybe they bring Eritros in with a Death Knight. This team has a lot of comps. You can see their names here, all their social medias. I know Luxia's got a pretty big fan base in the chat right now. I've been seeing the emotes spammed out throughout the day, even when he's not playing. So he's got a lot of support. And then BAEN, this is their first kind of debut in a tournament setting. Very excited to see how they perform overall. They're playing a composition that's basically the same as Poggers or Waz's team, with that preservation evoker, arcane mage, assassination rogue. So there's a lot to be answered on MYWAY's side in terms of how they want to play this, what comp they're going to play. BAEN, I think, is a little bit more straightforward of what to expect.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, really curious to see what MYWAY does. For such a long time, this team has basically just played one composition, so it's interesting to see them potentially mix it up here on the Grand Arena. But yeah, your guess is kind of as good as mine, what we're going to see here in the blind pick. But this is an elimination series, and we will actually be seeing Eritros. That's very interesting. So the Shadow Priest Beast Mastery Hunter, I do believe, Restoration Druid going up against the Rogue Mage Priest. I think this is going to be a very fun match.
I think he's survival. I'm 99% sure with the aspect of the eagle.
You should be right.
Here. So Survival Hunter are going to be really good for the Assassination Rogue, so they can get the Resto Druid in, but I don't like a Resto Druid pick into an Arcane Mage. I think Kleptomania is really strong here, so let's see how they decide to navigate it. Immediate Kitty Shot on Eritros, already connecting Arcane Surge, but Iron Bark goes out, Eritros should recover. Now they're crowd controlling the Priest with a Freezing Trap, bash onto the Mage, decent counter pressure, full fear now out of the Freezing Trap, pressure onto Shoxy as well, down below half at the moment. Well, cooldowns looking to trade. Rapture comes out from Aliek in the back line, spamming out those Powered Shields. Those Powered Shields aren't doing too much, not looking too powerful at the moment. Has to use the Void Shift, but now a swap onto Luxia. They use Void Shift and Tranquility Bubble. Now damage onto Kasu. Massive pressure out of nowhere as BAEN come back swinging.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure for both sides, but PMake is going to get pain suppression. They are getting a lot of counter pressure here on the Mage, but unable to force the Ice Block just yet. Shoxy going for a kitty shot here onto Eritros. Do they have the damage to take him down? He does have the Dispersion, so there are answers here for MYWAY. And now we could potentially see the Rogue Mage Priest on the back foot. BAEN right now, they are forced back to the pillar. Not exactly where you want to be. Where are the openings? Everyone still has Trinket from MYWAY, so although that was a bit of a panic situation, they still all have their trinkets. This is the Smoke Bomb. Looks like Cassie should be more than okay with that.
All right, let's see if they can hold on here. Luxia's Barkskin's coming up. Their team's in a good position. Shoxy's down at half. Full Freezing Trap on Aliek. Can they get the kill here? Kasu at the same time is getting low. It's a bit of a game of chicken, and Shoxy is going to pull away first as Kasu grapples back in to reconnect and continue his assault. Aliek line of sighting with that Penance, trying to top off his Rogue, but really struggling. Another Powered Shield comes up just in the nick of time. Kidney Shot onto the Hunter, slowing down some of the pressure. Counterspell onto Eritros, trying to get bleeds onto two targets here as we see Shoxy bouncing between the Hunter and the Rogue, although Kasu likely going to be the primary target here, but Shoxy is still low. He Shadow Step, eats the Freezing Trap. Insane play from Shoxy. Defensive Shadow Step, eats the crowd control for his teammate who has no way to break it, and now Kasu forced into the aspect of the turtle. Not a good position. Kidney Shot on Eritros, Polymorph onto Luxia, a swap over to the Shadow Priest. It's going to net the kill. Big Arcane Barrage comes in from PMake. Insane plays from BAEN. It looked shaky at the start. I was worried about them being able to pull it together, but they made some flashy moves right at the end.
That's really nice swap there by BAEN, and unfortunately saw MYWAY underreact to that just a little bit. There was a Dispersion available, so it did have the cooldowns, and I feel like there was the opportunity for them to bring that game a little bit later and potentially win, but BAEN capitalizing on that swap, getting a lot of burst damage out And honestly, their Rogue Mage Priest looked really solid. I mean, they were switching targets all over the place. Here's a really scary moment onto Luxia. He gets low. That's going to be the Barkskin Tranquility, Void Shift. A little bit later on in the game, they get Casu super low. He's forced to trade out that aspect of the turtle. And the pressure of this Rogue Mage Priest right now is really high.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the Shadow Priest Hunter was going to be able to maybe take this at the start. Like, you crowd control a Discipline Priest, they're basically doing no healing. So freezing trap, silent, stunned, it's all instant ranged and not really preventable, like in this position. But this Shadow Step, if that trap lands, like maybe Shoxy's the one that's dead and running away. Aeritros clutches out the fear, but then maybe he's over aggressive, goes for an MD, and has Disperse right at the end of the game, which is a defensive cooldown you can use in a kidney shot. Is what they needed to trade in this position with 1 second left. I'm not sure if Luxia was like, hey, I'm almost out of the poly, I got you, or something maybe at that moment, as he does have Nature's Swiftness at the end of the game. But it was such a close race. This was the start of the match where I was thinking the RMP might just be falling off, but then they immediately swap to the Resto Druid and get basically 2 major buttons in one push. And then right towards the end, Shoxy makes the hero play. Definitely stepping up, considering this is the first time we see them play in a tournament, right? Doing plays like this, the defensive Shadow Step on the freezing trap, swapping around on targets, not just getting steamrolled and run over by the pressure from their opponents early on. A really good performance from them in this first game right here. That hero play, definitely he's going to be clipping that for himself, I'm sure, hanging it up on the fridge. Because if he didn't do that, it might have been him that was dead right here and not Casu in the aspect of the turtle. And then right here, we're just adding insult to injury watching it again, like disperse, disperse, disperse. I can just, if I was in a solo shuffle in that situation, that's what my comms would be sounding like right now. Is press disperse, please press disperse. It's not going to come through, which is going to give BAEN a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, really, really impressive performance. I wasn't exactly sure what to expect from this team coming into game number 1, as this is kind of their debut here in the AWC, but I think that was a really solid performance on the Grand. Now they get to lock in their composition here onto Asha Main's Fall. What is MYWAY going to do? Did we like the Shadow Priest Survival Hunter? Like, it seemed like they were pretty close. Like, they had good pressure. They were getting cooldowns. It's kind of the way it works against the Discipline Priest too, right? Like, they have like with the double pain suppression and the powered barrier and stuff like that, you have a lot of big buttons that can keep your team alive through burst. But once those are gone, it could be really, really difficult to heal. So were they close enough? Like, were they actually working through enough cooldowns that this comp looked convincing?
I think it could work, but I'm not sure about the Resto Druid. I just feel like if you play with the Resto Druid, the Arcane Mage is just basically not a target at that point. He's going to have 2 healers because he's going to steal all of your hots and have the Priest healing him at the same time, which maybe isn't a bad thing if you can kill the Rogue, but it just makes it so the Rogue is the only kill target. I understand why they want Survival Hunter. The 4-piece bonus is a lot of burst damage, being able to remove the bleeds if it's on another target, but I feel like BM might be safer if they want to run Hunter Priest. Just kiting around, and they're going to completely switch gears. Tony is going to be coming in on the Assassination Rogue. They're going to be running some Hunter Rogue. This is a comp that we normally only see played in North America, really, right? By the Golden Guardians. I feel like in competitive play, we don't really see a lot of teams running the Rogue Hunter. It's super fragile, super risky comp to play. Usually the Golden Guardians are taking a risk on it. They played it at BlizzCon a few times, so I am very excited to see how they perform with it, considering this team has in the past only been playing jungle. Casu and Tony are AWC European champs with that, so the fact that they're going to flex onto a composition that's along the same vein of that archetype of Hunter comps, but it's a lot more aggressive and it's a lot harder to like turn around. You're not going to be like, hey, guys, can we take a moment here? I want to be able to recover because I need a second. You don't get that with Hunter Rogue. It's kind of do or die.
Got to give a big shout out to the Fiends as well. They were playing the Hunter Rogue last week with the Subtlety.
Yeah.
A bit of a different variation, like the way it's played with the Subtlety Rogue versus the way it's played with the Assassination Rogue.
This is more Zug. This is just brute force.
More Zug. A little bit less finesse, but just go in, raw damage, and I think that's probably how Tony's going to play it as well. It's interesting to see when you have somebody kind of alting an Assassination Rogue, like someone who normally plays a Feral Druid, playing the Assassination Rogue, like their style might be a little bit different than someone who only plays Rogue and plays all the sub-Rogue, and just go for more like all-out raw pressure, bleeding everybody, swapping all over the place, kind of like how a Feral Druid would play. So curious to see. One update to the UI that I did want to shout out as well, as we now have all the players' racials there. So you can see that next to the medallion, their racial, depending on what race they have selected in the game, to give them that little bit of an extra edge here on the tournament realm.
All right, let's see if it is going to give him that extra edge. Flare comes out, doesn't hit anyone out of stealth here. And Casu is going to have camouflage, but it's a limited time stealth. So he wants to outweight the invisibility of the mage and then likely start with crowd control and the priest, open on mage. I'm imagining is how they're going to start this, and maybe a swap to the rogue. And there we go. Invisibility's over. PMake's trying to arcane explosion. Anybody out of stealth doesn't find anyone. Casu is sneaking in. Now their time is limited. They got to get crowd control, make a move before Casu is out of camouflage. Where are they going to go with this sap onto the mage to hold him in place, into a full freezing trap on the healer? Immediate pressure, but they're turning it around with a kidney shot. They interrupt the arcane surge. They scatter the rogue. Really good peels from Casu. Now setting up a swap to Shoxy with a kidney shot off of the scatter shot, completely negating the rogue mage opener. But PMake is still fishing for an arcane surge. Gets the double tap. Is he going to be able to get the arcane missile spam that he needs to connect off the back of those cooldowns? He actually gets garroted for a second. We see the power word barrier drop down onto Shoxy a bit preemptively to stabilize him and get him aggressive onto Casu. I would imagine in this position with that full kidney shot. Casu feign deathing, trying to get away from the fight at the moment. Now swapping back, full blind onto the healer. Shoxy, how's he going to deal with it? Cloak of Shadows. Shadow steps back to the pillar and vanishes from sight. PMake across the battlefield, trying to line of sight while his healer's in a freezing trap. Pretty risky game. He pops the altar time, trying to get back in line of sight, but he's going to have to alter back out of line of sight of his healer. Now he's trying to blink back, but two teammates are critically low. Void Shift comes out onto one as Oliek has a lot of work to recover both members, but with evasion up, Shoxy's dodging all the attacks, stuns up Tony, but there's not a lot of pressure. They haven't got a medallion from anyone on MYWAY. They need to get a medallion soon if they want to be able to win this.
Yeah, PMake is just not having a good time getting off damage in this match. It's been really difficult for him. Here comes some Arcane Blast, big pressure, but he gets scattered. Great denial by Casu in this match, and Shoxy's getting incredibly low, down to 10% health. He's barely holding on. Like doing the best he can. Appendix will connect, but his health is going nowhere but down. The bleeds and the damage from the Beast Mastery Hunter just putting out so much pressure, but PMake in the backline throwing in some Arcane Blast. Casu getting low. If that barrage lands, it could be lights out at the same time, though. We could be looking at a cross kill onto Shoxy. His health is going nowhere but down. Oleg trying to do everything he can to keep him alive with the Rapture spam, and it looks like he will be able to hold on, but that was a really close call.
Yeah, that defensive blind on the Tony, he didn't trinket it. He doesn't want to throw the game, get kidneyed with death marks, so he just sat in it, but that means they lose a window of possibly winning the game here. Powered barrier on another kidney shot. This is going to open up a lot of damage in about 30 seconds for Tony when his blind and death mark are available. Luxia just needs to retain his mana to that point. He doesn't have a lot at the moment, only with about 25% remaining. Casu getting whittled down as well. Luxia's going to have to split his hots. He goes into that Tree of Life, which is really important right now. It's going to give you free regrowths every 5 seconds and when your life bloom ticks, so it's going to give him a lot of free healing to retain his mana to buy time for Tony, but they actually get medallion from Tony. He trades it on the death mark, turns it around, so it is going to be more than fair. PMake is free casting right now. Big arcane blast onto Tony. He's going to Cloak of Shadows, vanish away from the fight, and at any moment, if they leave PMake open like that, he could definitely carry the team. No trinket for either rogue. Death mark's available. Here comes the full blind. No trinket. Where's the kidney? Shoxy's on the run. We need to see that Tony kidney shot onto Shoxy. Perhaps he just dies to the pet. He vanished. He gets flared out of the vanish. Is he going to go down here? Big heal comes in from Oliek right at the last second, but he's dying through 2 health bars. He's dismantled. He can't peel. And we see Luxia jumping into the fight as well to add some crowd control, but actually gets dodged on his bash, and he holds on at 1%. Absolutely unbelievable. That evasion was MVP. He dodges the bash that would have killed him, and he stays alive. Another hero play from Shoxy, but how much longer can they keep this up? He's still at 30% health, just hovering, desperately trying to stay in the fight, trying to pre-death from above. An incoming stun, but doesn't hit it. Now he's into the kidney shot, but Luxia is completely out of mana. He drops down the Iron Bark. Is Shoxy going to go down first? Pain suppression goes up. It's an absolute race to the finish here. Neither team has anything left.
Yeah, nothing left. But Innervate comes up for Luxia. He's going to have a lot of healing here, free of charge. Let's see if he can keep Tony alive. 17% dampening at this point in the game, but it looks like he might be able to hold on. Tony, there's nothing left. He does have the cheat death, but there are no major cooldowns. We have a trap right now onto Oliek. Shoxy on the run once again in defiance. This rogue just will not die. The defensive blind onto Tony, into a dismantled polymorph onto Casu, but still somehow does manage to fall. BAEN doing a great job defensively there. Let's see if they can actually get the counter kill. Tony is in a bit of trouble. There really isn't much cooldowns. He's going to run, try to get back to the pillar. Looks like that will be it. BAEN tap out. And now we have a tied series on our hand, but that was close.
Yeah, I'm almost wondering, like, if we get a smaller map where Luxia is easier to crowd control, if that's not as as good for MYWAY, considering their mana was in a tough position. I really like Luxia's play here, just using his cooldowns frequently. It's important to get Innervate on cooldown so you get it again before the game ends, because the games are so short, so that his Innervate and Tree of Life came up exactly when they needed it. But man, Shoxy, I'm not sure how many lives he's burned in throughout this series, because he's lived on like a prayer multiple times throughout this match here. I almost thought PMake was going to take Tony out, and right here he evasions, and Luxia tries to bash him. He faces him, and he's just hugging the pillar so the pets attack in front of him, and he's praying he doesn't die. And a DB on Tony for a global just to get Ollie a second to get a heal. That was really clutch. And even here, he moves back into the barrier during the kidney shot, min-maxing that damage reduction. They fear Casu to try and slow down and prevent the trap, but he actually just trinkets and goes for it. Casu knows they need to end this game now if they're going to be able to still win. Defensive blind on Tony. You're thinking maybe he's able to make it, but Bestial Wrath pets are just chomping away at his back. They dismantle Tony. They're trying to hold on, but he just can't get away from the pets, and that Bestial Wrath is so threatening. Maybe if they saved the fear for the Bestial Wrath, like now I'm being really nitpicky in this situation, because I do think whoever has AoE crowd control, whether it's a Frost Nova, a Fear, or a Root or something like that, that's the mechanic you need to be interacting with against a Beast Mastery Hunter, is crowd controlling the pets right after they pop Bestial Wrath.
I'm actually a bit surprised. I'm pretty sure that PMake was playing Shimmer in that game. I feel like if you're the mage in that matchup and you aren't playing Shimmer, that's pretty scary into Assassination Rogue BM Hunter. So maybe they even change up their targeting from MYWAY. Smaller map might make it better for the Rogue Mage Priest, but I just keep thinking about how many times Shoxy barely survived, right? Like, how many 1% healths are you going to be able to actually live with? And it was just a little bit more damage, then that game would have ended a lot sooner, and it wouldn't have looked so close. So definitely scary here for the side of BAEN. We are going to Blades Edge Arena. Really interesting pick. This isn't something a lot of teams end up locking in on their blind, but kind of the newcomers here, BAEN, they will be locking it in, and it can be really strong for Mage in particular with the knocks that they have with Blast Wave now. It can be really, really kind of difficult to deal with. So we'll see what MYWAY decides to do.
You can also reset the pets if you need to. You can just jump off the side of the bridge, get a snare on the pets, jump off the side, reset the pets. Alter time as well, really valuable here. Alter on the top, jump off, alter back up, type of deal. And I'm trying to think if there's anything from MYWAY that could really punish that. Nothing's coming to the top of my mind that could really punish it. But this is a really strange pick. Like, almost, I feel like there's only one team throughout AWC's history consistently picked Blades Edge Arena, was Blizzo's team, and they picked it because they wanted to stack mages up. And so a mage picking this map seems really odd given the history of it in tournament play.
Windwalker Ellie as well. Chun-Li,
Chun-Li
and Cubsy, trampoline cleave, just knocking people off the edge. I was gonna say, I think the way you punish it. I mean, if you're MYWAY, what I would do if I was them is, if we see PMake jump, like if PMake's the main target, he jumps off the side with alter time, just ignore him. Okay, bye, and then you just go on somebody else. But bleeds onto the Shoxy, make a swap on him. I think that's one of the really powerful things about BM Hunter Assassination Rogue, is you can go after multiple targets, and it is a lot of pressure. I mean, Casu right now on the Hunter is really dishing out the damage, and I feel like this map may backfire here for BAEN. I really don't know how PMake's going to be able to really kite and survive if he plays at the top of the map. I think this could be really difficult for them.
Also, it's not like you're going to get easy crowd control. Like, normally this is an easier map to CC a healer, because where are they going to go if you're fighting in the middle of the bridge? Probably the middle of the bridge. But a druid can just shapeshift. It can be in Moonkin form and utilize a lot of heal over time effects from Moonkin form and just be passively immune to polymorph. So it's not like you're really getting an easy punish onto the enemy healer given this map. But maybe they want to kill the druid. We've seen a lot of assassination rogues just destroy resto druids. Like, if they don't have a trinket, they'll die through tranquility if they're using it too late to bleed damage. So I could see this as a rushdown druid map.
Yeah, definitely. There's not many places that he can actually run and hide. There's no big pillars. This is a very explosive map. We're going to see a lot of knocks utilized here by PMake, more than likely. But I also think BAEN, if they don't play this game very aggressive and try to utilize the map to their advantage in that way, then I think it's going to be really difficult for them to get any kind of resets and survive any kind of long-term game.
Okay, let's see how they decide to play this. Where's the flare going to go? Casu and Tony and Luxia playing on bottom bridge. Ooh, a Frost Nova from PMake trying to hit somebody. Doesn't hit anyone. Ollie really close to Tony Farrell at the moment. Right on top of him, they sap the mage. I'm surprised he didn't get pulled out there. He's literally right on his heels. Garrote now onto the mage, stun onto the priest. Same opener. I would imagine a scatter onto the rogue. We see a pre-pain suppression onto Shoxy. Really anticipated pain suppression. They're just gonna walk that off. All right, free pain suppression. Now go for
Double
my
kidney.
god, double kidney. How often do you see two rogues kidneyed in the same second right there? This is a miracle series for Shoxy right there, considering his team was already just down a pain suppression. Getting that double stun definitely negated a lot of damage. They get tranquility from Luxia, and I don't think he hit the blind with it. He didn't immune any crowd control, so they could just run Luxia down right now with spam purge.
Yeah, there's the kidney shot. Massive amounts of damage. Beautiful fear coming in. But Tony doing what he can to peel. Going over to P-Mate. Gets a Garrote silence onto him. Slowing down some of that arcane damage. Very important. They need to stop the cast. Large amounts of damage coming in from this mage. He's just absolutely devastating their team with these arcane blasts. And that was a big mistake. P-Mate really putting in a lot of work there. They needed interrupts on that mage. I feel like Tony could have even blinded him. He needed to gouge him. He needed to do something because P-Make was the one that was able to get off most of the damage there at the end.
I just don't know how I feel about a druid, especially on these small maps. I just Acid Rogue, I feel like it's so easy to kill a druid. Arcane Mage
Klepto, too.
just removes all of the hots, and the priest can purge on top of that. So even if you get some hots after that fact, you're already stripped and you're trading global for global with the priest. You just don't win. You don't survive at that point. So like, but what other healer would really be better? Maybe a dragon on the smaller maps for Luxia. Might be a better pick for him. And it's crazy to think this opener was basically the priest kind of wasting pain suppression, right? They didn't get a lot of value right off the bat, and it still didn't ultimately matter. As soon as they got on top of the druid, they cornered him. Look at him. He's actually in the corner. Where is he going to go? They pushed him all the way back, catch him in a kidney shot. And there's pressure on Tony at the same time, and they leave in a mage free casting. So it's just like missile, 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 blast, 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 and Resto Druid just going down. Schism coming in. Disc Priest do a lot of damage. He trinkets offensively, Oliek in this position. Like, they know they're going to win here once they've clept out all those hots. Once they got through that tranquility, you don't care about Bark Skin. You don't care about Iron Bark. It's all about having hots up and being in bear form and being at a healthy margin. But Luxia making this play preemptively, maybe it cost him the game. It would have been really cool and flashy if he tranks and he immunes blind, but if you trank and you don't immune anything, you just lose trank. So like right here, he could use tranquility, completely stop this attack, give his team time to get pressure, get crowd control, and push them back. But because he tried to make the flashy pre-play, he trades that cooldown, gets nothing, and then kind of just gets ran down after that point.
Yeah. Going back and watching the replay, definitely things that they could have done a little bit different. I wonder if this is a matchup they're going to be comfortable with, maybe on the large map. Did
you see that game time? Sorry, I got distracted by it.
Oh, it was 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, a minute and 23 seconds. That's also never happened. This is like a miracle series, I think, between Shoxy living and.
Are you sure that's never happened? I feel like that's.
I mean, has it?
It's possible, maybe. Right? I can't recall games specifically that have gone to 123, but I feel like there's a possibility that it has happened before, but maybe not. Maybe that's a first. But it looks like MyWay will actually lock in the Restoration Druid. So they're not afraid, but I feel like they should be. Like, Luxia is super susceptible on that Druid. We kind of mentioned it. Mages can use... I wonder if he actually is using it. I would be amazed if he wasn't using it. But yeah, Mages can use a PvP talent that makes it so their spell steal has a cooldown, but it removes every single magic effect you have. And yes, he is going to be running it. So if you're a Restoration Druid and you're anticipating getting kidney shot and you have 5 hots on you, Life Bloom, Rejuve, you have everything. Keep yourself alive. The mage just presses one button and it's all gone. And the hardest thing for a Restoration Druid is recovering after a moment like that, especially when you have an Arcane Mage just free casting on you with power infusion. Like, there's no hope. So MyWay's going to have to clean it up a bit. I think they really should go after the mage more, try to put a lot of pressure on him, because I feel like if P-Make isn't free casting in this matchup, Luxia's going to have a much better time surviving.
I don't know. Like, RMP is basically triple DPS now. Like, if the priest isn't CC'd, like he's going to do competitive damage up with a DPS if the other team isn't outputting pressure. So it's like everything is a threat. You need to be on the mage, but if you leave the rogue, then maybe he just runs down the druid by himself with just Klepto coming in. You go on the rogue, you leave the mage open, he blows somebody up. So it's like This is a really threatening game. They're facing elimination. MYWAY really need a good run here. They have a good chance also with the agents being out of the top 8 to start getting closer to the top 3. So losing to BAEN this early on would absolutely be devastating for their team, relying on the aggressive rogue hunter resto druid trying to flare out a stealthy, which could be a way for them to get a little bit ahead here. PMake is now out of invisibility in just a moment, and as he is, I'm imagining it's going to be the same opener. Garrote, stun the priest, freezing trap, scatter the rogue, as we saw on other maps throughout this series. So Cassie's moving closer to the priest to get in position for that stun. They get the Garrote. Here's the stun. Here's the trap. Choxy probably going to open, but he's hesitant because he knows he's going to get scattered. So he wants to stun Cassu so he doesn't get scatter shot, and then opens up with a kidney shot and lines Cassu. Really good positioning from Choxy here to get an opener cleanly without getting crowd controlled.
Yeah, now he gets kidney shot and gripped away. This is a great start from BAEN. They get the opener that they want and kind of deny any initial pressure from MYWAY. So excellently done here. You can see Luxia playing max distance right now in that Incarnation Tree of Life, just really trying to play max range. Full blind goes out onto Ollie. Shoxy's just dying. A lot of incoming pressure here from Casso. He's able to get a lot of damage. Trap onto Ollie as well. PMake taking some pressure, but Tony is into the kidney shot. This is an opportunity. Big Arcane Surge gets interrupted there. Casu, MVP right now, slowing down the damage. And now it's actually Shoxy who's in a lot of trouble. They overlap the pain suppression as well as that void shift, and that is not the kind of overlap you really want to see.
Ooh, Shadow Step swap over to Luxia. They're getting him involved in the fight. It's really important for the Rogue Mage Priest. Get the Druid involved. Kidney shot out of bear form. Mind Game Schism. A lot of damage incoming onto Luxia right now. Is Barkskin going to be enough? The Kleptomania comes out. I think he uses Overgrowth there and manages to get some distance and is trying to line of sight. Bashes Shoxy, decides to go the other direction. No, he Tranquility Shields. I feel like maybe that wasn't necessary. It's the death mark. He's trying to respect the trade, but I don't think kidney shot's off cooldown. It's not even close yet for him. And if he trinkets a kidney, he's going to get fully blinded. He needs to trinket this. He trinkets. He could get blinded and a big swap possibly. Maybe they just kill him through it anyways. He's down at half. Ollie is just penanceing him BM offensive with his mage at half health, just playing really aggressive. Maybe he regrets that though, as his mage is now down to half health. Shoxy is caught in a root. Really like those entangling roots. Freezing trap onto the priest. No trinket. Ice block has been forced, and now it looks like Shoxy is trying to solo the rest of the Druid, but Luxia has escaped as Tony peels Shoxy away with a kidney shot, pressuring him down to half. Tony into a kidney shot. He trinkets out, turns around, death mark connects, and I think we're going to a game 5 here. Oliak is looking to deny it. A miracle rapture is keeping Shoxy alive by the skin of his teeth. I cannot believe it. Shoxy goes down, and MYWAY tie it up. Game 5.
What a close call. Luxia barely surviving that kind of all in there by BAEN. I feel like both these teams are playing this series very well. MYWAY there. I really want to shout out Cassio. I think he did such a good job, not only getting a pressure in the match, but also really kind of carrying in terms of defense. He was the one that was shutting down the mage, the rogue, on the swaps, getting lots of peels out when he needed to. And I feel like if Cassio wasn't playing as well as he did, this game would have been over long ago.
Look at this. So many close calls. Void Shift comes in from Oliak right here. Pain suppression on top of it. This is where Luxia just got ran down. Like, you're thinking, like, there's no way he's going to be able to survive. So what exactly peeled him? Shoxy is rooted. And then we see PMake get swapped to, and he's getting pressured at the same time, so he can't free cast. He's snared by the crippling poison. He can't connect. He's forced to ice block. Then they swap back to the next target that's close to Luxia, and I really like that. Just hit whatever is pressuring Luxia the most and keep them away. And right at the final seconds of the game, as we slow it down, like, how is he alive here? Rapture at 1%, like, just gets a heal in between the shield before it gets absorbed, gets another shield. And I'm thinking, like, maybe Tony dies. Like, at that point, like, he's almost 1%. There's nothing left for Luxia really to pick him up. He evasion cloaks. Like, this is so close. The pressure is really mounting between these teams. You can tell that they want it, and unfortunately for MYWAY, it's not going to be on their map pick because they lost in game 1, which means we are likely going to a really small map. We saw Blades work really well. I think Hook Point likely works to the same, and you can see how hectic it gets when they can actually get Luxia involved. But when he gets space, it becomes a lot rougher for them. So yeah, Hook Point, I'm imagining, is going to be game 5, and MYWAY are going to have to make the assessment. Can we make Druid work on this map? Is Luxia going to be able to step up here and keep our team alive long enough to be able to win the game on that small map?
How did Tony almost die? Like, I was trying, like, it's like the third time I've seen that replay. I'm trying to understand, well, how did Tony go from like 50% to 10%? Like, the mage wasn't I don't know what happened there, but yeah, that was almost a cross kill on Tony. Yeah, maybe it was. The priest is like, whatever, you're going down. We're making this a cross kill. Just decided to make that decision to go for it. But Hook Point, small map. What is MYWAY going to do? Are they locking in the Restoration Druid once again? Because the small map is going to be an absolute nightmare for Luxia to survive. But I feel like he's playing well. Maybe a little bit preemptive with some of the tranquilities, but can't really blame him. You, as a Restoration Druid, especially against this composition, you have to kind of stay ahead of the damage and make those preemptive trades. If you don't, you just fall too far behind, and it's just almost impossible to recover. So not an easy thing to balance. Wanting to save the cooldowns for the right moment, but yeah, he's actually going to swap. So we're not going to see the Restoration Druid this game. Luxia will be going over to the Evoker, which I personally like this decision.
Yeah. I wonder if BAEN can play a sub-rogue, though. I feel like sub-rogue would be really nasty. We just saw how scary it was for a Preservation Evoker, and this one doesn't have as much support, right? You're not going to have a Warlock with every crowd control DR under the sun peeling for you on every cheap shot go. It's going to be like one Kidney and from Tony, and then that's it. If Kidney's not up, like Scatter maybe. So I do actually wonder if BAEN has subtlety in their arsenal. I think it'd be really effective. Klepto is just as effective against an Evoker as it is a Druid. You can like pre-hot yourself all you want with Reversion and Dream Breath. That is all just slurped up by Kleptomania, and you're just going to die in the stun after that point. So if BAEN have a Subtlety Rogue, I think it would be really good right now. I think it would be insanely good, way better than Assassination, but do they have it, right? Because it's completely different play style, especially compared to other sub-rogue builds in the past. Secret Technique is kind of a new thing, and seeing how rogues play around it and they bait cooldowns, but no, they're just going to stick with the same thing. The Assassination Rogue, how are they going to play this? Just run down the dragon? Can you do that? Can you actually just run down the dragon as RMP?
Maybe. You can also CC the dragon. Like that's one of the things, right? Like the Restoration Druid is going to be a lot better at avoiding an Arcane Mage kind of chasing you down and just spamming Polymorph on you. But for PMake, now he actually has a target that can be polymorphed. So I think it's going to be, they could go at a couple different ways. They could just chase down the Evoker like you're talking about, or they could just go after Tony. Go after Tony, Kleptomania every kidney shot, and actually get polymorphs and fears on Luxia. It could be kind of awkward, I feel like, for the Evoker to push in. A lot of the time is when you're using like your Verdant Embrace and pushing into the fight, because you do have such a short range. That's when you can really be caught with like a Frost Nova into a Fear or something like that, and that's when you fall really, really far behind. So I think for MYWAY, this is going to be a difficult match for them. But yeah, I would say I don't give either side like a massive advantage here. This is pretty even going into this final game.
We're anticipating an even matchup, but Hook Point's brutal. It's small.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide.
True.
The big bad wolf is knocking here. And I'm very curious to see who ends up coming out alive here. I feel like there's more pressure on MYWAY, given the fact that they already have established points, right? Because like after this weekend, we're halfway through the cup stage. Like there's only 2 more cups if you want to get points. So you can't be falling off the train unless you're relying on like a miracle first place finish in cup 3 or 4. You don't want to be out at this point. So BAEN are looking to really spoil the possibilities for MYWAY and open opportunities for themselves moving out through this lower bracket. Pressure is going to be at its highest. Is Shoxy burning out all of his luck? Like, how many like little rabbit's feet does he have in his back pocket to burn
Hopefully
through
a lot
at this point? Some horseshoes or something, because there's been a lot of moments where this series could have already been over in MYWAY's favor. So hopefully that luck hasn't all been spent here moving into game 5. And of course, really high skill plays on top of that, right? With those Shadow Step trap beats. It's not just all luck as if he's relying on that, but let's see, the gates have opened. Is the flare gonna? Oh, he's right in front of it. PMake backpedals for a second, like, whoa, that was close. I'm glad I stopped moving. Casu grabs combat on Aliak here. Guarantee that there's no sap. Shoxy's moving in, gets scatter shot. Oh, that's not a good opener. Double landslide. That's a yikes. Shoxy into a kidney shot immediately. Pain suppression comes out, but it hits right before the freezing trap. This is a really well-timed pain suppression from Aliak, absorbing all of the damage. Now a kidney onto Casu, but it looks like they're setting up damage onto Tony. Tony trying to swap back to PMake for a second. He pre-alter times the cheap shot. Going to soak a lot of damage as a result, but now alter time is over. They're racing down past it, cutting through the prismatic barriers, cutting through the powered shields, and now barrier has to come down outside of a kidney shot, and he pre-barriers the blind. Is the pre-barrier going to be enough? Luxia flies through the skies trying to pre-immune a blind, I think, but blind is still held on to. PMake runs behind the fence line. Shoxy gets swapped to. Luxia going for a sleepwalk, gets it out of the crowd control. Shoxy evasions, but he steps behind him into the kidney shot. Is Shoxy going to fall here? Down at half in a flare. He can't vanish out of the fight. He drops a smoke bomb, turning it around onto Tony, trying to bait that trinket and go for the kill later, but Emerald Communion comes through onto the blind here, getting big AoE heals from Luxia, but now he's polymorphed.
Shoxy is still the one on the back foot. Is he going to go down? A flare on his Vanish could end his life. He shadow steps to eat the trap, but I don't know if he hit it. The Void Shift comes through. Ollie gets kidneyed for 1 second after that. They're trying to race through with just a 1 second kidney shot. In Tim stun onto Shoxy. No trinket. Massive damage on match point. And Ollie, does he have the heals to keep Shoxy alive? Pain suppression comes through. Frost Nova on all the pets. Kidney onto Casu. Shadow step from Tony into a kick onto Ollie, but now he can free cast Penance. Free cast those flash heals. Shoxy is on the run. Luxia is offensive. He gets a double fear on Luxia, but you really don't want the Dragon flying in on your team. They punish him. They get the full polymorph. They've got an opportunity to turn this around now.
Yeah, they definitely do. Caster a little bit low. Luxia getting out of the crowd control. Can he top him off? They get the aspect of the turtle. That's exactly what you want in terms of mana. BAEN is really far behind at this point in the game, but there's not many cooldowns left. Luxia luckily has held on to his trinket, but a big kidney shot here onto Tony. How is he going to keep him alive? He's forced to trade his trinket. He's got the cheat death, but he is getting low, and the damage is unrelenting from BAEN. They might be able to take him down and eliminate MYWAY. Tony just so incredibly low, but now it's actually going to be Shoxy on the back foot as Castle looking to get some counter pressure. Beautiful polymorphs coming in for P-Make, and Tony is still on the run. He might get dropped. He's behind the pillar all alone. Polymorph onto Luxia. That should be the game.
Oh, the time dilation.
Not. Tony somehow is still alive, but ultimately falls. BAEN making a very aggressive push there. That polymorph coming in, and look at this. Oleg has no mana left. There's a pain suppression. Maybe Casu can do it. There is potential for a cross kill. I mean, there's just no healing on a Shoxy. At this point, P-Make is going to have to keep him alive, but this could easily go down to a 2v2.
It's a cross kill. Full trap. No way out. The pets are on Shoxy. That's it. 2v2, but he's falling.
Oh. Unfortunate. That was a good attempt there with the 2 versus 3, but I think P-Make and Ollie, they had to shut that down to get aggressive onto Casu. But unbelievable. BAEN managing to eliminate MYWAY from the tournament. And if you're MYWAY, this is not a result you are happy with.
Do we have replay with camera? I kind of want to see like Luxia. How is he feeling emotionally when Tony died? Because if he was in that boat where it's like, you know, sometimes someone dies and you're like, oh, the game is over, and you're kind of just like autopilot playing, versus like, hey, we can still win this, right? Like you keep trying, you're keen, you're at your keys. Like what actually happened in these finals? Could Luxia had a way to keep Casu alive for this 2v2? Because I feel like Hunter Dragon could do well into Arcane Mage Priest, especially when the Priest is completely out of mana at that point in the game right here. So like Luxia, does he have anything? He's got Rescue and Dream Breath. He pre-Dream Projections, but really that's just feeding the hot now to the Mage that you can dispel it. They push in, nice Rescue. He pulls him in on top of the Rogue. They get an interrupt on the Priest into a stun. And the pets chase him down, but that Polymorph wasn't really anything that could stop it, it looks like. No counter shot, no interrupts, and yeah, that Polymorph just kind of sealed the deal, unfortunately for them. But they definitely that was close. They put up a fight there at the end. They almost had me going there thinking they were able to take that back.
Wow, that was such a fast polymorph. He has the Dark Archangel. He's got the Power Infusion. He actually got a time warp proc there as well. Really, really good fortune for P-Make, just putting out the most incredible amount of damage with the Dark Archangel. If you're an Arcane Mage, that's exactly what you want. You're at 100% haste, just blasting off and getting polys and missiles. But yeah, really interesting here for BAEN. They're going to march through that lower bracket. I'm curious to see how far they really can make it. After this match, we are going to be going to the upper bracket. So now we're going to see, some of these Titan teams that haven't lost yet. But 2 of them will go down to the lower bracket. One of them will be BAEN. We'll have to see how they can do.
I'm really excited to see Poggers in particular this weekend.
Yes.
I feel like last weekend is probably a wake-up call. Like, okay, we got to get our stuff together for week 2, come back even stronger, and be ready here and see what they've managed to make work. Like, I'm imagining their Rogue Mage has probably been polished up here, given how much we've seen so far from it with BAEN's team, and they're going to be going head-to-head with ADMIRALS Esports, Swapsy, Blizzo, Clyde, and Jamie. This is the first time that Jamie has competed with Swapsy. Usually he's kind of an opposing elemental force. There's like a trinity of Ellie Shamans in EU. I feel like there's more than that now with how many people are playing Ellie at the top level. But curious to see how they build some synergy together, what compositions they're going to be playing. Are they going to stick to the Warlock Ellie? Swapsy now Warlock, and Jamie's the Ellie. And if they're going to be able to have the synergy to take on like Waz and Raikou, right? Because that's a long-standing history of synergy between those 2 players.
You want to know the one thing I'm excited about is Arms Warriors. Arms Warriors stocks went way up. You don't think so?
I think they're just going to die, especially to any assassination rogue. And you can't connect to an Arcane Mage, so I don't think you play a warrior here. I would be really surprised for Blizzard to play warrior.
But what if, you know, like maybe it's not the best matchup. You know, we actually, I saw screenshots of them practicing with Jamie and Swapsy both on Elemental Shaman as well. So like really riding that Elemental train. I feel like that could actually be good in some matchups. Like if you're ever fighting like a wizard matchup, like double Elemental Shaman right now, it has to be like king composition, right?
Double the lava. I think it could work.
Lava. Exactly. I think that could be something that we do end up seeing here in this next matchup. But we do have Poggers against Admiral Esports after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just eliminated 2 teams out of the European bracket. GRAFTAL and MYWAY are sent home. Hopefully, we see them return for cup number 3. But now, Sid, we are moving on to the upper bracket. It's going to be Poggers facing off against Admirals Esports. If you don't know, Poggers, of course, is a team that has been absolutely dominating the EU region for so long. It's Raikou Chan, Waz, and Meh, and then we've got Admiral Esports. That was, of course, CGN Esports last week.
Yeah, this could be a grand finals, right? Like Swapsy versus Waz. This is kind of like Goku versus Vegeta, or like that rivalry that's like superpowers in the AWC, just as like the pinnacle. So to see this series so early on is actually kind of a rare occurrence and a treat to honestly have. This could be a series that could be a rematch in the grand finals. I'm very excited to see how they leveled up from last week, because I think both of them got a wake up call. Like, whoa, these other teams are really competitive. Like, we got to step up our play moving into next week. Otherwise, these new teams are going to start dominating us, and we're going to fall off. So I really think last week was probably a wake-up call for them. Hopefully they've gone back to the drawing board, ironed some things out for this series, and if they have, this could easily be the most explosive series of the day in terms of power.
But if you remember right, last week, I feel like we were saying the same thing when we saw Poggers play. Like then they got sent down to the lower bracket. Do you expect something like that again? I mean, I feel like just in general, with not just EU but NA as well, things have really been kind of flipped upside down in terms of who we expect to make it and then who actually does.
I think it just depends on the level of effort that's come in from last week. And of course, it's not a lot of time to react. I would say the changes are likely more favorable towards Poggers, given the fact that Assassination Rogue is strong right now, and Arcane Mage, and they can run X now on Priest. I feel like Priest is in a lot better of a position if they want to. Maybe not this matchup, because there's going to be a Demonology Warlock that could slow the game down. But enabling Meh to be able to play Priest if necessary into the future, it's kind of their bread and butter staple composition, Rogue Mage. So I would imagine, as long as they didn't just kind of like sleep the whole week and put off their practice or something, that this should be a really comeback weekend for them.
Yeah, I for sure hope so as well. We, of course, know Meh. He was a new addition to the roster last season. They still had Chaz back then, but honestly, just with how, the meta was and the comps that they wanted to play, we saw Meh playing quite a bit, and obviously they had a tremendous season, and they're looking to make that happen once again. But they already got off of kind of a rocky start. I mean, if you look at the standings of where Poggers is currently, it's not in a very comfy position. They want to make it into that top 3. They're currently tied in 5th with MYWAY before we led into this. We'll, of course, recalculate it at the end of the weekend, but that's not a place you really want to be. And then conversely, if you look at Admiral Esports, they're in 3rd place, so they're in a lot better position in terms of standings. And I feel like this is a much more important game, Subatees, for Poggers.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's both, just with the reputation of the teams. Like, these aren't teams with the reputation of, we get 6th, we're happy to get 3rd type, right? Like, this is like, we get 1st or bust. Like, there's no way we're not going in anything but 1st for both these teams. So it would be devastating for either one moving forward. It is an upper bracket round, so they'll still have a second chance in the lower side. But Titan's definitely going to be clashing now in this next series. Excited to see what compositions they prepared for us for here. And yeah, Max is actually going on the Priest. That's a bold move, Cotton. Going on a Disciplined Priest into a Lock Shaman Druid. Like, I mean, Met-X is a godlike priest, but this is probably one of the toughest scenarios to keep your mana going, string your cooldowns together against. So let's see how they manage to weave their way through this match. But you love to see it. Met-X on Priest, Raikou on Mage, Waz on Rogue, Clyde Druid, Jamie Ellie, Swapsy Warlock. They're sapping the Demonology Warlock pets so they can open without getting axe tossed. Swap the sap over. Raikou does get peeled on an Arcane Surge, though, by the pet. So that sap swap is going to cost him a little bit of an opener. As you see Mass and Viz trying to catch some crowd control right off the bat, but Raikou's interrupted. They totally shut it down. Clyde survives the death mark here with only using Barkskin. That's a really clean denial of their opener from Admirals Esports.
Absolutely. I feel like, just back on that comment, Sid, there are 2 types of teams in the AWC. It's like the ones that are, we ask them what place do they want to get, and they say, oh, I hope we get at least 4th. But back to your comment, Poggers, they want to get 1st. So does Admiral Esports. Both of these teams have been competing for so long with these rosters. There's so much on the line, including bragging rights in this bracket. So Jamie, he's about half health right now. We're going to see Clyde using Tree of Life in the upper right-hand corner. So he's going to be okay for just a little bit, but Waz getting chonked down in midfield as well. Jamie, Waz really going at it in the center. They're so much damage already 1 minute into this game. It's not elimination round, so if they drop down, it's not the end of the day for them just yet, but there's so many strong contenders in the EU region for Cup number 2, Sid.
Oh, Jamie kiting away here, trying to alleviate some of that pressure from Clyde. They used a lot of defensives. Astral Shift not up for 40 seconds. Clyde's Iron Bark 56 seconds away. Those are two major blockers for the offense of Poggers. So they're just trying to keep distance from the Rogue, but Waz has connected here. Kidney Shot is laid down. They knock MetX away. They fear Waz, trying to slow down the assault on his Kidney Shot, and they don't manage to get the Ring of Frost. Swapsy shuts it down with a Spell Lock, breaking the crowd control. Clyde's going to reposition and get 80 yards away. Jamie repositioning with a gust of wind as well, just kiting Waz. Keep Waz away from Jamie as long as possible is the name of the game for Admirals Esports, and do as much damage in the process of moving across the map. But every time Waz shadow steps, it's going to get scary. Schism channel up from Med. That's going to boost up his damage, going for a massive penance. Huge damage onto Jamie. He's getting overwhelmed at the moment. Is he going to go down? Clyde is trying to stabilize him. What a close call. Clyde pulls off a miracle, keeping Jamie alive on that assault, but perhaps the damage isn't over just yet. Waz is making his way over. Is he going to connect? Pre-Astral Shift comes out on that Fear into Ring of Frost. Is it now going to be enough? Raikou going for Polymorphs. Cross crowd control. Jamie is completely alone, facing all three members of Poggers for one more second. Ironbark comes out, both cooldowns. Is it going to be enough? He's going to die. He's spam Fear, but he won't be able to survive. So much damage coming out from Poggers, and I really want to see the scoreboard here. I want to see what MetX was able to get done on that Priest, because I feel like he had a nasty game in terms of damage here.
Me too. And you were saying this in the beginning, Sid, but I want you to expand on it just a little bit. You were saying how it's brave for Met to lock in this actual, this Fappy Sound playing that Preservation Evoker last weekend, but why is this a choice that you were surprised about for Poggers?
I was mostly surprised because it's kind of like a short steam healer, right? So if you're fighting a comp that's designed to drag the game on, running a short steam healer might not work out. But you can see on the scoreboard, MetX is actually able to out damage an Arcane Mage by 200,000 damage. So that's the reason you bring the Discipline Priest, is you don't let the game get to the point where you're out of mana and just getting strangled out by the Lock Shaman Druid. You get aggressive. You're channeling penances. You're doing damage. You're mind blasting like he is here. You're spamming Smite. You're adding as much damage into the match as possible. So this situation happens where Astral Shift is up, but it doesn't really feel like it matters that it's up, because you've basically got 3 DPS hitting him. Look at Med, just Mind Blast, Smite. He's not even healing. Raiku's at 80% health, and he's doing damage. That's all he's doing this whole time, just damage, damage, damage. And they finish him off here with that Bone Spike and Shadow or Death. Power Infusion comes out from MetX as well. Like, he just went full. He's more Shadow than Disc in this game with how many offensive spell. Like, I swear, look at his globals right now. If we were following Med, like, every offensive penance here, even with Raikou at half health, he goes for Rapture. He's purging the target, mind blasting, solid. Everything is offense. Not a single thing is healing Raikou right now, other than the Atonement, of course, which is going to buffer some of the damage. So really well done to know that you need to be doing damage. You need to be purging, playing offensive. Don't let the Druid strangle you out into the late game with this composition. And getting a game 1 win in this series is so important, because this is going to be a strategy that's easy to execute on small maps and harder to execute on large maps. And now you'll have that swing match advantage to make sure that you're always fighting on small map territory should this go to a game 5.
So obviously, we've seen a lot of RMP in the AWC. Do you feel like the way that they are bringing out this composition kind of differs in the play style at all?
I mean, RMP at the end of Shadowlands was much more about just defense, stay alive. This version of RMP is run them over with a freight train as soon as possible. Never stop swinging. Don't let them breathe. Like, you're just throwing fists the entire game. There's no blocking. Just keep them on the back foot the entire time. So it's a lot different dynamic, despite the fact that it's the same classes. It's also different specs. Fire Mage and Outlaw much more focused on their survivability at the time they were meta, whereas Arcane and Assassination are much more about just getting in and getting things done, win the game as fast as possible.
Well, and then, on the other hand, we have Ellie and Swapsy. We've got Jamie and Swapsy playing Ellie and Locke, and that's clearly didn't work out for them for game number 1. That was the blind pick. We know how in the AWC that is absolutely crucial to get those wins out. We're going to be locking in Black Rook Hold on the side of Admirals. Poggers, same composition for them. But now the question is, Sid, what do they do next? How do they beat this RMP?
They're playing a cleave. You wouldn't pick a small map and play not a cleave. There's no way. So is it like Demon Hunter DK? I would guess it's Demon Hunter DK. But who would play the? I'm trying to remember the roster 100% because there's a lot of comp swaps here. Like
Swapsy, Blizzo, Clyde,
Swapsy,
Jamie.
Blizzo. Yeah, so it'd be Blizzo, Demon Hunter, because he played that in the first week. That's what I was questioning. And then Swapsy on Death Knight. And yeah, they're going to be running that. But they're playing an Evoker, and I'm not sure if that's the move. We saw how deadly it was for Luxia to avoid that Rogue Mage Priest crowd control. You got a lot more disruption, but if this is a run the Priest, which I would really like them to do, the toughest parts about Priest now in Dragonflight is that you got no mobility. You don't got soul shape. You're not blinking around, little Vulpin going all around the map and sprinting around. Like you got no mobility at all. You are just stationary. You're a turret that does a lot of damage and can't move. And you don't have a lot of powerful shadow heals anymore because Shadow Mend is out of the game, which used to be, oh, I got interrupted on Penance. I'll just cast Shadow Mend. That'll get me to full HP now. You don't have that anymore. If you get kicked on Penance, you're going to cast Mind Blast, which isn't going to heal you nearly as much as Shadow Mend would have. So if you've got lots of interrupts, which Admirals Esports has, you can just run at the Priest who can't move away from you. And if you land any interrupts at all, it's going to get completely devastated. So I would like to see them do that. The risks of doing that is that they leave their Evoker open to crowd control. So how is he going to navigate around that? Maybe I'd like them, honestly, to just kind of like offensively Obsidian Scales, which provides an immunity to interrupt. And then that way he can cast Sleepwalk on Raikou. And that if he can basically sheep the mage before he gets sheeped, you're getting sheeped right now by your cat at the moment. But you basically, Clyde plays like your cat and needs to crowd control Raikou and keep him out of the game as much as possible. And then run at the Priest is really what I want to see from them here in this game.
Yeah, Fig said he wanted to see Feral, so he's a little upset. But anyways, no, I mean, and you know, to note that as well, Meh, with that lack of mobility and the fact that you think they're going to be training them down, and then they're against a DK and a Demon Hunter, which has a lot of abilities to sort of, you know, close that gap between you and the enemy team. So I'm a little bit worried about Meh, but obviously very, very skilled. He had an excellent season last year. So, I mean, do you see a team that is more in favor to win with this game number 2, Sid?
I still think it's too early to say with certainty. The disadvantages of Admirals Esports is Clyde is easy to crowd control on the Dragon. The disadvantages to Poggers is that the Priest is really easy to attack and train down as a cleave. So both are juggling completely different roles as a healer. Meh is just going to be, how can I survive as long as possible? Clyde is, how can I avoid crowd control as long as possible throughout the game? And whoever can either live longer or avoid longer is going to be the one that takes this.
What about if Meh, obviously it's too late now, but if we were to see this same comps versus each other again, do you think Meh would have been better off playing the Evoker?
He can. I mean, if this looks brutal, if it looks brutal, because I don't know 100% if it's going to look brutal, maybe Meh X on Priest, maybe this is completely different than any other discipline priest that I've seen so far, like on ladder and stuff when there's cleaves. But I do know that this is like the nightmare situation. Is when there's a Death Knight usually in the game. It's just historically been the case as a Disc Priest for like multiple expansions. You can't move, Chains of Ice, DK's running at you with multiple stuns and kicks, and it's going to just destroy your whole existence if he's able to connect long enough. So I'm very curious to see if he can navigate through this and stay alive, keep them at bay long enough for his team to get crowd control and execute on a kill.
Well, let's see if he can do that. Definitely keep an eye on Swapsy in this opener. He's going to immediately be trying to pull in these other players towards him with that slappy hand and the use of the double grip. So we'll see what things look like if Meh can stay safe, if his team can keep him alive as well. It's game number 2. Poggers up 1-0 versus Admiral Esports.
All right, Swapsy getting combat here. Looks like no sap going to be found. Just getting some damage onto Swapsy, trying to keep him away from the room. Waz is trying to dodge so many AoEs right now. There's Death and Decay on both sides. Blizzo's trying to pop him out of stealth, really trying to find the rogue as they make their way towards the room. And I think they are going to go after Meh X immediately, but Waz gets a cheap shot and a sap. Clean opener from Waz. Look at that setup. Triple crowd control. Clyde breaks free, gets a time dilation. They're swapping off the time dilation, going on to Blizzo now as he vengeful retreats away. Pre-dream projection from Clyde, trying to hit some crowd control here for his teammates. And they managed to survive that without using any medallions. Now they're trying to gun down onto Meh X, but they don't want to leave that anti-magic zone until the arcane surge is over. So they're going to grip Meh back to the anti-magic zone so they can hit him. But now Swapsy caught in a kidney shot. They're peeling them away. Rescue onto Swapsy, pulling him in the room, out of line of sight of the arcane mage. Really good positioning there from Clyde. Spirit Bloom comes through. He's going to get topped. Swapsy's just going to hack and slash away at Waz because he can't leave the room just yet. He doesn't feel safe enough to do so. He's trying to move his way towards the right, get Chains of Ice up onto the DPS, keep them snared. And honestly, I wasn't expecting Demon Hunter DK to be so contained. They're looking a little bit docile, like scared to make a move right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would be scared too. I feel like every time we see this a game go to this map, these rooms are so scary. I mean, look at this. It's an absolute bottleneck. All of the players are basically right on top of each other. Waz is really quickly losing health. You can see him in the bottom left there of your screen. Just so much coming at all directions. So much damage from both sides. Admiral Esports, they know what is up against them. They have to get this second game win. Otherwise, they really could get this entire series just snowball out of their hands. They don't want to be in a position where Poggers is on match point. You can see that they are doing pretty much all of the stops to try and keep this game going. We're already 2 minutes in right now. Everybody kind of nicely topped up with health at the moment. We're slowly making our way out of that room. That's going to be great for Raikou, who's going to have a little bit more room to breathe. We're seeing, but as I say that, we're getting back into that room. Blizzo and Clyde kind of trying to keep away from the damage for now.
Look at that triple blinding sleet into the hunt, setting the team up here. Oh, and that triple fire breath. That was a great setup by Clyde, Blizzo, and Swapsy. Can they ride the momentum and get a kill off of it? Looks like Blizzo doesn't want to. He's scared. He's running back into the room. They're trying to reset, but every time they do this, they're actually losing on mana. Clyde gets counterspelled. Raiku's trying to make a big play. Waz moving in on the right, has Smoke Bomb, has Blind, has Death Mark. Swapsy could easily just get destroyed right now if they can land all these crowd controls. MetX still just channeling in damage onto Blizzo, trying to keep him contained in that room. Waz moving to the right side. MetX looking to back him up. Power Infusion is up. They're ready to make a move. They're going for the kill. Can they find it? Blizzo into a kidney shot. He's going to trinket out into a fear, into a poly on the healer. Good punish by MetX, and Swapsy is getting cut down. Anti-magic zone. Is it going to be enough? He's at 30%, trying to hold on. Gets mind controlled at low health. Might die to dots. They disrupt the mind control. Going for another mind control. Just fishing out crowd control after crowd control. Cheap shot might be enough, and Swapsy gets knocked out. Anti-magic shield was available that whole time. I don't know why he didn't press it.
Something?
I mean, Deathmark at the end here, maybe he wanted to make sure he had a cooldown. Like, he's maybe thinking, like, if I press it now, I'm just going to die to Deathmark 6 seconds after it's over or something. But, like,
just wanted to end his suffering or something.
Yeah, but the game is over if we don't press it. Regardless, I was not expecting Demon Hunter DK to be on the defensive. Like, usually that's the Zug comp. The Priest is the one that has no room to breathe, is running for their life, but they had them contained. Like, look at this. Blizzo, Swapsy, Clyde, they're cowering in the room. Like, please, just leave us alone. Give us a second. Don't come in the room right now. I'm not ready. I'm getting dressed. Please. Like, this is just such a scary situation for their team. And look at that crowd control just cleanly preventing the reverse magic from Blizzo with a fear. I don't know why he didn't reverse here. He has reverse magic for Clyde on the end of that poly. He has a reverse still here. Could do it, didn't do it. Then he's cheap shot, then he's mind controlled, and he just gets run down. So like a reverse magic there for a rewind might have been enough to keep Swapsy going in that moment in time. But this Rogue Mage Priest looks threatening. Like, Poggers are back. Like, yeah. I feel like this is probably a 3-0, which is insane to say against a team like Admirals Esports, because their roster is stacked as well.
Yeah, I mean, if both of these rosters there's so much arena experience, there's so much AWC experience, so I feel like it's definitely weird to see Admiral Esports on the back foot like this, because like you said, Sid, this is a composition that, you know, should have done maybe a little bit better in game number 2 here, but Poggers did get out that victory. They are on match point. This is an elimination round, so Admirals Esports has a chance to actually have a rematch if they play well in the lower bracket, if that's where they go. Obviously, I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, but well played for Poggers. They definitely are back. I agree with that. They know that they were down in points last week. They stepped it up. They went back to this, this RMP composition, and they're going to get that game number 2 victory. So heading to game number 3, Admiral Esports, they're going to be able to lock in that map pick first. Do you think we see them try that once again, Sid?
I think so. Now looking at the map, now that I can cheat, I got a little cheat sheet here with Dalaran Sewers. I don't. You could maybe do Lock Shaman, but yeah. Oh, Blizzo's coming in on the Warrior. Benruki thought it would come in. I had my second guesses with it. I feel like Warrior is really easy to exploit, but it's Blizzo, right? Like, this is going to be like, if there's a shot for Warrior in this patch right now, Blizzo's got to be the one dark horse player to make it work.
It's their only hope.
Pretty much the last hope for Warrior right now. And it's going to be the classic Death Knight Warrior that in the past has given MetX at least a little bit of trouble in tournament play. So they're going all in with this. Their team is super squishy now. It's just super squishy. You could bounce between the Death Knight and the Warrior, I think, as Arcane really easily and kind of just mow them down and just kind of like a buffet. Like, do I feel like having some warrior for breakfast? Nah, not really. I'm feeling DK a little bit. Maybe I'll leave a little bit leftovers for tomorrow or something. Like, you're going to be very casual, I think, on their side, unless Admiral Esports can just be a wrecking ball. Like, I almost want to say that they have to win in the opener. I have no idea how they're going to survive past that point. The first Spear of Bastion, the first Abominations Limb, I think it's going to be a really important moment for their team.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. Blizzo, if you don't know this guy, you've been living under a rock. He's been playing Warrior in these tournaments for so long, and I feel like you kind of touched on it a bit, Sid. Like, even when other people aren't playing it, he's still holding strong with that class. So we'll see what he does. But in terms of the changes that this class did see, Sid, do you want to talk to that just a little bit? Speak to that a little bit?
Well, they just got a lot of damage buffs. Their talents rearranged, a little bit of a defensive buff. You're going to be able to get Ignore Pain, which is an unactive rage spender that give you a shield. But it is Ignore Pain without the Shadowlands conduit that enhanced it. So it's not as powerful, which is where I'm kind of drawing the line right here. Is like, is Warrior tanky enough to tango with the amount of damage that Assassination Rogue, Disc Priest, and Arcane Mage is going to deal, right? Like, we've already seen MetX doing as much damage or more damage than Raikou in some of these games. So, like, is Ignore Pain really enough? Is that really enough to stop that much damage? I'm not 100% confident in it, but again, it's Blizzo. Maybe he's gonna show me wrong, show the world wrong. Warriors are gonna have a reverse sweep here or something, and I'll look completely clueless.
or they will, or they'll lock this in and they, Poggers gets the 3-0 in the opener or something wild like that. So definitely an interesting choice. I'm confused. Super Tease is confused. Chat, I don't know. Let us know what you think if Blizzo's got a trick up his sleeve here. But that being said, this is their last choice, their last chance, to stay in that upper bracket. Poggers looking to move forward unscathed. But even if Admiral Esports does win here, that means that then it's Poggers map choice, and that still doesn't spell good things for them, Super Tees. So they're going to have a rough one, regardless of the result of this next game.
Yeah, big map where they're able to get the Priest out in the open and start free casting some damage. That sounds really rough. The main advantages they're going to have is that they have probably some of the most big burst damage available to their classes with Spear of Bastion to pin all the targets together, grip them all together in with the Death Knight, pin them all together with the spear, and just get a massive blade storm and just cleave down the entire team. Really going to be needing to pay attention to Blizzo's talents if he's playing a big Mortal Strike build, or if he is going to be running the unhinged kind of blade storm cleave. I think unhinged could be really gnarly here, but using your blade storm for damage means you can't use it to avoid crowd control, so it could be risky if he is running that line of play. So I'm refreshing the things to the talent. Blizzo is leaping right in. He knows they need to get this done over, but man, he's hiding in the pipe. They can't get to MetX. He's just waiting in the pipe up top off screen right now. They want to hit the Priest, but he's just not coming down. MetX finally jumping out of the pipe, but now the Warrior's in a kidney shot, and maybe the map is backfiring on them. They are going to connect here onto MetX, but they're getting peeled by Waz. We see the dismantle. We see the Void Tendril. Swapsy breaks free with the Wraithwalk. It is a train the Priest type of game. Here comes that Blade Storm from Blizzo, trying to immune crowd control, trying to hack and slash MetX down, but he blocks it with the barrier. Swapsy answers with anti-magic zone, says if you're going to stand in this defensive, we're going to stand in it as well. Gets a triple blinding sleet. Raikou breaks free, goes for a polymorph, gets stunned on it here, slowing down some of their pressure, but Blizzo still caught another kidney. Clyde has to trinket out of a blind into a cheap shot. Is Blizzo just going to die trying to get his way back onto MetX? He has to keep riding the Priest. It's their only shot here with some cleave damage onto Waz, but that means Raikou is going to have free reign. And what is Raikou going to get done? You see missiles already flying in off to the side onto Blizzo. Polymorphs on the Clyde, but it was on diminishing return. That's a big moment here for Admirals Esports. Clyde is now immune to polymorph. He should be able to heal. He goes for the rewind, trying to clutch out some heals at the last second to keep his team on top of MetX and go for the kill.
Clyde's managed to keep his team alive so far, but it may not last for very much longer. Blizzo extremely vulnerable, but that being said, look at Waz. He's also half health in the middle of the map there. Med dropping a little bit low as well. They may just be turning this one around here on the side of Admiral Esports. We knew that they were going to be super vulnerable heading into this, and they may just be able to get this dub. We'll see, but it's going to be rough either way. We see Blizzo continue to drop low in health. It's really, really scary if you're on that side right now, because Clyde, he's managed to keep him alive so far, but he's quickly running out of a lot of that mana, a lot of his defensives as well, Sid.
Oh, big damage coming in from Raikou there with that Ring of Fire, trying to set up a Radiant Spark. MetX has got one more Pain Suppression. Knockback from Raikou, sending Blizzo and Swapsy off the side. That's going to give a lot of breathing room. Waz is just keeping Blizzo pinned to Kidney Shot. Blizzo trinkets as a Polymorph, though. Blizzo could easily go down. He's got Rallying Cry. They grip in the Mage, trying to stop the Polys, and they stop it. Clyde's free of crowd control, gets a time dilation, and is able to keep Blizzo in the fight here. Waz and Meg getting cleaved. Another Pain Suppression comes out. Is it going to be enough, though? He's dying through it. That Blade Storm doing monster damage. He gets dismantled right at the end of it as MetX clutches out some heals. He's got his Rapture. He goes for the Power Infusion. They're trying to turn it around. They got Arcane Surge available as soon as Raikou can connect it, but he's crowd controlled. MetX jumping off the side here, going for a Penance, trying to avoiding Blizzo and Swapsy at all costs, but he gets gripped back into the fight. Raikou going for another Polymorph. This could be the end of the game. It's match point. Blizzo has nothing. He needs that anti-magic zone to be enough. Is it going to be enough for Blizzo to survive right here? It's barely enough. Clyde comes out of the crowd control. That War Banner stalls it. Clyde gets a big heal with those Obsidian Scales immunities. They're riding down MetX. They finally got to the point of no return. MetX has absolutely no mana left. His barrier is his last line, but Blade Storm is just cutting him down. He gets kidneyed, and they grip Blizzo away with the rescue, and MetX has to void shift Raikou, who has no block at this point. He could get cleaved down. Blizzo leaps in. Who is going to fall first? The momentum is heavily in favor of Admirals Esports. Perhaps they've weathered the storm long enough to ride down the Priest. Waz is doing whatever he can to get some damage out to close the game, but his entire team is in shambles at this point, and Raikou is looking like he's the one who's going to go down. He goes for a Polymorph. Clyde immunes it and takes down Meh. Admirals Esports stay alive with style on that Arms Warrior.
Wow, that looked scary for Admirals Esports in the end, or in the beginning, but what a way to finish it. They got that victory out. Besides, despite it seemed like all odds were against them, Sid.
I can't believe it. They kept Blizzo alive. There was that one moment where the anti-magic zone was down, and I'm like, is that actually enough for him to live? And it just was enough, because like game could have been over right there. And look at him right here. He's at 10%. He doesn't parry. Like, what, dude? Blizzo doesn't parry at 10% right there. MetX, Pain Suppressions here, almost dies. He's at 10%. Waz is dismantled. The only reason that he's still alive at that point. Repositions, and MetX here making his final stand in that Power Word barrier, but he had to void shift the Mage, which swaps his health for the Mage right here, and that Raikou just never recovers. He's just at that health. Met can't use any mana that he's got left to heal him. And then Clyde here right at the end makes a really cool play. He uses Deep Breath to immune Raikou's Polymorph and kills MetX with it at the same time. So watch Clyde here right at the end of the game. Raikou goes for a Polymorph, and Clyde immunes it, flies through the air, and kills MetX with the Deep Breath damage. Which, I mean, maybe it would have been enough with that sheep to kill, but even if he did kill, I think they would have lost the 2v2 at that point at 10%. But it's that type of play that you need to be making on an Evoker against crowd control, is preempting, immuning it with that Deep Breath, immuning it with the other breath as well, the life breath. And if you hit them, you're going to look really stylish. You're going to end the game. You look really cool. If you don't, you're probably polymorphed and your team is dead. So it's a rough ride here, though. They get one win, but now it's big map. MetX doesn't need to play Disc either. If he wants to slow this down, he could also go on an Evoker, which is a lot harder to train. I think I'd like to see him go Evoker if we see the same comp from Clyde, Blizzo, and Swapsy locked blind.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be. I mean, obviously, Admirals Esports, that's really good for them, but I am very scared that it's gonna be 3-1 for them shortly, because we're not going to a small map or a big map. We're going to Hook Point.
Are they gonna do the same comp? Are they really gonna do the same comp? Do they have some secret comp? Yeah, like
yeah.
I mean, it was close. They did almost win on Downram, but. I don't even know what to say until they lock this in, because what if there's just some secret comp? Maybe Chanimal coming in on something? There's no way, right? Like, do they have some sort of like Omega Warrior killing comp that they've been holding a secret here for this final round? Part of me just thinks they're going to play the same thing, and they're just going to try and play better than they did in that last game, and they just want the small maps so the Evoker can't avoid crowd control as easily. But yeah, okay, never mind. Max is going to be going on Evoker, but they don't want a big map. And Raikou's going Frost. All right, the first time we're going to see Frost debuted here. Frost does so much cleave damage. This is the best. I'm so glad he's going Frost. This is like the best case scenario. You're going to cleave a Death Knight and a Warrior, keep them perma-snared, keep them perma-rooted, and you're going to get these insanely fat Glacial Spikes. Just boom, just 80% of their health gone. He's going to Splitting Ice it, cleave it onto 2 people. This is a really good adaptation on the part of Poggers. A healer that's really hard to attack, with a Frost Mage snaring everything, and an Assassination Rogue stunning it to set up the Mage to spike them down. So this is a really clever composition from Poggers here, utilizing more than just the arcane specialization of the mage, and this is what it's specialized for. So Admirals Esports, like, this is even scarier than the last time the boogeyman got more boogie here in game number 4.
Which one's the boogeyman?
Poggers are the boogeyman. They're the rogue mage boogeyman.
Oh, all 3 of them are the boogeyman. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little conglomerate of,
Right, hodgepodge of. Oh, I mean, Poggers has always been scary, so we'll see what they do here. They're looking to get a 3-1, but that's the big question. Admirals Esports, do they end up tying this one up here on the 4th game and take it to a game 5? Quite a bit on the line with these 2 powerhouses of the European region going head to head. So we've talked about kind of what Poggers wants to be doing here on Hook Point, but Admirals Esports, I mean, can they get this dub out? What do you think the setup looks like for Admirals?
Well, you're not going to ride meh, I don't think. It's probably go mage, try and slow down as much as you can, but you're going to get kidney snared. He's going to blink away. He's going to get rescued away. I think you do have to go mage, especially given the fact that it's a small map, and just cleave the rogue. So those are going to kind of be both your primary targets. Perhaps Clyde tries to crowd control Met X with like Sleepwalk, but maybe it's not necessary. Just heal, rotate defensives, keep Blizzo alive, keep him on the mage as long as possible is likely the safest route for them. But it's gonna be tough. No matter, even the safest route is dangerous for their team here in this game.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that one. We're going to get in the gate pretty shortly here. If you also want to take a look at what they are playing in terms of their talents and their build and their gear, all that fun stuff, you can go to awc.gcd.tv and we can take a look at it right here. We can compare the healers and what they're running, Sid.
Yeah, so Blizzo, given his talents here, Blade Master's Torment, activating Avatar or Bladestorm casts the other at a reduced effectiveness, gives you access to way more Bladestorms. The Bladestorm build on Warrior is super fun. He's actually running Thunderous Roar, which I'm very surprised. We didn't see a Spear Bastion, and he's running a Rend build, so he's going to be doing a lot of bleed damage and amplifying those effects, and then Bladestorming people down with deep wounds. This is not the build that I was anticipating, I don't think, but this is a little bit of a different layout for the talents than the actual talent tree itself. So a bit surprising. This is going to be a lot of cleave damage regardless. Super fun build with Unhinged. This is probably my favorite build. Like, I'm Fury on my Warrior right now, but this build in particular with Unhinged has made me want to go arms. I think I got Bajiro one time in a solo shuffle. He was playing it and he cut me up with it. And after I watched it, I was like, okay, like Unhinged Warrior. Yeah, he's running Thunderous Roar. You can see it on the left talent tree there, as opposed to going down the center right for Spear of Bastion. So this is just way more raw output, and this talent actually got unnerfed. Thunderous Roar was previously nerfed 50% in PvP, and it got unnerfed, so it's a 50% buff. So this is something he's kind of like he's testing the waters here with this build, and surprisingly, he's not even taking Ignore Pain. I think Ignore Pain is the one to the right underneath Die by the Sword. The grayed out one underneath Die by the Sword is the choice node, I believe, for Ignore Pain. So he's not even taking that, which is a bit surprising considering I thought that was the main thing all the Warriors were getting excited about, unless there's something incorrect on the UI here. But this is just a ton of damage spec out from Blizzo. Is it going to work here on this map? I feel like if you're going Mage, he's probably going to switch to Spear. But Mage there's been a way to be able to blink out a Spear for a while now. So if Raikou is good and knows how to get the blink out of Spear, it's almost as if you don't have a talent at that point. So maybe he doesn't do that. He's just going to stick with the Thunderous Roar and try and cleave people down with bleeds. But this build of Warrior is super fun.
So you say that he's testing the waters. Do you think that are you saying that this is like an experiment for Blizzo, or this is just not a run, not a build that you really see a lot?
I don't think anybody played Thunderous Roar before this point. Like, this is like if he's actually keeping that, which I don't think he is. I see Spear on his bar here. I think if you're gonna go Mage, you're gonna need Spear to pin targets here, as opposed to a Priest where it's stationary. It made a lot of sense. for him to stick with his Thundersroar. But yeah, I think this time around he's running Spear Bastion, so he's gonna be way more bursty. Raiku's gonna have to be careful of that. Fortunately, he's got new talents as well on Frost. He's got Greater Invis, which is like a shield wall, and they're just charging in right away. No sap's gonna be found. They're going for cheap shots. Garot's trying to set up for crowd control. They get a Sleepwalk on Clyde instead of a Polymorph. Kidney Shot connects, and it looks like that Sleepwalk actually ends up ending prematurely. Clyde ducks into the Frozen Orb to break any potential future crowd control. Really like his positioning there as a healer, knowing that AoE will break CC. He's going to go for Obsidian Scales here a little bit offensively, and they get that Spear of Bastion onto Raikou, just gripping him in over and over, but he's dismantled. Really good dismantled from Waz. The evasions, any potential swaps there onto himself as well during that initial assault. And Blizzo here pre-die by the sword. He's anticipating, but he gets Shadow Step behind by Waz, and Swaps has to drop the Anti-Magic Zone, but that's die by the sword and Anti-Magic Zone, and it wasn't Deathmark. Waz is still, he could just KO him right here, maybe in the last second of that Sleepwalk if he wants to go for it at any point. Emerald Communion used as well from Clyde. There's basically nothing for Blizzo here. They've got no offense, and Waz is just waiting. He's salivating over that Deathmark. He's salivating over the full blind that he's got. Like, he can just put Blizzo down right now if he really wanted to with damage, but he's holding on to it, waiting for the perfect moment.
Oh, yeah, definitely keep an eye on Admiral Esports. They're looking like they might be in trouble here. We're seeing
here
Waz
it
chase
comes.
after Blizzo, and it might happen. Oh, Clyde with the rescue onto Blizzo. Looks like he's going to be okay for now, but he's still really low in health. We're going to see Waz begin to chase after him across the map. So quite a lot of exchanges happening here so far in Hook Point. Lots of damage going out. Everyone seems topped up for now, though, Sid.
All right, Blizzo, how are you going to stay alive here? You're losing a Polymorph, no Trinket, dismantled at low health. He's got nothing left. It's match point, and he's holding on by a thread, and it won't be enough. Met-X scoring the kill with a Living Flame there, taking this series 3-1 and sending Admirals Esports to the lower bracket.
Oh, wow. Very quick couple of games there. Poggers 3-1, Admirals Esports. There's some scary teams down there in that lower bracket. Like Sid said, they're going to be heading down there soon. Would love to honestly see a rematch between these two teams. Some really interesting compositions brought forth on the side of Admirals Esports, and just seems like while they were good choices, obviously it's great to see Blizzo back on that warrior. They just didn't seem to be able to make it happen. Are there just tweaks that we might want to see from them, Sid, or do we want to see maybe some other compositions come out from this team?
I mean, as a warrior, Assassination Rogue is just so scary. Like, you're almost like, you're like made of paper, gonna get cut down throughout the game, and then you have to hit a Frost Mage or a Preservation Evoker, which is like the slipperiest targets in the game. Or you can get spam Kidneyed and spam Snared and spam Nova'd the entire game. Like here, Clyde actually pulls him away, or sorry, was that maybe Max that pulled him away? But he just can't connect. Like here, he's finally connected, but now he's dead. Now he's disarmed. Now he can't hit anything. Like, it's just so rough as the warrior in this matchup in particular. And I think it's almost always been the case that Frost Mage has just been kryptonite for arms warriors. And if you leave the Frost Mage open, he's going to freely cast. He's going to get glacial spikes out, too much burst damage. But if you try and chase him, you end up wasting a lot of time, not connecting onto a target. So this is just a really well-crafted composition from Poggers for this matchup. It's just everything that Admirals Esports has nothing they can do about. I feel like they'd have to switch up their comp if they were going to be able to take this. But even their other cleave options, I feel like you could run this Frost Mage Evoker and still do decently well in these positions. I love that they stayed on top of Clyde, just rode crowd control on him throughout, never hesitated on it, went all in, knew exactly what they wanted to do in terms of strategy, flexed onto some multiple specs for this series overall, weren't caught off guard, had a really good first day. They're going to move into Championship Sunday as a result of this win, and Admiral Esports will have to battle it out in the lower side. It was awesome to see Blizzo on the warrior. It's just this scenario in particular, I don't know anybody that plays warrior that would be happy about being a warrior in this match in particular.
Yeah. For sure, unfortunate in this situation. Admiral Esports are going to go on to play BAEN in the lower bracket. They're ahead in points before heading into this weekend, ahead of Poggers, but this is going to be really good for Poggers. I mean, they're already setting themselves up nicely for the rest of the weekend, so we're going to actually see them play again later on Championship Sunday. So well done to them, and we're going to continue on also into the upper bracket. Up next, we've got another one coming up. It's Dragonlands Roulette versus the Fiends. And then if you don't know that roster, it's actually Gelu Baba, who we didn't get to see play last weekend alongside Zank, Acro, and Valet. So kind of some old school players coming back here. on this roster. Excited to see what these guys bring to the table, and then they're going to be facing off against the Fiends, and that is, of course, also a very, very good, very experienced group of players. Big Max, Kishoni, Rat, and Zen, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, the Fiends had a really good performance. I would say just like it's exceeded expectations with the subtlety rogue. Like my anticipation for moving into the tournament is that sub rogue teams would have a bit of a struggle to be able to move and advance through the tournament, but they completely blew that out of the water, beating the Demon Hunter Ellie's, not getting out dampened, massive burst damage, a lot of confidence from them. And you can watch their POVs as well. I believe Big Mix at least streamed last week, and I think he is streaming this week. Their comms are always like super hype, super aggressive, like just let's get this done, let's go type of gameplay from them. Very entertaining team to watch. The only ones right now running the subtlety rogue, survival hunter, holy priest. Curious if Zen flexes at all, because like he's kind of staple holy priest player, but disc damage on top of what they had last week might be nasty if they decide to go that route.
Yeah, we've seen what this can do already, so we'll see if they bring it out to the table. We're going to head to a break real quick. When we come back, it's going to be that series Dragonlands Roulette versus the Fiends up next. Everybody, welcome back. We are now in another upper bracket round. It's Dragonlands Roulette facing off against the Fiends. Now I'm joined here with Zico. What are you looking forward to with these two teams?
Well, everything. I feel like the Fiends, it's going to be interesting to see what they can do, because they were kind of like the dark horse last week, bringing in the sub thug. Thug? Yeah, the sub thug. Yeah, it rhymes a little bit. Threw me off for a second there. Yeah, they got the sub thug with Survival Hunter, of course, and the Dragonlands Roulette. Now, there's a lot of experience on this squad, but we haven't seen them actually make a top 8 yet. So this is their first top 8, and it's gonna be interesting to see exactly what they're gonna cook up. I think we might see either Rogue Shadow Priest versus that sub thug, or we could also see the Rogue Mage. So it depends what they want to do. They also have Gelu on that Demo Warlock available. So Gelu is a main mage, but he also has that Demo lock. So they could play Demo Shadow Priest, for example, and Zank. Now, I don't know exactly how many healers he plays, but I do know that he is a Resto Druid main. And then, of course, we got the Fiends, Big Max, Kishiwengi, Rat, Zen on that Holy Priest. And some of these players are actually streaming. I believe Big Max actually is streaming at Big Max WoW. And I don't know if Zenlin is streaming. He might be. So if you want to watch, you know, the Hunter's point of view, or the Priest point of view, and just see it directly from the competitor's point of view, maybe even listen into some of those comms, that option is available. So yeah, we got game number 1 loading up already. Things are going fast here. Our first look at Dragonlands Roulette. That's a tongue twister for sure. We got Zankt also making his first ever AWC debut here in this game. So it's going to be very interesting to see exactly how he performs. If he's nervous, you know, it could be a lot of nerves here, but we are loaded up here into game number 1.
Yeah, I know I would be really nervous if I was playing in my first AWC one, especially with the, you know, how tight these points are. Top 3 is where these teams want to make it. So going into cup number 2 with no points just yet, since this is their first time making to the top 8, quite a bit is needed to be sort of accomplished if they want to make it to those spots. So Zank, excuse me, is for sure surrounded by a lot of AWC experience, so you can bet that he's going to be drawing on that to get support from his teammates. So game number 1 here, Dragonlands Roulette, the Fiends. What do we think about these comps, Zico?
Well, this is, you know, Rogue Shadow Priest, exactly one of the things that we might predict here, but they already got the trinket from Zankt here, so they could actually go for Zankt here and send him, or they're just going to trap him here. Big Mac's looking for it, and they're going after Acro. Big Mac's in a lot of trouble here, already dropping dangerously low, gets the Guardian Angel there. They go for the DR Sap there as well, and Big Mac's, what was that charge there? Actually harpoons over, but Rat dropping dangerously low there, and he will vanish, gets the Ray of Hope. That should be a positive Ray right there. Rat going for that re-stealth, catches a big heal from that Ray, and Big Max now as well forced into that turtle. That pressure coming out from the Dragonlands Roulette is massive, but here comes the setup. They could take out Acro. He's got no trinket. Zank has no trinket. It's going to be up to Valet here. Where's the Void Shift? He gets stunned on his trinket. He can't get the Void Shift off. Defensive blind there by Acro onto Rat, and they will hold on to that Void Shift as a result of split-second decision making there by Acro, saving himself by the skin of his teeth. What a nice stun there by Rat onto Valet's trinket, but ended up actually kind of costing them. But now Zenlin has a free trinket essentially with that blind now no longer being in the equation, but they are running low on those cooldowns. Rat still has his cloak though, and so he does have that in his back pocket. Here comes another setup, full trap secured, full fear onto Valet. There's the kidney shot. They're going after Acro. A nice counter kidney shot by Acro onto Big Max, shutting down a lot of that damage, that DR cheap shot coming out from Rat onto Zank as well, but it's not going to be enough. And now Big Max here could just go down. Zenlin trying to save him. There's the mending bandage for Big Max, as well as that Guardian Angel. Zenlin managing to survive, or keep his team rather, in this fight for a little bit longer. They need to get that next setup, and they need to try to KO Acro here in this next one.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, see if he can make that setup. Rat looking like he is in trouble. There goes that Cloak of Shadows as well, and he's quickly dropping down in health. We're going to see Zen try and keep him up. He's off on the end of the map there. Looking okay so far, but everyone is really piling on top of each other in the middle. Look at Acro. He's going down as well. Valet is in trouble too. So much damage going out on both sides, Zico. We're seeing Zen really keeping his team topped up, using blowing through a lot of cooldowns, but everything's okay right now. We're seeing it stabilize just a bit, but that was really close for both teams, Nico.
Yeah, that was the void shift coming out there from Valet as well, and Zankt here with no trinket left. He's in a full trap here potentially. This could be it here for the Thug, but also Big Max dropping dangerously low. He's got the PI right now though, empowering him, taking a lot of damage to try to kill off that Siphene. That Siphene with a shield though takes a couple of hits to actually get down. Double fear coming out from Valet. Here's Big Max charging in, looking for the trap there. Acro actually trying to eat it. Big Max running back here once again. Zenlin grips him, gets that Guardian once again, and a full kidney onto Zank. This is the setup. Zenlin pushing in. Does he have the fear? Do they have the trap? They try to grip Zank there, actually keeping him out of that CC for a little bit longer. The Innovate is rolling for Zank. His mana is not looking good. Zenlin's mana is looking even worse, and Zank getting those regrowths out, getting that Iron Bark. Big Mix in trouble here behind the pillar. Beautiful dispel though coming out from Zenlin. That mending bandage as well from Big Mix, removing all of those dots from that Rogue Shadow Priest. And now one last ditch effort here, but I think Acro actually might have he has a blind defensively potentially. We saw him use it earlier, but he gets caught up in Kidney before he can use it. Valet though with the Master Spell on the trap. Acro might still need to send that blind. He's dropping dangerously low. The Sheet Def procs, the defensive smoke bomb coming out from Acro, and that will be the turtle from Big Mix again. I have no idea how Zenlin is keeping these people alive, but I think he's run his course there. The mana bar is not looking good for this Holy Priest. This game is ending any second. It could still be Rat that goes down. It could be Big Mix. It also could be Acro. Another full trap. There's no Master Spell available. Scatter Shot coming out, and there is the big damage coming out from Big Mix and Rat. But again, Valet with the Leap of Faith. The smoke bomb coming out this time from Rat, trying to take Acro down. He's staying in the smoke bomb. It could be a mistake here actually. Zank forced to use his trinket right there, and it was on the blind of Rat, so not a bad trade. Zenlin sitting through a fear, and here comes the damage from Valet as well. Big Mix, I don't know how he's going to stay alive. Big Mix with no turtle, with nothing left basically. Zenlin entering that Guardian mode, trying to keep him alive, trying to keep them going for just a little bit longer. One more setup. Can they do it? The DR Sap coming through. I don't think they got anything for this. Acro might just be toast. He's got no Sheet Def. The NS comes through, a little gap in the CC, and that was that defensive blind that Acro held on to from earlier. Does save him right now, but they need to end this game right now, because Zen has nothing, and so does Zank actually. He's got the Iron Bark, but no mana left to use it. He sends the Iron Bark onto Acro, trying to keep him offensive. Can they close it out? You go for the bash there. Zank gets it out of that full fear. Zen and trinkets, gets the void shift, and allows his team to get one more setup.
Oh my god, but it may not be able to even make it that long. I mean, look at all of the health bars on the side of the Fiend. I don't even see any mana with Zen here. Zank kind of quickly following through as well in terms of lack of mana, lack of resources to keep his team topped up, but it definitely looks like the Fiends are the one on the back foot here. They've been playing really defensively. You can see them kind of hiding behind the pillar right now. Valet kind of chasing after them. He's going to run away. Looked like he was kind of getting chunked down, maybe just a little, so he's going to retreat for now. But I mean, look at these health bars. You can see that they're really in trouble here, and we're going to see if they can make something happen. But I mean, look at Rat. He might go down.
Yeah, Rat right now, I think that's a negative rate. There's no way he's going to be able to actually survive with that one. Sheet Def procs. He does get the evasion right now, but they have bought themselves a little bit extra time. No way they get the kill onto Acro. Rat right now trying to escape back to the sewers. The mending bandage coming out. Their line of sighting Valet. Rat gets a clean re-stealth, opening up onto Valet with the kick there from stealth. Trying to take down Big Mix though. Valet, can he do it? The smoke bomb comes out. Big Mix on 1% HP with it. Oh my god, he's got no dots on him. No, he does fall right there. Unbelievable. We are looking at a 2v2 Shadow Priest Resto Druid versus a Holy Priest Rogue. Who even takes this one? They got the gouge there onto Valet. One single dot might just be it here. Zenlin though activates the Guardian form, allows him to get some free healing, allows him to actually top his team. And I feel like every single time me and you on the desk, we get these situations with 2v2s, and now it's going to be Zank and Valet here. Defensive blind coming out here, allowing Zen to potentially drink. Zank trying to stop it. Nice gouge there by Rat, vanishing saps, and now stuns up Zank. Look at Zen just drinking, enjoying it right now, and he is getting plenty of mana. Zen is just Zank is forced to just sit there and watch as Zen gets about 70% mana back. Zank completely tapped. Valet, no dispersion here. They need to get that pressure now onto Valet, make sure that Zank does not sit down to drink. Where's the distract Rat? Rat actually shadow stepping over, making sure that Zank gets no mana, and Rat with no Cloak of Shadows, no defensives, could be a target, dampening already at 39%. He can't disrespect too much. He needs to stop the drinks and maintain the pressure here without dying. It's very, very tough here for Rat and Zen, but if they can do it, they will have a huge advantage here in this 2v2.
Absolutely. I mean, Dragon Roulette, this is our first time playing in AWC as this roster, and they had a really strong go of it so far. Now we're in a 2v2 position. We've had a really, really good drink from Zen, so they're going to be in a really good place for the rest of this 2v2, but it's going really, really long. We're in 42% dampening. Things are starting to get extremely volatile, so I'm curious as well. Who ends up winning this 2v2? I mean, in a vacuum, Zico, like what two comps do you, or which of these comps do you think is better set up for this kind of situation?
I would have to go with the Rogue Priest, and they got the mana right now as well to make it work. They got the dampening. I feel like, yeah, I think it's looking good right now for the Fiends here, but it is Valet and Zank with a few surprises there in his back pocket right now, sitting in that broccoli form, trying to get some free regrowths there, but actually sitting down for a drink right now. Zank, can he get that drink? It would be huge. Rat gets feared on his trinket, actually not allowed and not able to stop that drink. Zank is getting plenty of mana, but Valet dropping dangerously low. There is no big heals aside from that Nature Swiftness that just came through, and all of a sudden Zank does get a little bit of mana left into the tank, and Zenlin here, what is he gonna do? He's got the flash heals, he's got some healing here for Rat, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to actually get anything going with that. Rat already dropping quite low here. He has the Shadow Blades though, big damage potential here onto Valet. What a nice route. Valet is playing an excellent game so far. Zank being allowed to actually get a drink right there was crucial for this 2v2, and you can see Big Mix right there. He can't believe it. He's just sitting right now watching from the grave as his team is battling it out for the fate of his entire series here potentially. That blind pick very, very crucial, and we are going to see another swap here onto Zank, but Rat actually can't really kill anything right now. Dampening is getting higher and higher though. Zank actually using that Tranquility Bubble right there, and that gives him an opportunity here to actually go after Valet. Now Rat does have, he has forced out a lot of cooldowns here from Zank. He only has that trinket left, and they could set up a big one-shot onto Zank, but if he does pre-bear form as well, it could be very, very dangerous. They're playing a dangerous game. 53% dampening. There's the kidney shot. There's the full blind. Here we go. This is the setup. They get Zank's trinket. They get the pre-iron mark. They get the full sap, and they are going after this druid right now, and I don't know how he's going to actually be able to live after that next setup comes through. He's got no trinket. He's got no bark skin, no iron bark, really no mana as well. They need to just survive by being offensive. Delay going for the push here. There it is. Big damage coming out, but Zenlin trying to keep Rats from using that Cloak of Shadows right now, and they need it, you know, during that next kill potential, and they go for the kidney shot here onto Valet. Once again, Zank sitting down for a drink, but has to cancel that drink because Valet is just dying to the sub-rogue damage. So much pressure coming out here from Rat and Zenlin, and if they can get another CC here onto Zank, maybe a kidney shot into a fear, they could take down Valet potentially. Has that dispersion to fall back on, and if they go for Zank, the tricky thing is that Valet now has his Void Shift back, so he could actually Void Shift Zank and keep him alive. It's a very dangerous game here that they're playing on the side of the Fiends. They need to really pick their next target here and not make a mistake.
Yeah, no mistakes definitely here, especially when you're this deep into dampening. Both of these teams, they're so skilled. You can bet that they're going to capitalize on any situation. Zen and Rat dropping fairly low. They're about half health between both of them. 61% dampening. I mean, this is really, really scary. I mean, you can see the emotion on Big Mech's face. Look at him. You can see how nervous he is. You know that he knows what this game means. I mean, with two teams that are this close that end up taking a blind pick and making it last 12 minutes into a cross kill, you can bet that the rest of this series is going to be just as intense. So they know what is at stake here. Both of these teams know that they can't afford to lose game number one. These blind picks tend to be absolutely crucial in games such as these when these two teams are so evenly matched against each other. So we're seeing Valet continue to drop, Rat continue to drop, both of their healers completely out of mana pretty much this entire time that it's been a 2v2. We've seen Zen get a little bit of a drink, and that did sustain him for a little bit longer, but now we're seeing those defensives pop out from Zen. There's that Guardian form as well. Rat has been able to keep that Cloak of Shadows for quite some time, so they haven't really been in a desperate situation just yet, but I wonder if that is about to change as we are continuing to dive into almost 70% dampening, Zico.
Yeah, dampening is ramping up, and they need to find a drink. It's not looking good for the Priest Rogue team right now. Zenlin dropping quite low right there. Does manage to hold on to the tree. He's going for the res play. Can they do it? There's no way. Nah, Zenlin. What? Maybe with a little bit better positioning there, actually, could have been. Oh, no, that's Acro's corpse. Never mind. I thought for a second that was Big Mac's mind. I was like, wait, why is he in line of sight there? But going for that res play definitely could work in their favor. They have the crowd control to maybe pull it off, but right now going after Belay, it's not looking too good. Zank has been able to sneak in these little micro drinks, then trinketing here, going for that symbols of hope, and we are running out of cooldowns here for the Fiends. What are they going to do here in this 2v2 situation? Belay and Zank, just too much experience on this team, not really finding any cracks in that armor, and Belay just looking for that next row of dots, looking for that kill. Dunlane with a little bit of mana left in the tank. They could maybe go for another play here. They get Belay's trinket here, and Zank though still with that trinket in his back pocket. Belay actually, I think, defs the gouge right there. They're going after Zank. They fear Belay. Cheap shot into cheap shot there onto Zank, but Zank just with the bark skin is able to brush that one off. Full stun onto Rat. He's got no trinket for 2 seconds. Rat now with the Cloak of Shadows on cooldown. What is he gonna do? I don't know how he's gonna stay alive. He has the Vanish, but at this point that little shield that he gets from Vanish is not going to do much. 76% dampening right now in this 2v2, and there's the Vanish coming out for Rat, but he gets immediately pulled out. There's the defensive smoke bomb. There's the Siphon as well. Rat kills it off. Zenlin going here again, trying to find a fear onto Zank, but Zank just staying back, just healing, doing what he needs to do. And there's the Ray of Hope. It's a negative. It's +1, but it could be negative again in a second. Belay actually dropping quite low here as well. Goes for the mind control. Nice master spell. Zenlin actually entering Guardian form. Another beautiful mind control, denying those free heals that Zen has access to. And now that Guardian form ends for Zenlin. Insane mind control, but Zank's sitting up for a drink right now. And here we go. Belay gets fully blinded. What are they going to do? 80% dampening. Zank able to sit down and drink. They're trying to buy Zenlin some time to do the same here, but I don't know. This could be anyone's game. Another sap coming out from Rat here, but they're actually trying to open up on the Druid. I feel like it would be a mistake at this point. He just needs to do damage into the stuns and deny damage, but I don't think they can. Here comes the bash onto Zen. There's the full kidney shot. Rat, how is he going to stay alive? He goes for the cold blood. He goes for the damage. He might be able to take him down. Big damage coming out. There's the swap as well from Zenlin. There's the swap from Belay though, and the one from Belay looked a little bit more scary. The Void Crash comes through, and that will be Dragonlands Roulette winning game number 1 here in this upper bracket against the Fiends.
Wow, that is, I think, the longest game we've had so far. If you include Cup 1, 2, that was 15 minutes long, ended in a cross kill, or it started with a cross kill and ended with Dragonlands Roulette winning that first game, but that was not an easy victory, Zico.
Yeah, definitely not. I feel like Zank did a really good job just staying away, staying in bear form, playing it safe, going, and when he needs to find the drinks, but he also needs to find those little micro drinks. He can't drink for too long, but he has to get a little bit of mana in those drinks. It really looked good for the Fiends when they got that big drink, but just unfortunate situation. Belay here, master spelling a trap there onto Zank that could have been Acro's life right here. This is where the cheat death procs and the smoke bomb comes out from Acro, the Crimson Vial as well. And then here, I believe, is the last couple of moments here in the game. You get the cheap shot onto Acro, they get the full kidney onto Zank, and they go with that kidney onto Rat actually by Acro. So Rat here almost going down. He gets the Ray of Hope here and does manage to stay alive. That Siphon as well doing some work, and then Acro pushes in. He feels like he's safe, and then he comes off of Stun DR, and they get that cheap shot, and they get that other cheap shot into a trap there onto Zank. They kill off Acro. They get a cheap shot onto Belay, and then here, unfortunately for the team of the Fiends, Big Mac's just getting crushed here in that bash. Really clutch bash right there coming out from Zank. Gets the aspect of the turtle, and look at that. He has one little Devouring Plague. The last tick of the Devouring Plague kills him. That is extremely unfortunate. And Big Mac's, of course, just sitting there watching here, and this is where they get that big drink, which in my opinion gave them a nice lead here in the 2v2. They get that sap with the onto Belay, they get the stun onto Zank, they get a nice setup there, and then here, of course, the ending of the game where it's just looking so grim. Rat trying to turn on the heat here, goes for the Vanish, goes for the Void Shift there by Zen, going for that damage, and Belay just goes for his Void Shift. His healer still has full HP, and then there comes the little Void Crash sniping Zenlin there behind the pillar. Now I wonder if they went for that res play a little bit earlier. They might have actually been able to find it, because there was a moment where both trinkets were down and they were still kind of trying to get those kills. Yeah, I feel like that's an interesting dynamic when you have a cross kill compared to like a normal 2v2 game. It adds an extra kind of win condition, because in normal 2s, it's like either run the healer out of mana, isolate a target and burst it. But those are really your only 2 win conditions. But in a 3s game that turns into a 2s game, you have an extra win condition, which is just CC the whole team while your healer reses with PI or, like some big haste buff.
Yeah, definitely not something that we really see. I think the entire time I've been doing WoW Esports, I've seen it once in tournament play, a res go off. Super rare to see. So we're going to get headed into game number 2 quickly, but here's a little preview actually. This is cool. Look at this, twitch.tv/BigMex. If you want to go say hello, send him my regards, because he definitely needs it after that first game. That's got to be really exhausting for it to last that long and then, of course, end up losing. So, but this is a very experienced team, especially Big Mech, so you can bet that he's going to be putting this one behind him as he gets into game number 1 to get himself in the right mindset. Looks like we're going to be heading to Ashman's Fall as well. This is upper bracket, quite a bit on the line. These teams are fighting for those points, especially here on the side of Dragonlands Roulette, because they haven't earned any yet since we didn't see them in Cup number 1. They fought extremely hard for that first victory. We'll see if it is repeated as we head into game number 2, or is the Fiends going to tie it up, Zico?
That is a great question. And, you raised an interesting point there. After playing a long game like that, 82% or 85% dampening, whatever it was, and losing, like, it could put you a little bit on tilt. So we'll have to see here what the Fiends, if they can bounce back from that, and especially Rat, because I feel like Rat was the one who was kind of sitting in the hot seat throughout all of that. So he hopefully it either, makes him want to win even more and makes him play better, if that's even possible, or it doesn't at least tilt him. We'll see what his headspace is like after that game number 1, but we are in game number 2 here on Asherman's. Big Mech's already being the target of choice, going for that stun into that full trap. They're going after acro trinkets, cloaks, evasions, trading out basically his entire defensive arsenal, while Valet is sitting through crowd control, and that is pretty good opener. Now the counter setup happening here from the Rogue Shadow Priest, and that Siphon does get killed off there, beautifully done by Big Mech's. Also activates his Gladiator's emblem, that kind of Battle Master trinket, which gives him a temporary boost of HP. Zenlin going for that mind control onto Valet, allowing them to get this setup. This is very important that you cross crowd control Valet. Beautiful scatter shot there onto Valet as well. Here comes the smoke bomb, but where's the damage coming in here? You don't really have too much damage in the setup, and as I say that, they're forced to grip Big Mech's back, and also also use the Big Mech's trinket right there. Kind of a little bit overlap there with that grip, but it actually will be the Fiends having to pay despite having that setup. And it's very important that you cross crowd control Valet, because anytime you leave Valet open, Valet will mass dispel your traps, he will shield, he will be very annoying on that priest with all that utility, throwing out disarm, silences, things like that, siphons, just being extremely annoying. And also with his fear. So very important to make sure that Valet is cross crowd controlled here. Valet actually trinket. Zenlin also forced to use his trinket with the void shift. Acro has a full blind here for Zenlin potentially later. They could maybe close it out onto Big Mex if they can find a stun onto Big Mex and a full blind onto Zenlin. And once again, it will be the Fiends here kind of just covering behind the pillar. Full silence onto Zenlin. Big Mex in a lot of trouble, and he will get absolutely destroyed in that stun lock. And that is the pressure from Dragonlands Roulette coming through here. Gonna make a quick win here in game number 2.
Wow. You looked at, I don't know if anyone was looking at Big Mech's camera during that one, but he did. Big Mech just kind of put his hand over his mouth like a little oopsie. I'm not really, we're gonna see what exactly did happen there though at the end. But Dragonlands Roulette, really strong couple of games here. They're now 2-0. They're on match point against the Fiends.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this is a very, hot roster here. It's just a lot of great players in Europe. And it all starts with Valet here. Trinkets gets that fear, gets that trinket double fear. And Valet managing to kind of shut down the go and get a counter go at the same time. Already at this point, Big Mix had to use his trinket and his turtle. There's the full kidney shot. And look at that silence on the heel by Valet. And then that is enough to get that damage off for Acro. And that Deathmark doing some work there as well. And that is an easy dub right there. They even had a full blind there for Zenland out of that silence. if Big Max miraculously somehow would have actually survived that one.
Yep. Well, they've got one more chance to survive this match. They're facing the potential of dropping down to the lower bracket, which is not a place you want to be, especially when there are so many points on the line. They have the potential to play against the team HUHU if they do drop down, whichever team ends up dropping down from this series. So it looks like the Fiends, they are going to be locking in Dollar and Sewers. So quite a bit different of a change in terms of map size. Now Dragonlands Roulette. How do you expect them to respond, Zico?
Well, I think Dragonlance Roulette are going to lock in the exact same comp. There's no reason to change it. And the Fiends, I mean, it makes sense that they lock in Dalaran Sewers, get the home field advantage here for the Rat, and we'll just have to see if they can actually, bring it back here, try to turn this one around. It's going to be a long climb, though. We still have Tolvir, not really a good map for the Rat, waiting as well. So those larger maps, actually the Fiends did lock in Ashamains, which is surprising. So they're actually flipping the script here completely and going for a smaller map. I wonder why that is. I think for Rat, he will have a shorter distance to crawl on a map like this compared to, Ashamains. And that should allow him to get those setups a little bit easier. But at the same time, you're going to be stacked up at the boxes. Belay can get, big fears if they do that. And also just Acro, he's the immobile in comparison, at least to the sub-rogue on that Asa rogue. He's a little bit more immobile. So he's going to have an easier time getting those multiple bleeds out and getting that cleave pressure.
We'll definitely keep an eye on him for game number 3, but this is not good for the Fiends. I mean, it would be really unfortunate, especially after that kind of really long and grueling game number 1 cross kill that ended 15 minutes long to lose 0-3. That would be not a good place to be. I feel like, we've talked a little bit about mental with these two teams here. So we'll see what they can do as we head into game number 3. We are seeing Dragonlands Roulette, newly formed roster that we haven't yet seen here in the AWC, start off really, really strong. So we'll see if they end this one in a 3-0, or as the Fiends gonna potentially turn this one around here in game number 3, Zico.
Yeah, let's see it. Game number 3. Will the Fiends be able to at least get a point on the board here, or will they be flushed by Dragonlands Roulette? Let's see. It's Acro versus Rat. We got Big Max on the Hunter, of course, and we got Zanlin on that Holy Priest going up against Zankt. And of course, Belay on that Shadow Priest was kind of the MVP, in my opinion, on that last game. Let's see if he can pull it together here for one more match. Full kidney shot immediately here onto Big Max. Full gouge kidney onto Acro. There's the scatter shot. There's the trap. The setup is looking clean. They get the fear onto Belay. 3 versus 1 against Acro. But Acro doesn't have to use his trinket. Only has to use his cloak and his evasion. Very, very big for him. Actually being able to hold on to that trinket means that he can't get global in a shadowy duel. He can't get global in a smoke bomb, but potentially if Rat is running that. And we're going to see now another setup coming in here onto Big Max. Look at that mind control by Belay. Belay is so good with these mind controls. Anytime Zen flies up in that angel form, Belay tries to go for these mind controls, and that's an effective way to stop all of the healing. And now after that mind control, he goes for the double fear. Big Max in a lot of trouble. Can they push for the turtle? They do get the Gladiator's emblem, but Big Max holding on to that turtle. And now swapping onto Zank. Here's the smoke bomb. Rat trying to mix it up here onto the healer. They might take him down here. That last DR stun, having a little bit of a gap right there, allowing Zank to actually sit through. Zank with no trinket now and no defensives though, no renewal. Had to use basically everything. The next time they do that, they might just be lights out for him unless Villet is there with a void chip. But Big Max might not even make it to that point, and they overlap everything. Oh no, the Guardian, the swap, the turtle, everything is overlapped. They're going after Acro here. They get the full trap onto Zank. Villet though is free to go for the master spell, and he will find it, and things are not looking good for the Fiends right now.
Oh, they really are not. That is certainly a rough position to be in. We'll see if they can hold on a little bit longer, hopefully get some of those defensives that they overlap to reset. But I don't know, Big Max, he's kind of running for his life right now. You can see Ville just charging at him from up top here. Acro going to jump down as well to add to that pressure. He's going to get gripped back up here on the platform. He's getting topped up just a little bit by Zen, so he's safe for now. But I mean, he did burn through his defensive cooldowns, but now it's Acro that's in trouble, and Valet. Look at that. Things are kind of flipping over there on the side of Dragon Roulette. Now they're getting pressure back onto them, but that doesn't mean that Big Max is out of trouble just yet. Caught in a stun, and he goes down. that is going to be a 3-0 for Dragonlands Roulette for their first ever cup here with this roster for cup number 2. This is going to look very, very nice as they're going to move forward into that upper bracket, Zico.
Really, really solid performance from Dragonlands Roulette. And, you know, we saw the Fiends. They tried to go for it there at the end. They went for a big all-in. They got the double fear, or even triple fear, I think it was. And they tried to send Acro, but the cheat def is just so good. And it does manage to save Acro there. And then immediately they turn it around back onto Big Max, and they're able to find that kill. And here we can see it. This is the moment where everything started spiraling. That Guardian, they overlap with the sack, with the swap, with everything there for Big Max and his turtle as well. And then here's that moment. Zenlin comes out, gets the fear. This is the hero play coming out here. He gets the ray of hope, and then Zenlin pushes out, gets the triple fear right here, I think, actually, coming out into the right there. And this is the moment where Acro needs to go down. He goes for the holy fire to go for the damage, and look at Acro here, so low, but the cheat def saves him for just that split second where he would have died. And then Valet coming through with that void shift, and at this point there is nothing they can do. They got no more buttons left. Zankt immediately pushing in for the bash, immediately going for that cyclone as well. And that is it. Dragonlands Roulette, kind of a newly formed roster. Zankt on his first ever AWC Cup has guaranteed himself a top 4 finish. This is, of course, not the end of the Rats. The Rats are going to be moving down to that lower bracket to fight off against HUHU. So that should be an interesting one as well. But definitely a strong performance here by Dragonlands Roulette, already showing some dominance here. They got a very stacked roster, you know. They have Gelu as well on this team. Can play Rogue Mage, they can play Demolock, Shadow Priest as well, and they just have, you know, that Lock Rogue available as well. So it's a lot of good meta comps, a lot of strong players, very big experience on this roster. You know, Valet, BlizzCon finalist, kind of building this team with Acro as well, who has a lot of experience in AWC, and they're making it look good so far.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I mean, you kind of said it in that last match. You're saying, you know, Valet was the MVP of that one. It's really cool to see him kind of come out on the Shadow Priest. He's a household name with that class, but I feel like he's never really been able to find a roster where he isn't the 4th. He's been on traditionally a lot of jungle teams, so he hasn't really been able to shine quite often. And I think he may have found a home here with Dragonlands Roulette. You know, he's been playing, he got to play all 3 of those games, and they are showing up super strong so far, getting that 3-0. And they are going to be moving on, and we'll see what they can do with that roster. We're going to see them play again later on Sunday against Poggers. And they actually, you know, when we were talking with Dragonlands Roulette, they said that they are the most scared to face Poggers, because they said Poggers was basically their team, just with way more experience and a bit more comps as well. So we'll see how they do in that European Upper Finals on Sunday. But that being said, now we're going to see the Fiends. They're going to go against Team HUHU. How do we think that one's going to go, Zico?
Ooh, it's going to be a tough one. I feel like I think for the Fiends, it's going to be one of those series that could come down to the map. I think they need to win that blind pick, and if they don't, it's going to be an uphill battle. I think Team HUHU definitely going to be relying on some of those wizards, playing on those large maps. I don't think we're going to see Demon Hunter tagged in for them. Yeah, we're gonna go over to that series a little bit later. Up next, though, we got ADMIRALS Esports versus BAEN. Now, BAEN, newcomer RMP, they've been looking absolutely solid there so far today. We'll see now what they can do against Swapsy and his ADMIRALS, because they are definitely also one of those contenders here in the European region.
Yep, definitely keep an eye on then ADMIRALS Esports versus BAEN after this break.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now in the lower bracket for an elimination series. We have Admiral Esports going up against BAEN, and I feel like for Admiral Esports, can't be happy with the result of their last match, getting sent down to the lower bracket, and now they're actually fighting BAEN, which is another team that plays that Rogue Mage Priest. Do you think it could be a similar result for them, or do you think they really gathered intel from that last one?
Well, they definitely gathered some intel, but I feel like the main thing that they learned in this matchup is probably that, okay, we could go to a small map, lock in the warrior, and just zug it out on the priest. But at the same time, I feel like Admirals Esports, they definitely got dealt a bad hand here, you know, going up against Rogue Mage, which seemed pretty decent into what they're running, and then going up against the only other team potentially that is running that Rogue Mage here in that lower bracket. I feel like BAEN, they played really well in that first match. I was very impressed with the Rogue Mage, but I still gotta say, you know, compared to Poggers, there's not a lot of Rogue Mage teams that can actually compare up there, especially Meh on that Priest. He is just, yeah, he's good.
He's not bad,
and
right?
also he has, yeah, no, he's definitely something. I mean, think about that. One of the games he out-damaged Raikou. He did like almost 2 million damage on that Disc Priest. Definitely seems like a scary player to deal with. So we'll see if BAEN maybe actually, if they're the ones who learned something watching that. They're like, wait a second, what talent is Mech running here? Let's check out the AWC tool to see exactly what gear and talents that he is running, so we can copy some of that, some of those strats maybe. But yeah, here we got the bracket to see kind of how the day has been shaping up. What do you think so far, Ben?
So far, so good. Poggers having a really good run. I think for them, they had a really disappointing Cup number 1. So the fact that, you know, they've kind of coasted through that upper bracket, they were able to best Admiral Esports, who is probably one of the most competitive teams with them, I think says a lot for them. And they set themselves nicely up in that semifinal. Unfortunately for some of these other teams like Admiral Esports and Team HUHU, it's a bit different. And the Fiends, honestly. These are a lot of the teams that kind of remained in the upper bracket. The finalist teams from Cup number 1, they're basically all going to be eliminating each other. So not the spot you really want to be in, but it just goes to show you once again how competitive Europe really is this year with limited cups and some of these powerhouse rosters. It can be really difficult to be consistent. So we'll have to see if any of these teams kind of rise to the occasion for this cup as well as the next two. But we do have this game almost underway. I would say the one thing that scares me a little bit here for BAEN is they might not have the Evoker, they might not have the Frost Mage, so we might just see the Blizzo Warrior Swapsy TSG Pain Train on this Priest, and it doesn't look like it's going to be exactly that, but we do have the Demon Hunter Death Knight, and we'll see how this works out for them in game number 1 on the Grand.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of BAEN's game to lose here. If they can play a nice, clean offense, they can get a lot of pressure. The Demon Hunter definitely a good target. Swapsy as well on that DK, a solid target as well. And we'll see exactly what they decide to do here. P-Mate going in, poking that Demon Hunter, you know, stealth detection. And there's the Dragon's Breath. There's the full polymorph. They get the cheap shot there onto Clyde as well. And Clyde actually doing a really cool thing there that Evokers can do, which is he stores a Dispel in his stasis, and then he dispels himself out of a polymorph later on. I've been very, very surprised to see people do that against me, and it's really nice to see actually these Evokers do it. But right now, Oleg under a lot of pressure, forced to use that first charge of that Pain Suppression, but he is playing that double Pain Sub build. The triple Fear coming in here onto Clyde and Swapsy, and they're going after Blizzo. A lot of damage here onto Blizzo. He needs to be careful. Goes for that reverse magic, and he does actually walk out of that anti-magic zone. But now here comes the pressure once again coming out from Admirals Esports, looking for Shoxy, Ben.
Yeah, definitely. Shoxy in a little bit of trouble right now. Oliak, let's see if he can actually connect the heals. It's going to be the Rapture, but that fades. Now he has to, you know, now that he's worked through some of those cooldowns, he's going to have to actually hard cast the heals. He can't just avoid damage at this point. He does have one tick of Pain Suppression left, but his team is under pressure. Large amounts of damage here onto Shoxy. At the same time, Blizzo's getting a little bit low, and Clyde has burned through a lot of his mana. Look at P-Make just spamming out the Arcane Blast. Huge damage here on Blizzo. He's in a kidney shot. This could be the game. The Arcane Barrage execute. Snipes him. Goodbye, Blizzo. And BAEN is looking good here in game number 1.
Yeah, BAEN, you know, you love to see it, you know, as a fellow temporal anomaly or time anomaly enjoyer, You love to see the bloodlust proccing like that in those moments right there at the end when you have the CC, you're about to spam out the damage and you just get that big bloodlust proc and you just start shipping out the arcane blast like that. And you can see it here. So this was a little bit earlier and they had some good pressure onto Shoxy here, but this is really where Blizzo kind of fell behind a little bit. They went after Swapsy here. They got him kind of low. Mind games coming out. Swapsy did trade here, and then they swap over to Blizzo. They get a little bit of damage there. Shoxy pushing in, and here comes the triple Dragon's Breath into the sheep, I believe. You get the Nova, and there's the full sheep. And look at PMake here. Once he gets that sheep, beautiful fake. Look at that bloodlust, right? Yeah, he gets a precog, and there it is, bloodlust. Now he's got no global cooldown, and that blind as well. Do you see that blind on the trinket? Instant, beautifully done there by Shoxy.
This is a team that's looking really good. It's exciting because Rogue Mage Priest is a really explosive composition and it's really strong right now. And you have these teams that kind of, I don't want to say they're one tricks, but they really dedicate themselves to playing Rogue Mage Priest at a high level. And when it's strong, you can enter a tournament like the AWC. It's really fun to see them kind of compete at such a high level. And I think it's going to be a similar story in North America also. So some games that are going to be really exciting tomorrow as well to watch. Some teams that are kind of just locking in with their Rogue Mage Priests and kind of having a miracle run. And if BAEN is able to eliminate this team, that would be so huge for them. And maybe they could actually make like a total run in that lower bracket. Could we see like a Rogue Mage mirror later on? That would be exciting for me to see.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we haven't seen too many of these arcane mages, but it's nice to see them locked in. It's nice to see them perform. You know, as an arcane mage enjoyer, you love to see it. But the big question now, of course, for Admirals is, what are they going to do? Like, are we going to a large map? Are we keeping Blizz on that Demon Hunter? Okay, we're going to a small map. Are we going to the TSG? Is that the answer right now for Admirals? Because I feel like that it might be a decent option. But Black Rook hold, I feel like they did lock this in against Poggers and it didn't look too good. Was that with the Rogue Mage Evoker though? No, I think that was against
no.
RMP. Yeah, I think they lost to RMP as well on this map, right?
They did, but they played the DHDK. I'm pretty sure they didn't play the Warrior.
No. Yeah, so we'll see if they lock in the Warrior or if they're just going to lock in the same thing here. Chalk it up maybe to some individual mistakes there. See what they decide to do here. Admirals Esports definitely being tested. Man.
I like Warrior. I really think Warrior's strong. Watching Blizzo play it, of course, there was a few close calls, but I just feel like their overall pressure in the match is a lot higher. And I feel like Demon Hunter is kind of just as susceptible to a Warrior just being kidney shot and die, right? So... Yep. I don't know how much more you actually gain from the Demon Hunter. Of course, you get the reverse magic, which is nice, but you're just kidney shot anyways. It doesn't end up working out that much. So I want to see Blizzo on the Warrior personally. Go after Ollie, really pressure him in this match. We'll see if they end up doing that. It looks like they will be tagging in Blizzo on the Warrior. So I like this. I think this is a really strong composition right now. They're going to have to get some off-CC on the PMake. So I think Swapsy, he did a good job with, the asphyxiates, because he is playing Shimmer. So, set him up when he's trying to get the cast off, making sure you're dropping those anti-magic zones at really high HP to try to just to mitigate a lot of that incoming damage before Blizzo gets too low on health. But if Blizzo can have uptime, it is not easy for this priest to survive.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If they decide to go after Oliek, I feel like this is really going to be his test. We saw Mech. He managed to survive all the way until he was out of mana. And honestly, there was a couple of mistakes in that game. I feel like Raikou, he DR'd one of the polys. There was a couple of small things that could have gone a little bit better. And that was a close match because Mech was able to survive for such a long time. So for Oliek, that's going to be his priority. Try to live as much as possible. For Shoxy, he needs to have a good balance between the offense and the defense because he might be the guy who's getting cleaved with the healer. And then for PMake, this is the most fun experience as a mage, in my opinion. You're just left, kind of completely free. People are trying to off kick you a little bit here and there, trying to grip you into the blender now and then. But for the most part, you get to have fun. You get to cast. You get to enjoy. So for PMake, this is really where he's going to be tested. He's going to need to land a lot of crowd control. He's going to need to do a good job landing his damage, having some good peels, maybe some defensive Rings of Frost, some defensive sheeps at times, and really try to isolate targets and take him down. Most likely going to be Blizzo And that's a big reason why people aren't locking in those warriors. Warriors just in general, they just don't have a great time into Asa Rogues. They just die. But with Clyde on his roster, he will have at least that counter to remove those bleed effects. And he will also have, things like the Emerald Communion. And also Clyde, storing his Dispel in his stasis and then dispelling himself. And also you can use... I forget the name, but the little green dragon that you can summon to dispel yourself. Those are some of the things that you can actually do as an evoker to get out of crowd control, to basically dispel yourself out of crowd control. So we'll see if Clyde can keep that up. And there it is, the dream projection. He tried to actually pre-dream that one, but does get feared here. But it's a DR fear after that Dragon's Breath. And here comes PMake. Arcane Surge already being loaded up. Blizzo already activating the blender. Here comes the damage, big damage from that Blade Storm. But it actually appears to be Blizzo be the one who's actually taking the damage here. Disarm coming out onto Shoxy. Disarm as well onto Blizzo. Blizzo does recover. And now once again going after that Priest, gets full kidney shot here. Clyde trying to rescue him away from that one. Beautiful rescue coming in. And here's the Arcane Blast. Nice grip by Swapsy. PMake going for the sheeps, going for the defensive rings. Gets slept right there. Nice war banner from Blizzo, DRing the entire team right there, shutting down that setup. And that should be enough potentially to allow him to stay aggressive here. Dragon's Breath coming out, and that will be a Stormbolt now onto Oliak. He's in big trouble right now. Blizzard's all over him. Swapsy's there. There's the Blade Storm, and that will be the first pain suppression coming out here from those cooldowns. And he's still getting chopped up pretty good through that one, man.
Definitely. There's the kitty shot onto Blizzo, but Clyde is there right away to keep him alive. And I am really worried for BAEN right now. This is not what you want. This is the pain train that Blizzo and Swapsy are just so good at bringing. Interrupt here on Ollie. He's forced to trade out the Void Shift, but now there's really not that much defense left. He has one tick of pain suppression left. He's forced to trade out his trinket, but the interrupts are flying in. This is decent peels coming in for PMake here. He's trying to do what he can by spamming out the polymorph, but it can be really difficult. Blizzo gets topped off in the kidney shot, but the damage is unrelenting. He gets gripped. That rescued me from Clyde. Clyde, honestly, is doing such a good job in this match so far with his positioning, avoiding polymorphs, and just kind of defending himself from all that mage crowd control, getting sleeps on PMake. And Ollie is running out of time here, Zico.
Yeah, beautiful Blade Storm coming out here once again from Blizzo. There's the blender coming in. They got the asphyxiate onto PMake, trying to keep him low. And they're actually doing a little bit of a swap there onto Clyde. The intervene coming out there though by Blizzo. Blizzo now once again making his way to the target. Here comes the Arcane Surge. Big damage from that Arcane Mage. They need to kick him, and that is a beautiful kick there by Clyde. They go for that Ring of Frost, but that Ring of Frost is not landing onto anybody. Here comes the Time Warp proc though. Huge damage from PMake. He gets kicked once again. Swapsy making sure to keep this mage under control, and that will be the anti-magic zone here as well, being traded out by Swapsy, trying to keep Blizzo alive and offensive. Oliak already running low on mana. No Void Shift. Has one pain suppression left. There's the double Garrett coming out. Triple Garrett actually coming out by Shoxy, doing tons and tons of damage. Obsidian Scales activates for Clyde. Mind control onto Blizzo, and Oliak trying to buy himself a little bit of time, but he's dropping dangerously low while that mind control is channeling. He needs to cancel it. He's going offensive with it, trying to take down Blizzo. It's a bit of a race here. Oliak gets kicked though. That's the pain suppression active. And that is his last line of defense. Here comes the Blade Storm. Here comes Blizzo. Mind games though onto Blizzo as well. Clyde with the Spirit Bloom. He gets full sheep. Has he any way out of that sheep? It doesn't look like it. Schism gets loaded up. Blizzo on his last leg here. Can they find the resheep? It doesn't look like a PMake. Gets gripped in by Swapsy. Gets the resheep late, but he breaks it with his own orb right there. And Oliak now, as a result, is in a world of trouble then. He might be able to survive this Stormbolt. He has one more pain suppression. He activates it, but how much time can they really buy? They got the full blind available, but Clyde has a trinket for it, and I don't know how this RMP is actually going to stay alive and score a kill at this point in the game.
That's going to be really difficult. He has a cauterizing flame as well. Dream Breath comes in. Clyde immediately trinkets. They might go after Clyde. They kidney shot him. Can they take him down at the same time, though? Ollie in a lot of trouble. We could easily see a cross kill here.
No
Clyde
way.
gets deleted. Unbelievable. Ollie at the same
way.
time. And now we have Death Knight Warrior versus Rogue Mage. But Shoxy, there's nothing left. He gets caught into the Stormbolt. Swapsy's going to be chasing him down. Can he take him down? There's no way, right? BAEN, if they can recover in the situation, that would be an absolute miracle. Unfortunately, they are not able to. And that will be the game. Tied up here, Admiral Esports with an all-in. But honestly, got to give a lot of credit to BAEN there. That game was looking completely hopeless where they were. But that one kind of miracle swap, they baited out the trinket with the blind. And as soon as he trinketed, they just went after the healer. Were able to drop him in one really nice setup. So such a close game. Both these teams playing out of their minds in this one.
both teams kind of sacrificing their queen right there and making it a 2v2, but it was a short-lived 2v2. It was a really nice play, Van. You absolutely hit the nail on its head there. And this was really the moment here. I don't know, you can't see him because he's off screen right now. PMake though gets gripped in, and he has no Dragon's Breath. He has no way to actually cover that sheep and get that resheep without leaving a gap. And then here's that miracle moment. Oliek getting dangerously low, and look at Shoxy here. He's got the death mark. It just comes off cooldown. He sends the blind without sending that death mark. And of course, Clyde at this point in the game, his team's about to win. He trinkets out, doesn't want to fall behind. Swaps is already dropping a little bit in HP. There's no way he can sit through a CC chain there. Trinkets, gets Kidney on his trinket. The death mark comes through, and the vanish as well. That DR stun. And then here, Oliek gets cross kid. Now Shoxy gets storm bolted as he gets around the corner right there, which is so unfortunate. And then here, actually, a bit of a mistake from PMake. I think he's actually kicked. I'm not sure. No, he actually is casting. So there, he could have altered time to reset his blink. I don't know if Blizzard had more gap closers, but if you alter and instantly cancel it, you just get a free blink from that, from one of the talents. So he could have maybe stayed alive a little bit longer, but I don't think it would have mattered as a result of that Storm Bolt. I think his rogue was toast in that situation, and I don't think he was going to 2v1 Blizzo and Swapsy on that rogue or on that DK warrior. So I gotta agree with you, Van. This was, the map pick and the counter pick, so to speak, for Admirals Esports, and they made it close on the side of BAEN. Now BAEN, they can pick their map. They can be, they can set the match and dictate the pace on their own terms, and it's up to Admirals Esports to actually reply here and find a win. I feel like if we go back and forth, this could just be one of those games that get decided in the blind.
Definitely. One thing that's really jumping off the page with those stats there is Ollie. He did 65% quick math percent of the damage of the Arcane Mage, and he was being trained the entire game. So that is an impressive amount of damage to actually get off on that Discipline Priest, especially when you have Swapsy and Blizzo training you down. So it's been really impressive to see BAEN perform so far, but kind of as expected, we are going to be going to a large map. BAEN, they want more distance. They want to make it more difficult. I feel like, especially if you're the Evoker player, if you're Clyde in this match, like having that central pillar on Blackrock Hold is just so nice to avoid polymorphs. But they're actually just going to go for a completely different line of play, try to just turn this map on its head by tagging in Jamie on the Elemental Shaman and Swapsy on that Demonology Warlock. So not playing the cleave anymore, which is what BAEN probably expected on Tolveron. But they're bringing in some wizards of their own, which I think is a good choice.
Yeah, and this is where, the question comes in for BAEN. Do they have the experience to deal with something like this? Because on paper, Rogue Mage is extremely good into LA Shaman. You can, LA Shaman is good into the wizards. It's the king of the wizards. But the Asa Rogue is what can kind of, bring him down there for a little second. That Asa Rogue can definitely deal with Jamie. So you need to get that uptime. You need to find those kidney shots. They need to find that damage and deal with Jamie. And now, this is not a great matchup, but the DH matchup wasn't good either. So now at least they get that big map, they get a little bit of a kind of maybe worse matchup, but they have that big map that can kind of even it out a little bit for them on the side of Admirals Esports. And I could definitely see them winning this. This is a comp that they've been practicing a lot. This is a comp that they've been doing well with. They get Jamie in, on his main. They get Swapsy in on his Warlock. He's been looking fantastic. Clyde on that Evoker can stay the same. And this could be a good way to kind of grab that swing match advantage for them. But it is all about that uptime. If BAEN can get enough kidney shots onto Jamie, they can get, if they can stay in long enough without being pressured off of the Ellie Shaman, that is when, Admirals are going to be in big trouble.
Big trouble. I kind of wonder if BAEN, they didn't really anticipate this, right? I thought maybe the draft for them was really, really obvious. We're going Tolveron and they're going to play Cleave and it's going to be a really good matchup for us. But Admiral Esports, obviously all of them are kind of tournament veterans at this point. So I think this was a good decision by them. Really try to give themselves the advantage on this map. And yeah, you mentioned it. Jamie's going to be in a lot of trouble in this match, dealing with the kleptomania from the Arcane Mage and just the consistent damage of the kidney shot and the Shiv, reducing all incoming healings from the Assassination Rogue. It's kind of devastating. So Swapsy, I think he's going to have to be the playmaker, the guy who's playing kind of goalie defense for the team. He's going to have to do a really good job with his fears, his stuns, his interrupts. If he can do that, I think he can actually keep his team alive and buy Clyde and Jamie enough time to actually survive. But I think if Swapsy doesn't play this really, really well, then it's going to be super hard for Clyde to deal with all the crowd control, all the purges, and the amount of damage that BAEN really has available.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Swapsy's gonna. We saw kind of Infernion in that role a little bit earlier against the Windwalker Sub-Rogue. It's basically the same thing for Swapsy. He's gonna be the tank, or the tankiest member of the team, and it's always the tank's job to be the most disruptive member, to be the person who gets the counter pressure. And you know, in this matchup, Jamie, he's definitely the kind of glass cannon on the side of Admirals Esports. If they leave him free, he's gonna be way too scary, so they have to go after him. He's also the squishiest target, aside from maybe a Clyde swap. So Swapsy on that Warlock, he's gonna have a lot of defense, he's gonna have a lot of room to work with, not really gonna be a target, and that means he needs to be the one who shuts it down before it even begins. And Swapsy, you know, we used to call him the anti-rogue mage, so he definitely works well in that role, but we'll see if he can actually pull through here. You know, Admirals Esports, they had a decent run last week. I believe they finished in 3rd place. And it was a close one as well for them. So I feel like for Admirals Esports, the more points they can get, the better off they're going to be, because this is an agent-free week, guys. We got the agents already eliminated. They managed to get themselves 12 points in addition to those 120 points that they had earlier. So that is all the points they're going to be able to scrap up, and that gives teams like Admirals Esports, who I believe did come in 3rd, to actually get those points and actually catch up and maybe even overtake them in the standings, because this is the 2nd cup. This is the, you know, we're halfway through after this cup. You know, after Sunday, we will know where teams are standing halfway through, and top 3 is the only teams guaranteed to qualify for the finals. If you're 4th, you're going to have to play in the gauntlet. 5th, 6th, you know, all the way down to 8th, you have to play in that gauntlet. It will be based off of seeding, you know, based on where you play. So if you played 4th, you will only need to win 1 game. If you played the 8th, you need to win every single game to actually be able to qualify in that gauntlet tournament. And obviously, all of these players are great players. They don't want to be in that situation. They just rather just want to watch the gauntlet and just relax, you know. So for Admiral Esports, this is a very important tournament for them to get as many points as possible. BAEN, they got no points. You know, they're basically just playing spoiler here, just showing up out of nowhere and starting to knock down a lot of our top dogs like MYWAY, and now also 1-on-1 apiece here against Admiral Esports. Game number 3 is about to be live here. We got the demo Ellie going up against the Asa Arcane. Who is going to take it? We're about to find out.
I feel like this is a matchup like as old as time, like since the inception of World of Warcraft, like Lock Shaman versus Rogue Mage, right? This is just like so typical. We'll see who pulls out ahead. Jamie and Swapsy, obviously, I mean, these players are veterans at this point. They've been playing so many tournaments. They've been dealing with Rogue Mage for a really long time. So let's see if they have it locked in here. Beautiful job there by Clyde. He actually gets Shoxy out of stealth as an immediate stun onto Shoxy. Slow down some of that early damage. Jamie's going to go for a knock also, but he's taking a lot of pressure. Looks like they are kind of going after multiple targets here. Shoxy's going to be getting his bleeds onto Swapsy at the same time. P-Make, unfortunately, not able to find that much damage. And if you look, I mean, outside of Astral Shift, there wasn't really anything that Admiral Esports traded in that opener.
Yeah, definitely not a bad opener here for Admirals Esports, but now here comes the kidney shot. Ooh, what a nice rescue coming out there by Clyde before Jamie is in any kind of trouble, and he's got the Fire Ellie out. Big damage coming out here onto Shoxy right there, but he does get pulled back there by the grip, and you can tell the map already doing a lot of work. They're just kind of hitting whatever they can on the side of BAEN, and this is not really what you want to happen. You kind of want to go after that Ellie Shaman. We saw kind of Waz's team do it on Nagrand, but here comes the setup. Clyde actually trinketting out of that blind, so they could try to go for a swap onto Clyde, or they could just try to keep going over onto Jamie, but at this point, it's not a bad situation to just try to move out. Shoxy actually looking to set it up here onto Clyde, making it very obvious that he wants to go after Clyde. The rewind already being popped here onto Jamie. That should be enough to keep him alive. Clyde also using that Verdant Embrace, also getting over to Jamie, but here comes the full sheep, snuck in. Jamie in a lot of trouble. The Emerald Communion being loaded up, and Jamie still in a lot of trouble here. No Astral Shift for another 10 seconds, but Jamie does use that Fire Blood Racial to remove that Death Mark from Shoxy. Very, very important cooldown trade there. That's why a lot of people are opting for those dwarfs lately. But now Clyde is actually an open target. He realizes it, tries to activate that pre-Obsidian scale, and Shoxy pops the swap swap into it. There's no way Clyde goes down here. And unfortunately for Shoxy, I don't think he noticed that Clyde already had that up. But look at that damage coming in from P-Make on that Arcane Mage. Clyde, though, will be able to stay alive here with that hover behind the pillar. And now, as a result, it's going to be P-Make forced back to the pillar. No ice block on him as well. So this could still be anybody's game. But I think Clyde is actually the best target right now for BAEN. He's got no Obsidian Scales. He's got no Emerald Community. He's got nothing. So if they can get to Clyde and set up a kidney shot on him with big damage, they could definitely take him down, man.
Nice root there, and a fear on Ollie. Shoxy right now is in a lot of trouble. He's trying to get back to the pillar. I think he will be able to. I think that was a void shift coming in from Ollie, but this is just such a nightmare situation. You're just in the middle of the map. Look at Ollie. He's rooted. So much pressure at the same time, though. Clyde could be in a little bit of danger. He's got no trinket. This kitty shot is a lot of damage, but he should be able to survive with the renewing blaze. Now Shoxy is the one that is in danger. Once again, his health is just so unstable in this match. Ollie's had a really difficult time actually keeping him alive. They're going to retreat to the pillar, and Clyde is going to do what he does best. Get out of there. He's going to be going to the other side of the map. He does not want to deal with it. He wants to just create as much space as possible. This is exactly how you want to play this matchup. If you know you're the main target against Rogue Mage Priest, you want to be on the opposite side of your damage dealers so they can get off peels, they can snare, they can make it really difficult, and kind of force Shoxy to put the kidney shots onto Swapsy. And you don't really care. Like, oh, wow, you kidney shot him, great. But he's not really going to take too much pressure. And now Shoxy's kind of stuck in the middle of the map, and Ollie is slowly burning through their health. Admiral Esports really showing that they're experts in this matchup.
Absolutely, and that is a PSA there from Maruki to all healers who push ahead of their wizards in solo shuffle. This is not how you want to position, but Shoxy right now taking a lot of damage right there, and once again forced back. And just to reiterate on that, because I feel like there's a lot of people that make that mistake. Look at Clyde. He is in the far back right there with two wizards in front of him. If you want to get to Clyde, you have to get through the wizards. But Jamie taking huge damage here. Jamie also not in an ideal position right now, pushing in with no Astral Shift. Might just be throwing the game. There's a full cheap onto Clyde, but it breaks, unfortunately, by something. And now, as a result, Jamie will be able to stay alive. Oleg with no mana left, with no cooldowns left. He's got the Shadow Fiend out there trying to get a little bit of mana back, but he's just a sliver left there in the pool. They kick the Lightning Lasso, but at what cost here? Shoxy can't stay alive. He's got nothing left. He's in the middle of open field. The Earth Shock comes in from Jamie, and that will be Admirals Esports getting the dub right there in the swing match. And now all of a sudden they're feeling a lot more confident here, and you can tell BAEN, they didn't really know what to do here when they were put in this situation with that large map in between them. They kind of forgot that Admiral Esports, they have these wizards as well. If you lock in a map, you know, you want it to be a big map so that your priest can't get sent, but you don't want it to be maybe this big. Maybe something like Ashamane's could be a little bit better for their cause, but still, even on this map, it really is all about staying on Jamie. But this was really close, call there onto Jamie, getting a little bit too aggressive and almost paying the price right there. But that sheep right there that broke on the Clyde, I actually don't know if he self-dispelled that with a stasis. I don't think so. It's on cooldown. So I feel like Clyde actually got broken out there by something. They were all stacked. So definitely a little bit lucky there to get out of that one, because if not, it could have been the game onto Jamie. And then at this point, Shoxy, he's stuck in no man's land. His priest is feared. His mage is kicked. What can he do? And he does go down. So really nicely played there by Admirals Esports, taking this map and kind of making it their own. And that is, something that Swapsy specifically is very good at. I would say out of all the players in AWC, he's definitely one of those really smart guys who know exactly what map to use for the occasion. He's one of the few competitors who lock in Blade's Edge, in the past very frequently, and kind of abuses, really annoying knock mechanics and things like that on Blade's Edge, just to make it as annoying as possible for certain comps. So once again, Swapsy flipping the map on its head, turning it to his team's advantage, and as a result, they're going to get that win with the lock shaman.
I wonder, I mean, this might be completely crazy, but sometimes I wonder if some of the other mage specs might be better in a matchup like this. Like in a wizard matchup like this, like especially against the Demonology Warlock, like having the Frost Mage lay down a Blizzard on the Imps. I know you can get out so much. Every single time a Frozen Orb is up, the amount of pressure you can do on the Frost Mage is extremely high. So I wonder if you maybe utilize the Frost Mage. Looks like they are going to go to Blade's Edge. This is what I was kind of concerned about for BAEN, is now they're in kind of a really awkward position where it's like, okay, if we go to a small map, we're going to meet the Warrior Death Knight. And if we go to a large map, we're going to get the Wizards. So it's like, what map do you really go to? And now they're just like, all right, well, let's just go to this map because it's not exactly a small map. It's not exactly a big map. But if they do decide to lock in like the Warrior Death Knight here, at the very least, they're going to have the knock mechanic of Blast Wave, right? So that is one little edge that BAEN can have on Blade's Edge to actually give them a bit of a lead. I wonder for Admiral Esports what their line of play is going to be here. But for Rogue Mage Priest specifically, I kind of want to get your take on this because I actually feel like with some of the changes, you know, Frost has been getting buffs, you know, basically consistent damage buffs, patch after patch after patch. I think it's in a really good spot now. Same with Fire Mage. I wonder if some of the other specs might actually be good in a matchup like this.
Yeah, well, the good thing about Arcane specifically, especially against Evokers, is that you have those purges. You have, you know, infinite purges, and I feel like a lot of people aren't actually utilizing that. I think in general, holding down Purge and not even playing Klepto into this matchup specifically and just sending the LA Shaman is a very viable strategy, and just have your Disc Priest do a lot of the damage, have your Bleeds do a lot of the damage, and then, you know, anytime you get a CC, then you can also add into the damage. But for the most part, you're basically just a purge bot. So I think Arcane is good for that reason, specifically into the Evoker. But in general, I don't think Frost is a bad pick here, especially against Demo, because you have those frozen orbs. You can basically have 10 orbs out at the same time. Not really, but, you know, I'm exaggerating a little bit. But with all those pets out, you can reset your orb very, very often. And, you know, Frost is doing tons and tons of damage. I haven't played it a whole lot, though, in the new patch. I have been playing a lot of Fire, and I feel like Fire is definitely one of those specs as well that I think we're going to see more of it for sure. It's very, very strong right now. As long as you're not playing into a Resto Druid and maybe into Evoker as well, you know, matchups where you need to purge a lot, I feel like Fire, that's where you can kind of fall behind, especially against Resto Druid. But against all the other healers, especially against Disc Priests, I feel like Fire is actually the better spec out of all three. So it's interesting to see, you know, all those mage buffs came in this week, and I think a lot of people are still playing that Arcane, even though Arcane actually got nerfed this week as well. Arcane kind of got a double nerf even, because they nerfed the Execute and they buffed everyone's HP. So the biggest thing about Arcane was that finishing power with the Execute and the Purges. Now you just have those Purges. Execute, you still have it, but it's not as good. So yeah, I think Frost could be good in this matchup. We saw Raikou use it, not in this matchup, but we saw him utilize it earlier, and it looked very strong as well. So definitely think that we will see more mages kind of picking those up.
Yeah, Frost is interesting. I think one of the things about Frost Mage, and maybe one of the reasons why Raikou decided to run it, is if you're left alone, I feel like you do the most damage of any of the specs. Like, just being able to free cast Glacial Spikes is probably the most horrifying thing. Both of them cleaving, you know, doing 150, sometimes at 200,000 glacials. It can be a lot and kind of unexpected pressure. So it forces you to go after the mage, right? So if you're running into a team that wants to go after your healer, if you're playing Frost, you kind of force them to go after you, which is an interesting kind of dynamic in the match. But we're not going to be seeing that. Maybe we will a little bit later on today or potentially tomorrow. But for now, Admiral Esports, they are going to be locking in on Blade's Edge Arena. BAEN going with that Rogue Mage Priest once again. We'll have to see what they can get done here, and if they are going to go for more of a purge-oriented strategy, just spam, you know, Arcane Mage's Spell Steal onto potentially the Shaman the entire game, and just really put Clyde behind on mana, and then just have your Discipline Priest, have your Rogue, put out a lot of pressure, is definitely a line of play that could work, and we'll have to see if they decide to do it. Shox is going to be moving in on stealth, looking for a good opener.
Yeah, let's see if they can find that opener here. Onto Clyde. They do get the sap right there. Full kill shot onto Jamie. Already shadow stepping back there onto the target. Doesn't want to lose any DPS. PMAC coming in now with those instant Arcane Blast as well. And not actually forcing out too much here. It will be Clyde's Trinket though on that blind. So Clyde potentially could be a target here. I personally would just like to see them try to CC Clyde as much as possible and just keep going after Jamie here. They are going to swap over to Clyde. That will be the Emerald Communion. So not a bad swap, but it is in trade for that death mark. Still a lot of damage coming out here onto Clyde. Jamie as well getting cleaved up here. I actually want to just see them sheep Clyde right now. Even before he completely recovers, he's going to recover anyway. Just sheep him and go after Jamie. try to make it a little bit unpredictable, because Clyde is so good with those pre-stasises on those polymorphs. You can see him right now. He's got 3 charges of that stasis in that polymorph, but it actually didn't get a dispel into one of them, and Clyde, as a result, will have to sit through that CC chain, gets Dragon's Breath into a DR Fear there as well. They do get the Astral Shift of Jamie, so next stun has to be Jamie's Trinket, Gateway or Trinket Grounding or something like that. Other than that, Jamie's going to be in a lot of trouble. He might just trinket and even die through it if the chain is long enough. So definitely a possibility. But for now, Clyde has managed to recover him. They actually knock. Oh, what a nice knock right there, buying them a lot of time with that kidney shot. And this is where's Swapsy? He's been knocked off of the map as well. He finally manages to make it back to the fight. And here comes the damage precog onto PMEC. Huge damage coming in here, spamming out the Arcane Blast. They don't get any CC though onto Clyde, and it looks like Jamie's going to be able to gateway away. And they actually do manage to kick Clyde here as well, trading out the Obsidian Scales right there from Clyde. Manages to get a sheep onto Jamie, and it looks like Clyde now could be the target of choice here. Now they're going to go after Jamie with that next kidney shot. Shoxy getting feared. Pain Suppression comes out as well, and Shoxy, I would say I'm a little bit more scared for him right now, as Clyde does have that trinket rotating back up. It's kicked on the Living Flame, which means he can completely top Jamie. Gets full sheep. No stasis on this one. Jamie could be in trouble. He's got no wall. PMEC gets knocked off once again, and once again you can see Admiral Esports kind of taking this map and turning it into their own, man.
Oh, definitely. Jamie doing such a good job with that Unleashed shield. Goes for a knock once again. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to utilize it fully there. PMEC's going to be able to stay up top and get some damage rolling to make a swap here onto Clyde. Keep in mind, this is match point. If BAEN loses this, they are eliminated from the tournament. Admiral Esports, they got to hold on. It's a lot of pressure onto Clyde. How is he going to survive? Looks like he should be able to. He trades up the Obsidian Scales, getting very low. Catches a big heal and uses the gateway. Jamie's going to get knocked off, and this is insane. Everyone's just getting knocked off. Jamie's coming back up top. He gets knocked off once again. He's so far away. Huge arcane surge, but a beautiful rescue me. Clyde, the hero, coming in with his dragon wings to save the day. Jamie's going to enjoy that one. He was so scared. He was so far away, but ultimately Clyde does keep him alive. Shoxy now looking for a swap here on to the Evoker. Manages to land the kidney shot, and this could be the game. It's a lot of pressure. A knock comes in. Beautifully done. Once again, Jamie playing MVP here with these knocks, but they're out of mana, and this might be a double kill. BAEN looking to tie it up. Clyde has nothing left in the tank, and he does get dropped. Jamie looking like he will fall as well. So the one nice thing about this map for BAEN was that they could just get on top of the Evoker really easy, right? Jamie was doing something that you definitely don't like if you're a healer normally, which is kiting back to your healer, right? Like, yeah, it's not what you necessarily want to do. It's kind of awkward on this map. I don't really know how he could have positioned differently, but that's one of the traps of this map, right? Jamie doesn't really have anywhere he can go except right on top of Clyde. And that way Clyde is susceptible to getting pre-corroded, pre-ruptured, and it's just super easy to land the kidney shot and pressure him down. And they basically had pressure on 2 targets because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like in general the Dragon is good for this specific reason right there. You can grip people back up and reposition them, but it is very awkward when you do get stacked. The map is very small. Blade's Edge definitely one of those maps that can change the outcome of the game completely. But there's a couple of things that I find interesting in this matchup, and that is Swapsy I don't think is running the big Tyrant here, which I think would just be a little bit better with that counter pressure. You have the counter pressure a little bit more often, but I feel like just having that hard stop pressure that the big one can give you might be a little bit better. And the other thing I find very interesting is Oliek here on that disc priest. Look how much damage he's putting out, how much healing he's putting out, and in the end Clyde was running out of mana, he was running out of steam, and Oliek was actually keeping up with him. So Discipline Priest in general just seems to be very, very efficient right now. If you can actually get that damage off and you can keep your kind of team rolling, you can keep that offensive momentum going as well. So it's nice to see some of those adaptations, because up until this point it's really been about the Rogue Mage Evoker, maybe some Rogue Mage Paladin, but now we're seeing Rogue Mage Priest actually coming in, and I wonder if we're gonna see yeah, no, for sure. It's nice to see Rogue Mage back in the meta here. It's definitely
been a while
that we don't it's been a while. We don't see it too often. It's good to see it back here in full force with the Priest.
Yeah, the Priest is looking really good. There's a lot of teams in North America. I think this is going to be a comp we see a lot. in North America tomorrow as well. So BAEN, they definitely got the meta pick, and they're playing it well. We're going to Dalaran Sewers too, which is a bit surprising to me. Maybe we see the cleave. I think maybe Admiral Esports is just happy to take, you know, the smallest map, bring in Blizzo on the Warrior, and just, you know, they won the swing match, and this is kind of the advantage they get in that last game. How is BAEN going to be able to adapt to this? I did like that they went after the Evoker. I think that's a really actually intelligent strategy. So I feel like a lot of people at this point think, oh, just go after the Warrior. He's the squishiest target. He's the easiest to kill. But I don't know. It can be difficult if you don't actually have control on the Evoker and he's not in CC. Maybe you just CC Blizzo. You just put him in a polymorph and kidney shot the healer, and that's how you peel. You know, every single time you kidney shot Clyde, you just go for a double Dragon's Breath on the DPS, ring them. Could be a line of play, a strategy also. To just make the game a little bit cleaner, because it can get, I don't know about you, but it can get really chaotic to try to CC an Evoker, especially if you or have any kind of AoE on your team. Like if they're constantly moving into the middle of the fight and you land a poly, chances are something is going to break it, right? Unless you're really, really clean on that control. So it'd be, you know, inconsistent to land polymorphs on an Evoker on cooldown here. So definitely difficult for PMake.
Yeah, especially Clyde. You know, I was actually talking to Raiko a little bit, and he said it himself as well, that he feels like Clyde is actually the best Evoker at avoiding CC with that pre-stasis. And what a lot of Evokers started doing is that they just store a Dispel in their stasis, they tank the sheep, and they just Dispel themselves out of the sheep. And
you can use stasis in poly?
Yeah, you can Dispel yourself out of the poly. So a lot of Evokers have started to do that, and you know, it's a really annoying mechanic to deal with, because yeah, you can go after the Warrior. If you get one sheep, you win the game, basically, because the Warrior's so squishy. But here's the kicker. War Banner, Stasis Dispel, Dream Projection, Trinket, Deep Breath, Dream
His own
Breath.
kick, too.
Yeah, and you have, you know, this is after you've dealt with the kicks, after you dealt with Swapsy asphyxiating you and just being, you know, annoying. So I completely agree with you, Ben. I think the way you win this is actually send Clyde, spam CC Blizzo, spam root him, spam Novas, you know, Ice Novas, Nox, Ring, Sheeps onto Swapsy, Sheeps onto Blizzo, and take down Clyde. You just run the pain train onto Clyde, because I do think that the Rogue Mage going after Clyde is actually scarier than Blizzo and Swapsy going after Oliek. I feel like if you get, you know, 3-4 kidneys on Clyde back to back, he's dead. There's no way. Like if he plays perfect, I think 4 kidneys. That's how long I will give him to survive. You could even start the game with like a sap into blind and go after Blizzo, try to get his trinket out of the way that way, and then start the pain train onto Clyde. But one way or another, I feel like the pain train, it has to go after Clyde, and you know that has to be the final destination for them. So I really like your thinking there, and I completely agree with it, because there's too much you know, randomness. Well, it's not really randomness, but there's too much outplay potential on the side of Admiral Esports for those polys. And even if you do land it, if he flies in with a rescue at the same time, chances are you have a touch of the Magi up or something, and it just explodes, and you know, it breaks it. It's too much. There's too much that can happen, you know, that can actually break the sheep. So I want to see that too from BAEN and from Admirals Esports. I feel like the strategy is pretty simple. Target acquired, Disc Priest, and Bladestorm, and Zug Zug, and hopefully you win, you know. And of course, the offense is the easy part for Admirals Esports. The hard part for them is staying alive and allowing the pain train, you know, allowing the engine to keep rolling, basically. And to do that, you know, they need to have really, really good plays, especially by Swapsy. Needs to shut down the mage, needs to get those stuns, needs to get, you know, all of those micro CCs on the mage, slow him down, have good war banners, good disarms, etc. But it is interesting, though, for Admirals Esports that they opt for the Dalaran Sewers play, because they had 2 line of play here, man. They could have played the small map with the cleave, or they could have went to like Ashermains and played the Lock Ellie again. I feel like they only lost with the Lock Ellie because it was Blade's Edge. So it looked pretty good on Tolvir, but again, the cleave also looked good on a small map. So it's a tough situation when you have kind of 2 good options and you're not really sure which one to go for.
Yeah, no, definitely, 100%. I feel like they could have gone either way and it would have been okay. I actually feel like this matchup is a little bit less stable, especially if they do go after the healer. So I'm a little bit worried for them. They're going to put it all on the line here with basically training the priest on the side of BAEN. So really difficult, but the loser of this game on Dalaran Sewers will get flushed out of the tournament, and their opportunity to earn more points in Cup number 2 will be gone. The winner of this will continue their march through the lower bracket. Later on, we'll have to see which one of these teams can come out ahead, as Admiral Esports is looking to make an offensive push here. It looks like they leap over onto Ollie right away. Blizzo does not want to mess around. Target acquired, and I don't think he's going to get off this target for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like they are going to be blinding Clyde here, going after Blizzo. And here comes the damage. Look at Swapsy immediately with the triple blinding sleet, shutting down the first setup, shutting down the resetup as well. Clyde landing a kick there onto P-Make, and P-Make actually trying to shut him on that sleepwalk. Goes for the stasis dispel. You see that right there? Clyde dispelling himself out of that polymorph, being super annoying. And I feel like they're falling into that trap of trying to kill the warrior. And I think that that is not going to be good. Here comes the blender. Here comes the spear. Blizzo right now getting a triple blade storm, huge damage coming in here, and Shoxy actually getting some bleeds up onto Clyde here, just tickling him a little bit. They go for the full fear there onto Clyde. Can they get the sheep out of it? P-Mac blinks in for it, but Clyde manages to avoid it. Those bleeds actually breaking that sheep. They do get the Ring of Frost, but again, it is with bleeds, and Clyde will be able to actually break out of that one. Activates the Emerald Communion here. Oliek's going to be the one in more trouble than Clyde. Beautiful topping here coming in from Clyde. Actually grips Blizzo through the pillar right there. Now Blizzo leaping back here to his destination, and the destination is of course Oliek. Once again, the Blaze Storm coming in here, cleaving Shoxy, cleaving Oliek, but Oliek not actually taking too much damage. There's the triple blinding sleep once again from Swapsy. Swapsy looking to set up the team here. Beautiful damage coming in. Oliek immediately forced to use that void shift. There's the war banner as well onto a polymorph by Blizzo. Full kidney shot onto Blizzo. They kick the re-polymorph as well. Excellent defense, excellent offense so far from Admiral Esports.
Yeah, it looks like Blizzo will be able to survive. He uses the Fire Blood Rachel to remove all of those bleeds effects on him. Clyde into a polymorph, though. He's going to have to abandon the chase. Blizzo plays defense just a little bit. Ollie finally gets behind the pillar, a moment to breathe, but Swapsy is still there, continuing the damage. Blizzo's incredibly low. Double fear coming in. Unfortunately, not going to be landing onto Clyde. Now Blizzo in another kidney shot with an interrupt now on a Clyde, but he is just spamming out the living flames, and that is one of the big advantages of that evoker. There's so many schools of magic to actually heal from. Getting interrupted is really not that big of a deal. And now a kick on a P-Make as he's looking to get counter pressure, but that's the barrier overlapped with the pain suppression, and Ollie is running out of time. He's getting low on health. Manages to get a little bit of healing on him, but I don't know if he's going to be able to sustain this. That was 3 major cooldowns. At the same time, Shoxy's getting low. He is forced to make the trade. There's a full blind on Clyde. He actually trinkets out. They could make a miracle swap here onto Clyde, or Blizzo. Can they just drop him? The Arcane Surge, unfortunately, breaks the polymorph onto Clyde, and that is what I'm talking about. When they are all grouped up, it's so difficult to see the evoker. And now I feel like Admiral Esports, they might be able to hold on. There's still not much left in the tank, but at the same time, I don't think Ollie can sustain his rogue as well as himself. They need to buy themselves one more setup. Is this the setup? Is there any crowd control? No, the zone drops here from Swapsy and Zico. I think that should be more than enough defense for them to hold on.
Yeah, they just need one more poly on the side of the Rogue Mage, but I think Oliek might not survive that long. Blizzo gets disarmed, Swapsy gets sheep. Oliek on 50% HP here. One kick could do it. One more Stormbolt could do it. They grip him in for the Blinding Sleet. Swapsy not actually going to be able to find it. There's the kick onto Oliek. I believe he fakes it, but he's still dangerously low. There's the Smoke Bomb. One shot wonder here, potentially onto Blizzo. They get the full sheep. Who's going to fall? Actually, Clyde dispelling himself once again out of the sheep. Absolute legend. And that will be Oliek falling as a result. Excellent defense right there, and that is exactly what we're talking about. Admiral Esports, it's a close and a hard-fought battle, but they will hold on in that lower bracket and stay alive for that top 4, for that championship Sunday. And you got to give a lot of props to them. Beautifully ran train here. This Zugzag Cleave it's about as good as it gets. Beautiful disruption from Swapsy, good defensive rotations, good war banners, good pre-dispels from Clyde, good avoidance on the CC in general, off kicks on the mage, and good pressure as well. Allows them to actually secure that kill, but it was close. It was definitely close there at one point.
I mean, this is some new tech. I feel like I learned something here today. I don't know if this is like everyone does this in Europe, but I mean, yeah, being able to dispel yourself while you're in polymorph. I mean, he got himself out of 2 full polymorphs that game. Definitely putting in some work with that evoker tech. And it was looking good. Clyde played this exceptionally well. I feel like Swapsy did a really good job defending him. Look at this, okay? P-Make's trying to go for a Dragon's Breath Sheep, and Swapsy grips him away. There's just like time and time again, little things like that coming in from Swapsy. really making it difficult for PMake to actually land the crowd control that they need, because if he could actually get polymorphs on cooldown, it would be a totally different story. Blizzo would be going down really, really quickly, but it is not that simple. It is not that easy, and Admiral Esports really showcased that here today.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see it right here. Look at Clyde. You see those little orbs? Actually, this was earlier in the match, but you will see it right before he gets polyed. He's gonna have those little orbs around him, and when he has those little like kind of yellowish orbs, and he gets polyed, he can actually cancel them and cancel aura out of the poly. Basically, that's what he does. And I think at this point he's already done it. You see it right there. You see those orbs that he's pushing in with, those 3 little yellow things around him. He gets sheathed, and then boop, he's out. And that's
crazy. What?
Yeah. You see the orbs are no longer there. So what he does is, I think you just cancel the buff, and it dispels you. It uses dispels. I'm not exactly sure how it works. I don't play Evoker, but the reason why I know about this is actually because I played in a solo shuffle, and I was raging about my teammates breaking my sheeps, as usual.
Nobody did.
And I whispered to Evoker because I really felt like there's no way. He was sheeped so far away from everybody. I was like, how? Like my teammate would have to like shadow step over there to break it and then step back to the target. Like there's no way one of my teammates broke it. So I asked him, I was like, how did you get out of that poly? And then he just linked me to stasis. I was like, oh, these dragons, man.
They're so clever.
They're just evolving, man. It's not good. And then later on, it started catching on. So I've seen a lot of dragons do it. And Clyde is definitely, he picks his timings, and that I think is what makes the strategy that the Rogue Mage is using outdated, going after the warrior, because this is what you said as well, and this is why I agree with it. Just get a poly and kill the warrior. Well, you can't. You literally can't. You sheep him, you can't. He wasn't playing it right now, but he can also play with the shroud, which can make it even more annoying. And he has the dream projection, he has war banner, and if you somehow do land a poly, well, there's still the defensive cooldowns, things like the die by the sword, things like the anti-magic zone that you still have to work through. So it's just the defense is actually massive when you play this game. But you flip the script, you just smash the table, and you go after the evoker. All of a sudden, well, he can't stasis the warrior when he's in a kidney, so just do that. I feel like that's what makes the strategy a little bit outdated. However, I will say watching BAEN this weekend has been a joy. They've been a really fun team to watch, and I hope we see them again. I think they finished top 6 with this performance, knocking out MYWAY, almost taking down Admirals Esports as well, which is one of the top dogs here. Definitely not a bad performance.
No, not at all. A really impressive performance, quite honestly, and hopefully we see them in Cup number 3 and Cup number 4. But this next game we have is going to be the Fiends versus Team HUHU. I think this is a matchup we saw last week. Is it? Am I right about that? Team HUHU.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, they played a lot of Elemental Shaman, Demon Hunter, Resto Druid, and the Fiends. They have a lot of different compositions that they could run at the same time. So we'll have to see what they do end up running with. They've been kind of favoring that Thug Cleave. I don't think we've actually seen their 4th play just yet, so it's likely we see the Holy Priest, Subtlety Rogue, as well as that Hunter. And it's really explosive. Like the amount of damage and control that they have is really, really solid. I spoke with Rat a little bit. He came into my stream and saying hi. But he was basically saying, this is all I play. Like, this is the composition that I've been playing for years and years and years. So you're not going to be able to, like, mess up against me, basically. Like, you're not really going to be able to log in on a bunch of alts and beat me because, he's an expert in these matchups. So we'll see what Team HUHU has prepared. But I feel like Team HUHU has the compositions to win. Like, Infernion on that Demonology Warlock is absolutely devastating today. And you've been talking a lot about Frankie and just how good he is on that Shaman, too.
Yeah, he served me a 1-in-5 lobby yesterday, so he's definitely pretty good on that LA Shaman. Already having a 2nd place as well under his first AWC Cup. We'll see if Team HUHU and Frankie can actually bring it back here. Most likely, you said it. I think we're going to see Infernion. I think we're going to see Frankie. We're going to play that Lock Shaman. And the question mark, of course, is going to be what healer they decide to bring in. We saw the Evoker earlier from Vanos. We also saw him on Druid. This man can play a lot of different healers, and he's been performing well. So I feel like it's going to just come down to who can play it better. And the Fiends, on their main comp, having a rough start to the day, but looking to kind of bring it back.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can do it. The Fiends versus Team HUHU after a short break. This is an elimination series. You do not want to miss it.
Everybody, and welcome back. We are now at the last series of the day here before we move on to tomorrow's North American games. It's the Fiends facing off against Team HUHU. A lot is on the line, Subities. Both of them are facing elimination, and we know just how tough it's starting to get into that top 3.
Yeah, and to my belief, this is a rematch from week number 1. Team HUHU got the upper hand over the Fiends last week, but quite a bit has changed since then. Perhaps they've got a secret weapon here for another round. There were some nerfs as well to the classes on Team HUHU that they utilized, so that might be evening things out a little bit more, but I am anticipating Demonology Warlock here, and that is exactly what we're going to see. Demonology Warlock, Elemental Shaman, Resto Druid from Team HUHU on the side of the Fiends, Holy Priest Survival, Subtlety Rogue. Did you really expect anything else? This is what these guys have been running both weeks back to back, really trying to make it work. The only team playing this composition. Are the underdogs going to be able to pull it off here with some flashy plays and some high burst? Or are they going to get outlasted by Team HUHU here? Well, we're about to find out as the gates have opened.
Yeah, we certainly will. Game number 1 here. They're facing elimination. They need those points to get into the top 3 of this region, and it's just getting so tight, this competition. Let's see what they can do here. The Team HUHU, I mean, this is sort of a newly formed roster. They started playing together in Shadowlands, so maybe not quite as much synergy. I mean, they've had quite a bit of success so far, though. So we'll see what they do end up getting. Oh my god!
Oh!
Wait, hold on. What just happened, Sid?
Oh! I mean, Big Mix just got like Thanos snapped from existence. Lava, like oh my god, that was a big crit. Like, do we have a details for that? I need a details for that. That's a one-hit knockout right there. That's an uppercut straight to the jaw, just dislocated, and his head's rotated back in a circle. Like, oh my god, that was. Oh my god, that was filthy. Look at all the damage they front loaded with that in the replay here. Like, what just hit him, man? They drop a smoke bomb. I'm thinking, man, this is a decent opener on the Ellie Shaman. Like, you get a clean bomb opener, probably not a lot of hots. Thanos pre-tranks it, they kidney after the trank, and right here he gets stunned. Inferno doesn't even have Tyrant out just yet. Does he get it out? Yeah, he gets interrupted on his Tyrant. Big Mix pulls back to the pillar. Like, all right, respect the damage. I'm on the pillar. Should be good. Tyrant comes out. Tyrant moves in. Frankie just... What? We're watching it right from the very beginning, but I really only care about the last 10 seconds. Like, that had to be the most insane lava I've ever seen on the Big Mix around the corner, because he just wraps around the inside. So Frankie gets smoke bomb. You'd think that he'd be afraid after just coming out of a smoke bomb. Doesn't really. Just gets his flame shocks up. He's going to move in the middle of the 2 pillars, go for a hex here, try and fake cast it. And he just wraps around the corner. Does he actually land this hex as well? I think Zenland. Does he death it? Doesn't look like it. He actually decides to break free. And then right here, that's lava burst. This is straight up lava burst. Just got chunked down there. Do we have a details of his death log? 37-second game. Sometimes we catch a detailed screenshot. I want to see how many lava bursts that was. Like, we're gonna play like what's that Sesame Street, the vampire that counts? We're gonna do that with the lava bursts.
Count. Isn't it literally just the count or something?
Is that what it is? Like 1 lava burst, 2 lava bursts, 3 lava bursts. Like, well, that was a crazy amount of damage, and I mean, that's the danger of bringing a class like a hunter, is that they're really fragile, and if the stars align, then yeah, it's not going to be too good of a run. So not a good start here for the Fiends, because you're expecting their team to be the one that's doing that in the beginning of the game, and Team HUHU is the team who's supposed to be trying to survive for a long time. Roles reversed here. Frankie decided to become the Fiends and just destroy Big Mix in the starting point of that game, but you can't let that tilt you. You got to just kind of go off from that, move into the next game, say, all right, that one's off the table anymore. Now we just got to win 3. It's still the same for them. Win 3 games, right?
Yep. Yeah, still is. And you know, I was kind of just about to start talking about this, but like I was saying, they found each other in Shadowlands. Frankie is actually a newer player, so it's just great to see them you know, have that games like this. Actually, obviously they're finding a lot of success, but here is a look at that detail, Sid.
Why does this? I mean, the Earthshock seems like impressive, but like nothing else is like standing off the page to me. Maybe I feel like all the demo pets are masking the Ellie. You know, like you just see Legion Strike in here and melee attack for 2K. This isn't just doing it justice to the lava here. So 1 lava burst, 2 lava burst, 3 lava burst, and a 112K Earthshock on top of that. And what ended up overkilling him? A lightning shield. Oh, that's sad. Oh, that's sad. You died to attacking lightning shield. Does he? I mean, there's no way he lives, right? Even if he doesn't do that, but maybe you never know. I don't think I've ever seen a killing blow as lightning shield though. This is like a first here on the details at this point in time. But okay, got to wipe that one off. Got to come in with a clean slate, no tilt here. At any point in this game, you got to be ready for that Ascendance proc to happen and Lava Burst to just fly out of the wrists of the Ellie Shaman and be ready for it. Save a feign death, aspect of the turtle, get a cooldown up right before it hits. Otherwise, might see a repeat of that here. Let's see what type of opener they get. I feel like it's so important that the smoke bomb, the shadowy duel gets value so that so Rat can go in for kill on secret technique. Gets a sap on the Shaman. They're trying to find Vanos. The flare doesn't hit him, it looks like, on that flower patch, and we see the demo pet moving through the midfield, trying to blade storm out the rogue. Doesn't hit it. 3 saps have been rotated through, so they might just decide to open here. Yeah, they're going to cheap shot smoke bomb once again. He's fully hotted though with Iron Bark. That's really unfortunate. Vanos gets an amazing Iron Bark. That totally negates it. Now Big Mix staring at his health bar. See 2 pets blade storming on him. Normally that's a very scary situation. Rat gets caught in a lightning lasso, and they've decided, all right, let's get to the pillar as soon as possible. But Frankie's moving in. I'm just waiting for it. 1 lava burst. Is it going to proc? Doesn't look like he's getting his flame shocks up. Gets feared away, but Big Mix is still just dead. We see Zen going into his spirit form here, so he can't be crowd controlled or interrupted. So he's going to freely heal, and even with these free spamming heals, Big Mix is still dangerously low. Ray of Hope's up. Should be a pretty... Oh, it's negative. It's even. He's just dead again. Aspect of the turtle and Void Shift come out from Big Mix and Zen, and man, this is just not safe for Big Mix. He can't get anything done. He's just getting erased. Rat now is getting swapped to Cloak of Shadows and Trinket on his part. And the problem here is if you stack up on the pillar, you're just going to get blade stormed by a demo pet, and you're going to get, all of you are going to get lava bursted. Like, there's no win-win situation here for them. It's just lose-lose. A swap over to Vanos with a blind on no Trinket, but I mean, what are you going to... They have to kill Vanos. They have to 100-0 Vanos right here in this kidney shot. Can they kill Vanos in the kidney shot? Big Mix jumps over. Can they do it? They're so close. They need another stun. They don't get the next stun, and Big Mix is getting smacked in midfield. He's down to 10%. They grip him, but the lava bursts are rolling in, and it is an absolute eradication once again for the Fiends. Team HUHU now on match point.
Oh man, they have had a rough day on the side of the Fiends. They, you know, if you guys were tuning in earlier, they had that really long series that started out in a cross kill for 15 minutes, and they ended up losing that one. And now here they are, very quick couple of matches here, and they are on match point, or Team HUHU is on match point, and they're facing complete elimination, which was not be good for the rest of their tournament lives. But let's take a look at that breakdown for game number 2, where Big Max goes down again.
So I think if they had been able to get a blind sap here on Vanos and wait for secret technique, so that blue icon with a face under Rat's HP, that's basically the ability that ends the game for their team, is 21 seconds, 20 seconds. You see it ticking down. He gets a blind here, and if he actually saps this and waits for secret technique, it'd be really close to not getting it, right? Like, it's super close. Oh, he almost gets it off cooldown. He gets it right here, but he gets peeled. He gets feared, and he can't restun. If he had that restun and he was able to pop it, maybe they kill Vanos there. That seems like their only win condition is get the Druid's Trinket, catch the Druid in a swap, and try and 100-0 him. But Vanos also pre-Heart of the Wilded, which buffs up your bear form a lot. So it was a nice read on his part to know, like, hey, I don't have a Trinket. This is kind of scary. I should activate these defensives before I'm attacked, so it kind of prevents them from pushing in on me. And he was able to stabilize as a result. But that's basically the line that they need to run. Get the Trinket from the Druid, and then try and get a setup on the Druid. I feel like a sub killing the Warlock is not going to work at all. Ellie possibly, if they get Trinket without Secret Technique and they still Shadowy Duel, maybe there's a one-shot there. I'm really surprised to not see them change comp at all from the side of the Fiends. Like, there's nothing else they've got, none of the spec change, nothing. Like, just going to keep doing the same thing, because this has just been 2 games of brutalization, right? Like, I almost wonder if it's like, can we even broadcast this? Like, they're just getting destroyed at the moment. Like, I feel like they're going to need to make a change here. They've got one more game to possibly turn this around, but Team HUHU are dominating. They want another shot at the finals in Cup 2. They want another shot to take first. They don't want to be going home in second like they did last week. And right now they're playing with a lot of confidence here in this series.
Yeah, looking really good so far, and they're super close to closing this one out 3-0, which I feel like would bring them a lot of confidence as a team. They had, like you said, Sid, Cup number 1, they did pretty solidly, and now Cup number 2, they're making that happen once again. So we'll see if they continue on here in the lower bracket, because there's already, or sorry, the upper bracket, because in the lower bracket, there's also some really strong teams down there as well. No, we are in the lower bracket. What am I saying? They're facing elimination. Like, tournament lives are on the line. What am I saying? The Fiends are really close, and they can tell. You can see it in the way that they play. So not making any changes, heading into game number 3. I'm pretty worried for them, Super Tees. I mean, how can they make this game last a little bit longer? Have we really even seen the extent of what they want to be making happen with this composition? Maybe they just think it needs to play out a little bit longer before they can prove themselves with this comp.
I feel like Team HUHU aren't going to let them play it out longer. It's like it's up to the Fiends to somehow force these cooldowns faster. Like, get the Druid's Trinket faster, get a swap to the Druid faster and cleaner, as opposed to just trying to stay alive. Because if they try and retreat and stack on the pillar, like, that's death against the Demo lock. You're just going to get cleaved down. Pet's going to AoE. You're going to have Dreadstalkers spreading AoE bonus damage. Ellie Shaman's going to be proccing Lava Bursts on everybody behind the pillar. Earthquake stunning you, snaring you. Like, you don't really want to get caught on the pillar like that. But then it's a double-edged sword, because if you're in the middle of the map, you're also getting blasted. So there's no real safe space here for the Fiends on this playfield whatsoever. So they're going to a big map. They're hoping to isolate a target. That's really what they need. They need the Shaman, Warlock, and Druid to be separated, isolated, and play with precision. They have to be super quick on this and race down the clock. They're opening up on the Warlock, so completely different strategy here in game number 3, but they get peeled away by Frankie's Earth Elemental stun on the Rogue. Pikmix is positioned at the pillar. We see Tyrant already getting called into action. Going to be dropping that Fell Obelisk as well, buffing up their damage. They swap to the Ellie Shaman, big damage, but Pikmix in return as well. Gets below half. Who's going to fall first? Zenlin jumping into that spirit form once again to immune crowd control, freely heal, keep his team offensive. I do like that. Just gas pedal on the floor. Use what you need to use to keep your team healthy and running them down. Don't ever retreat. Stack up on the pillar. Keep playing offense. Smoke bomb on the Tranquility, possibly looking for crowd control. Gets a kidney shot with no trinket. Frankie's in trouble. This could be it. This could be the turnaround. Everyone's in crowd control. Frankie down at 10%, knocks them away. They reconnect and finish him. And that was a clean game from the Fiends. I really like how Zen played this game. Super heads up, anticipating damage, activating cooldowns at a high health, and keeping his team offensive, keeping them pushed in. And they were able to just nail the kill there with excellent offensive plays. I really like that from the Fiends. Definitely stepped up here. They're showing signs of life that they've still got a shot in this series.
Yeah, most definitely. But it's going to be a long road from here, Super Tees. They can't drop any more games. It has to be a reverse sweep on the side of the Fiends. And then even if they do win this one, they've got the rest of the series to try and play out. So we shall see what they do when we head into this next game. But we're first going to take a look at how the Fiends was able to pull this off.
Just look at that. Look at Zen. He's in spirit form already. Like, before anybody's low, he's got Guardian Spirit up. That keeps Pikmix in on top of Frankie, and Rat is just crowd controlling Vanos. He smoke bombs the Tranquility. It doesn't really do too much, but it does prevent himself from getting crowd controlled so that he can get the kidney shot out of the Tranquility, and there's still no trinket. There's no wall on the Shaman. It's a perfect scenario. They kick the crowd control from Infernion, and he has got grappling hook to reconnect on the knock 1 second before that NS actually went off from Vanos. That could have possibly saved him. So really clean offensive plays here. Love the way that Zen played this. I think this is what they need to do. Maybe they were thinking they could play more of a conservative game and survive and just, do their go and then turtle at the pillar, do their go. That seemed like the type of play style they wanted to do in the first 2 games, but they just got ran down doing that. So instead, just, all right, here you go. There's Guardian. Angel, go run in and win the game now, or we're going to lose once all my cooldowns run out. But that's the type of line I think they're going to have to take fighting these classes. The Ellie Shaman, the Demo Warlock, and the Druid. There's a lot of disruption. There's a lot of cooldowns to work through. So just play the game faster and close it out. So well done. They're still going to have a chance here. Curious to see what map we go to, and curious to see if we see any comp swaps. I don't really want to see a Demon Hunter, even though Demon Hunter Ellie is what Team HUHU utilized a lot. I think having the Warlock in here is really important. The Axe Toss, the Spam Fear, the Howl of Terror, this crowd control. So going to a small map, they want to run down the Fiends, likely stay stacked up, not get isolated, not have smoke bomb be a problem, and they are staying with the same comp. So can the Fiends isolate that type of precision in close quarters, or are they going to get out pressured and blown out of the tournament? They're still on match point. They lose any game here, they're going to be out of the tournament. Team HUHU is going to accumulate more and more points, which is really good for them. Not so good for other teams like the Agents, who didn't even make it to the top 8, which is a stacked roster that you would expect to be making it to like the grand finals every week. So this newcomer team from the ladder that's been playing together, I think you said since Shadowlands, is definitely performing. I think Infernion found this team, found Frankie, and then built the team off of Frankie, and they've been looking really solid. I love their defensive plays, predicting where the attacks are going to be in the first 2 games. That last one, I'm wondering how they could have cleaned it up, because it feels like they burned through too much too fast. Like, you burned through Druid Trinket, you burned through Astral Shift in less than a minute. I feel like there's got to be a way that they can stagger that a little bit better. But now on the small map, with AoE crowd control effects being a lot more impactful, like you're going to get the double Halo Terrors on this map, double Root Totems as well, double Knocks in a lot of cases. I think it's going to be a little more difficult, at least, for the Fiends to be able to move around this map and hit that precise timing as they did in Game 3.
And if you look at the positioning of the Fiends in the EU side of things as a whole, they actually do. Some of them have been playing together since Kata, comparatively to HUHU. They don't have nearly as many points as Team HUHU. They came in second place before this weekend, whereas the Fiends, they're at 4th. And that top 3 is where they want to be. So a lot of pressure on them. You do really need those points. We're going to start seeing teams quickly start to sort of monopolize them. It might get a little top heavy, but that's going to be hard to deal with if you start to fall behind. So we've got that opener coming out here. Team HUHU only need one more win, Sid, to lock this one out.
Smoke bomb opener on the Ellie. They get Astral Shift. That's perfect. They want to get that. Now if they can get a trinket on top of that, they'll be really far ahead. We see a stun into a full blind. Do they get the Druid's trinket? He's trying to be... Oh, they get the trinket and the wall. Now they just need to survive. Zen knows that. He's going to activate that angel form, be immune to interrupts, immune to crowd control, massive smelling the dots, trying to stay ahead of the damage, but his teammates are kind of line of sighting him at the boxes. He's going to have to cancel that spirit form, get back to the pillar as soon as possible, apotheosis pop, and try and recover. But this is the danger on a small map. Look at that cleave damage. Big Mix, Rat, both down to half health. Blade Storming Pets, the Legion chasing him down with Earthquake. They're jumping in. They're going for the freezing trap. They're going for the win. There's no trinket on the Druid. They need spam purges here onto Frankie. They've got to get as many heal over time effects off on this freezing trap, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to take him down. Now Big Mix, once again, playing defensive at the pillar, trying to line of sight. Earthquake's on the left. Frankie moving in on the right, trying to pin to them between Infernion and Frankie, so either one of them can free cast. They're getting cleaved down by the Pets once again. Vanos playing maximum range, so that they have to cross the entire battlefield to be able to get crowd control. Rat gets knocked on the side. He gets feared downstairs, Dispel, but everybody is just dying. This is a grim position for the Fiends to be in. Triple Shadow Fury hits the whole team. Lava Burst flying in. We see a stun. Big Mix is going for it, but he's so low. Such a risky move by Big Mix. He gets intercepted. He's trying to pull it off and go for the kill here. 3 seconds left. Can they pull off the kill in 2 seconds? Frankie down at half. We see Ray of Hope come out, but Zen is struggling. They're still going for it. Vanos gets Iron Bark. There's no way they're killing Frankie through Iron Bark. Big Mix is stunned up. He's on 10%. Guardian Spirit's probably going to proc here. Devastating here for the Fiends. They're on match point. They face elimination. They basically have nothing left, and they have to get through Trinket Wall again.
Oh, that was so crazy. I mean, Vic Mex, he's alive for now, but a lot of defensive cooldowns. I mean, there's that turtle. Zen no longer has that void shift. There's really not much left they can do. I mean, they could be going down really any second here. So much damage, so much pressure going out onto the Fiends, but they're desperate to stay alive, desperate to stay in this one just a little bit longer so that they have a chance to get to that Game 5. It's their only hope left to get some more points just squeaked out of tournament number 2 here. But Team HUHU really on the advantage. They picked this map. They lost that last game against the Fiends, but they're looking to make a statement, that they wanted to win this one 3-0 and that they deserve it. Look at that, the Astral Shift coming out onto Frankie. He looks like he could be in a little bit of danger here, Sid.
No way. They actually do this. Shadowy Duel comes out. Rat still has secret technique. He's holding on to that in his back pocket. They baited a lot of cooldowns. Rat might be able to carry the game here in just a moment with the next Shadow Dance. He's got a kidney shot. I think he's going to go for it. Frankie is critically low, and are they going to do it? They are. They're going to a Game 5. Oh my goodness, they just scaled Mount Everest. I can't believe they managed to climb that one. Zen is completely out of mana. They used every single cooldown. They made every single push despite so much pressure being put on them to take it all the way to a Game 5. And Rat with some flashy plays, chaining his abilities one into the next, so that there was always a threat. until he was eventually able to finish off Frankie in that moment. And now, is it Team HUHU that's going to start shaking a little bit, start wavering in their resolve? Because either team can take it. The pressure is on.
Wow. I mean, Team HUHU, I really thought they were going to secure that one. The Fiends looked like they were in trouble for a while, but that was incredible. 2-2. Let's see how they did it.
I mean, this is where they're just getting ravaged. Like, I'm like, okay, Ironbark keeps Frankie alive here, and look at Big Mix. Like, really? You're going to win the game from this point? You're at 10% running for your life at the pillar. Zenlin's mana is basically going to be tapped in just a moment from this point. Now he's down at 10% when we're looking at it. Now it's like, what? Shamanist Trinket Wall, Druid's Trinket's coming up. Like, how are you going to win the game? Your Priest is completely out of mana, and the Druid and the Shaman have all of their cooldowns. So they get a Freezing Trap. They get Wall with the Freezing Trap. Wall doesn't look like it's going to be enough, and especially not going to be enough considering Blind hits the Druid. So you have to Trinket and you have to Wall, and that's almost always going to be lights out if you Trinket Wall in the same go. But the way they set up the crowd control, they had to. They started it with a Freezing Trap and chained it into a Blind. They dropped Smoke Bomb to stop Fear on Zen, and they just keep pushing, and keep pushing. Reset that Shadow Dance with the combo points expenditure, Kidney, and set up for the kill right here and finish it cleanly with that DR cheap shot. Really well done. I cannot believe they pulled that off. That was like their entire car is just a wreck at the end of the race. Like they just exhausted every single ounce of their being in that game to be able to pull off a win. Like that was absolutely legendary.
Yeah, have you seen the Blues Brothers?
Yes, I have. I'm trying to.
It's like that scene where they have that car chase, and then they, as soon as they get out of the car, it just like completely falls apart. Yeah, basically. So, I mean, that being said, whatever gets you that win, and now the Fiends still are in this. They still have a chance to get this tournament win or this series win and stay in the tournament. It's 2-2. We're heading into Tolvaron Arena as well. That was the map choice coming out from Team HUHU, and we're gonna see them. I don't know about you, Sid, but I feel a little silly saying Team HUHU. It feels so goofy.
I feel like I'm being misled by their team because based on their name, I would assume there's a Moonkin, and there's clearly not a Moonkin.
True.
So I'm honestly a bit disappointed and feel jebaited and skamazed here by Team HUHU a little bit. In the future, if they don't have a Moonkin, I might get mad. It'll go from disappointment to anger.
We're gonna send after you on Twitter or something, but no, maybe we'll have to ask them what the backstory is behind that name. But either way, we do have two compositions locked in, and we're heading to Tolvaron, Sid.
All right, so the opposite direction. Team HUHU want to go for a big map here. They didn't like how that game ended with being able to crowd control Vanos and then get back to Frankie. That's usually the danger of playing against a rogue or a hunter. They have to commit a lot of mobility to go at the healer, and they don't have a lot to get back. So if you've got a lot of space between the healer and the target they're attacking, sometimes they get the CC, but they can't do any damage. Or they can do damage, but they can't get CC. And I think that's a much better position to be in. The dangers of being spread out then become the smoke bomb. Then it becomes the shadowy duel, because those are things that can crowd control the healer without being in range of the crowd control of the healer. And I think it's up to Infernion to peel those. Be in position to axe toss, be in position to howl, stun targets, get them off the shaman, and then let the druid Vanos stay max range, so he's not getting stunned, trapped on cooldown, and immediately getting back. But here we go. The gates have opened. Who's going to take it? The Fiends or Team HUHU? Who is going to Championship Sunday? This is the last series of the day, the last game going all the way to a game 5. Smoke bomb dropped onto the shaman. They're going to peel it with a stun here and totally shut down the damage. Frankie was able to sit through a full kidney, but and with the pre-Ironbark, nice play by Vanos. Now Infernion calling in the Tyrant, and they want to ramp some damage. And Big Mix knows that, Rat knows that. They're already line of sighting. We can see the Legion, the pets moving in here on the right side. Tyrant rolling up on the left side to try and reconnect as well. Lava Burst flying through the sky, just chomping down Big Mix, chomping him down again. What is going on with Big Mix? Just constantly going up and down here, even on the pillar line of sighting. Guardian Spirit comes out, but they're going for CC. We see a blind from Rat. He's sitting in stealth, waiting to try and sap the Trinket. He wants to make sure they get crowd control here in this position, and they do get a sap out of the blind, but now they got to connect some damage. Here goes the kidney shot. What are they going to commit? What can they get? They get Vanos' Trinket. So in this position, I'd really like to see a Druid swap. They actually get the pre-Trank as well from Vanos in this position. So if they can get a reset and swap to the Druid, I think that's going to be their quickest line to victory. They have to catch him out of bear form, though, and catch him without Heart of the Wild, which will be really tough because they're going to be so far away from him. He's going to have a lot of time to see them coming.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just how far away he is over there. He's kind of free casting, keeping his team nice and healthy at the moment. And Vano's definitely not an easy guy to catch up to. So we'll see if they can make that swap eventually. But they may not have to. Look at Big Mex. He is dangerously low in health. And it looks like he'll be okay for now, though. So that's good. And he's nice and topped up over. And he's going to get that pressure onto the enemy team in just a moment here. So we'll see if they can make something happen. I mean, we've seen them do this before. Look at Infernion. There, yeah, there it is. Maybe.
They got unending resolve. They saw Iron Bar preemptively on Frankie and just went Warlock. And this is what I was wondering is, can they kill the Warlock? They got really close on that push. But Zen, look at his mana. I don't know if they're going to get another chance to pull off a kill here. And Rat's getting blasted, gripped back to the pillar. Is he just going to go down? Dispels off the dots. Frankie is jumping in aggressively on his opponents. He's got full confidence to be able to close out this game. Big Mix Trinkets on low health. They have to void shift. Zenlin is panicking, trying to pick himself back up with those powered life. So now Rat's getting swapped to and blasted in midfield. He's the only one in mid right now. He's getting torn up. They drop the smoke bomb. They're going for the kill. Can they do it? Vanos jumps into the smoke bomb. Is he going to get the heals he needs? Nice howl of terror from Infernion. Lightning Lasso totally disrupts the push, but they do secure the freezing trap. Perhaps it's still enough. A fear under the shaman. Infernion's dark pack gets cut through almost immediately. Big Mix jumps in. It's match point. They get the sack and they get the kill. I cannot believe it. The Fiends completely mix it up in game 5, and they're going to Championship Sunday.
This is an incredible feed by the Fiends. They started off today on a really rough start. They've had a long and grueling couple of series, but they made it happen in the end. They're able to stay in it. They won. They got the reverse sweep. Look at the relief on Big Max's face. He can't believe
the deep breath.
They pulled it off. Yeah, he's literally IRL deep breathing right now. Just, it's okay, Big Max. It's fine. You guys are alive. You're going to see it. You're going to see Championship Sunday. Good job, the Fiends. That was
a turtle made it to the water.
The turtle made it to the water, yes.
Ironically, because he's a hunter. Turtle made it to the water. The Team HUHU set up the gauntlet of all gauntlets in this series. They're up 2 points in the series. Looked like they were going to just brutalize them and stomp them out of the competition, but the Fiends just wouldn't die. They stayed alive time and time and again, spent every single resource they had in all of their wins, ending with 0 mana in all of their games. And despite the gauntlet, despite the crowd control, despite the defense, continued to push forward. Amazing crowd control chain here that scatter into fear, trap into sap, and more than enough damage to just drop Infernion here. Clean, well played, and well executed, and well earned here. The Fiends, they make it to Championship Sunday. And of course, anybody here that hasn't already signed up for any of these competitions, you might want to sign up, because by signing up for Cup 3 or 4, you're going to be able to earn the Thundering Banner of the Aspect. So if you want this in-game item to show off to other people that might not have it or might not know about it because you're here chilling with us in the AWC, then now is the time to sign up.
Yep. Make sure to go check that out. If our mods could kindly link that if they are interested in signups. But we're going to take a look at, here's those match results. Not really too long of a game. I mean, only 3 minutes. They were able to make that happen. It just maybe just felt longer to me because of how intense it was. But absolutely well done to the Fiends. They headed into this weekend kind of in that 4th position spot, right behind Admiral Esports with 60 points. And we're going to tally that up, obviously, at the end of the weekend and catch everybody up where they ended up in standings. But this is going to be really good for them. And I feel like after today, that's going to be a huge relief for, I mean, we saw it with Big Max's camera, but big relief for the Fiends.
The double face palm, just I can breathe now. That's what that moment was. Like, okay, I can consume oxygen again. They're going to go into Championship Sunday, but they're going to face Admirals Esports, and this team has the same composition as Team HUHU. So can they do it again? Can they pull it off here against Admiral Esports and make it all the way through this bracket as kind of like calling them the one trick just because it's all we've seen from them. But so many of these other teams have opted to play alt comps, alt specs, despite not maybe wanting to stick completely to their mains. The Fiends just stick to their mains, stick to their game, and they have been definitely putting on a show. That was one of the most entertaining series we've had so far, maybe arguably the most entertaining, because just the story element of it, right? Like, I can't, like, how do you come back from that? I would have been so emotionally just out of it at that point, being down 2-0 and getting blasted like that. So they kept a level head and pulled it off. Moving in Championship Sunday, we got Poggers in the upper bracket. They're looking for a redemption run here in Cup 2. They want to be winning it all. Waz's team there, and Dragonlands Roulette is the first time we've seen them sign up this year. We saw Valet and Acro and that Shadow Priest Rogue, which could actually be a really formidable comp for Rogue Mage, particularly, at least it has historically. So perhaps Dragonlands Roulette also will show up on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. Be sure to tune into that. We're going to have NA and EU games. Speaking of NA, we do have those games starting off tomorrow. We can take a look at the teams that are going to be competing. We're starting off the day with Big Bourse versus Shall We, but couple of teams that we didn't see for Cup number 1. I think my favorite is Silver Sentinels, just because their name is kind of a funny reference to Golden Guardians, but they're actually going to starting off in that upper bracket against Where's Gordy, but a lot of talent here in the North American region, Sid.
Yeah, Silver Sentinels, this is Rosita Jones. He's making his return competing at BlizzCon a few years back now. I'm trying to remember what year it was particularly, but they had a really cool showing there. I think it was Panda Global that year, and they disrupted the Trinity, the Triforce. They were the disruptors of the Triforce, if I'm remembering correctly. This time around, he's playing Arcane Mage. He's got a really deadly Rogue Mage team, watching them in the open bracket, and you can see there's a lot of those here with Calvish, Kearney, and Korlik on Shall We, and then the Silver Sentinels, of course, and Ascension. So this week definitely has a little bit more of a theme to it than last week, with Rogue Mage performing a lot better. We got Cyfoxy making it here into the top 8 as well, likely going to be playing a Jungle Cleave there on the side of Big Borst, as we see the Feral Druids. I'm sure he's taking that name from Tony, as he likes to spam that a lot. So Cyfoxy's taking that for himself here on his roster. Where's Gordy was actually the team that sent Team Liquid out of the tournament, and they're not making it to top 8. They looked really scary with their Rogue Mage as well. And then Powerman, of course, making another debut. And who can forget about Luminosity here? Champions of last week. They had another reverse sweep in the open bracket against the Golden Guardians. That was almost heartbreaking, because when I was watching a reg, I'm like, oh my god, the Golden Guardians are actually gonna take this. But they got another reverse sweep on them off broadcast there on Wednesday, and I'm sure the Golden Guardians are eager for a rematch there. I'm more than excited for it with North America tomorrow and Saturday.
Yep, I am very excited as well. And if you want to check it out, make sure you're tuning in tomorrow. We are going to head off for the night, but make sure you are here, same time, same place at twitch.tv/Warcraft. I guess we're also on YouTube, but you can follow us on Twitter as well if you want some updates for just the goings on of a lot of the WoW esports shenanigans. It's twitter.com/WoW esports. So to be sure to check that out. So that being said, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. We will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CET. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.